What's up, everybody? How you doing out there? Welcome back to the show. This is last week's fights. My name is Thinker St. James, and tonight we are going over each and every fight from UFC 323, Dvalishvili versus Yan 2, taking a look at UFC Fight Night, Royval versus Kape, the last card of the year. And to do all of that with me, as always, the man, myth, and legend, the Ohio player, a man who would never threaten violence against Joanna Violence, Chase Parton. How are you, brother?
I am good. I am very good. We had fights on Saturday. It is a Monday, and we got some things to talk about. I'm not going to try to wear a smile on my face, but I will certainly go ahead and do that. And we'll talk about why later. But if anybody out there is listening, I just wanted to let you know that Thinker just put out a banger video. What was that, earlier today, yesterday?
Oh,
Very,
yeah,
very
yeah.
good. Right off the bat. Let's go ahead and drop that real quick. Thinker, plug that.
Appreciate that. Yes, just so you know, to the subject matter of tonight, of course, Dom Cruz had a very interesting take about one of the fights that we will be talking about tonight, and I know we're going to get into a lot of different things on this, so I didn't want to bog down this podcast with my full expanded thoughts, taking up a whole swath of time going into each and every detail of it. So if you'd like my expanded thoughts on Dom Cruz's comments about the Josh Van and Pantoja fight, you can watch that video. It is out on the channel right now. And of course, we will get your thoughts on that a little bit farther into this thing, Chase. So thank you
Hell
very
yeah.
much for letting me get that out of the way, though. And I appreciate that. And again, thank you very much to all of the new subscribers and everybody who came in off of the Karate Combat stream on Friday. That was, a pretty big one for the channel. And we've seen a couple of new faces around here. Welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is one thing, this is a mixed martial arts podcast. We are going to actually talk about the karate combat situation in just a second, but just as an insight for the chat, I often do throw out the plugs for Thinker because I don't want him to feel like, why am I plugging other things on the show? And if you also feel that same way out there, go ahead and plug his own videos in the chat right here, right now, because we would also love that chat.
Oh, appreciate it.
Everybody in there, everybody would love to get some links. And Thinker's just an awesome content creator. He does a lot for this show, a lot.
Oh,
And
making me
and I
blush
would
over
love to
here.
hear. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. We're gonna talk about karate combat now, though. That's what we need to talk about before anything else, because this is, this card is packed, but we have pressing matters. Let's talk about this, and then I have some things about one that I would actually like to
Oh,
share too.
well, I'm sure one was actually part of the whole equation with Karate Combat. Ironically enough, they sort of go hand in hand on this one, considering that yes, Karate Combat. If you were not one of the people that came in off of that stream, the event turned out to be really good when it started, which
Mhm.
was 4 hours after it was supposed to start.
Well, it was actually supposed to start at 7, right? That was the first start date.
It went from 7 o'clock, and then
Mhm.
they put out an Instagram post and social media post with a graphic that said it was moved from 7 to 9. Then it moved from 9 to 10, then 10 to 11, and then somewhere after that, whatever the actual time was that they actually got it off the ground, but somewhere around there.
Listen, I obviously need to hear Thinker say it because I genuinely don't think I believe it. But from what I've heard from social media on the incident of why this did not take place at the time it was supposed to, chat, if you know, please spoil it for me as well. Thinker, this is a crazy thing to happen. Go ahead, talk about this.
The reason that the event did not start on time is because the pit had not been delivered. So, if you are familiar with Karate Combat and the format there, all of the fighting takes place inside of a pit, a walled structure that has the angled walls. Great format and great environment for combat sports, I would say, when it's arriving on time at the venue on time. The whole idea was that they have a dedicated venue in Miami for Karate Combat now, their arena that they call it there. And you'd think that that would have everything that it needs already, but apparently the items that they needed to create the structure to have the event had not arrived on time. So they were literally constructing the pit and the stage while the people outside were waiting.
You know what's interesting about this as well, and very very funny things. And speaking of Sam Alvey, the only thing that I would have to say, and it goes to what I was saying, that he seemed to be the only person that disclosed any information about this because 5.5 hours late with zero public explanation from the company is foul. Actually, hey, their heavyweight champ said something on his Instagram story. Guys, chill out.
Yes, very true. I mean, this is the whole like I've only got so many hours in the day. I wanted to get a video about this out on Sunday. I feel like it's like I could still do it, but it might be a little bit far gone at this point, but it might still be worth it because yes, all of the elements of this are very they're rather wild. But yeah, the whole thing 5.5 hours late, no explanation from the organization. Sam Alvey had to come out not only to update everybody just as a homie move, but also CTE as well, putting this out there, having to say yeah, Sam Alvey got shot. He did not get shot, but that was the internet meme that was going around. Was that this whole thing was because there was some incident with Sam Alvey. He had to come out to say, yeah, the event is still on. I have not been shot. Everything is good. We're still going to fight. And luckily they actually did that because the over under on whether or not the event was even going to go on was very much 50-50 and very unsure up until the thing started.
Do you know how many people actually showed out for this event? Because I imagine starting it 6 hours late, not giving any explanation. Surely nobody showed for this event, which already gets low ratings as it is. Yes, or
No, I mean to their credit, there was a
their credit?
with karate combats, I guess. I mean,
Anybody they get credit here? Come on.
I mean, how about to the crowd's credit? I get
There we go.
to the
Thank you.
attendees' credit.
Thank you.
There was
Consumers.
yes, right. Well, right. I guess ourselves included for being the ones that stayed around on the stream, because that was another thing they were talking about the live numbers on the live stream, like halving. I mean, it went from 4,000, 5,000 to like 2,000 waiting around for it. But to the people's credit that stayed around, it was a decent crowd for the it's already a small venue to begin with, but they were into the fights and for being late at night, having already waited multiple hours, and at least the fights were exciting enough to keep them entertained. And I didn't see a single person sleeping. How about that? Silver lining.
I actually really like this comment right here. Imagine the UFC relayed the information through Islam's Instagram story, and then Hydra with the facts here. Too many people would be informed at that point. Like that would be more than anybody would ever know. Like Jesus.
Well, and I mean, in the last big point about this, that's really, I mean, going back to the unfortunate nature of why this all went down this way, or I guess 2 points. One is that this always seems to happen when I'm streaming for organizations that are not the UFC. This has now happened with Karate Combat, BKFC, and KSW. If you recall, I've had problems. They have had problems outside of my
You
control.
you
I
just
don't know. I
happen to
mean,
show up on the worst times. Apparently, I show up to one, and it's like been the greatest run I've ever had. I've never missed an event, no issues ever. And it's like you go to KSW, it's like hold up now, thinker. You can't just watch fights now, buddy.
no,
Come on.
and that's and I'm glad that you brought one back up because that was the other part of it. Is that what I was going to say? Is that for people who were this is their first time watching Karate Combat, terrible. A lot of people probably are not going to come back, even if they. A lot of people were supporting specific fighters. Obviously, a very large Kurdish contingency in my chat. These people are tuning into this curious. They're just getting into the Karate Combat, some of them, and now it's like, why would I ever come back? Why don't I just go over to one where you do not have these problems?
Mhm.
You
Yeah.
know, so
I definitely agree. The crazy Karate Combat. I mean, this is just absolutely insane from them. I mean, props to them for, the show must go on, but, where was Dana Brown? Why didn't he come out and say like, guys, like, I mean, I guess from their standpoint, if the head office comes out and says like, the ring ain't built, guys, it kind of sounds like we have more questions here. Like, how
yeah,
did you're.
you
Go
don't need
ahead.
to say that, but you can say something. Hey, we're having technical difficulties. Where I mean, things are give some type of update.
I
But
agree.
but and Hydra kind of coming in with the facts as well, saying that the stream was set for people like they were in a waiting room for a lot of it. The problem was is that instead of actually saying anything to anybody, they just kept updating the timer. So it would be like it's counting down. Oh, it's about to be, and then it would be another hour added to the timer. So it's like just keep the fans informed in some capacity, even a tweet for fuck's sake.
Yeah, and this goes back to what I've always said. I tried to make and listen, Karate Combat. If you're there, if you are listening, your LARPing Twitter page, whatever your guy's name is, if you are listening out there right now, I tried to watch Karate Combat. I tried to spread the word that this is going to be the promotion that I want to secondarily watch.
Right.
it it just didn't come to fruition. Look how easy it was for one. I jumped on board with one. I said this is a good product. I'm going to watch it every time they have it. Karate Combat. Okay, you had your once a month. You had your January, your February. You had your Rebellis run. That's cool. Alice Pereira. That's cool. And then May, oh, pulled out a card on May. Oh, what happened there? January, or not, sorry, July, June, no card. July, no card. August, no card. September, October. You just had a card on Halloween after you pulled out from a card in May. Actually, I think there was a card in between there, but you get my point. Like, what's going on over here? And it goes back to the point. This is run by crypto bros. This is not businessmen. This is not a front office of suits that know how to run companies, that know how to run sports entertainment. This is a dude who's got a shitload of crypto, and he's like, I wanted to say it at the beginning. Like, if anybody out there, again, pro wrestling, I know you hate it. If you know what AEW is, the people who are on HBO who are probably going to be out of business because HBO is going to be, with Warner Brothers and, whatever you want to say. AEW is run by Tony Khan, and he's just like a billionaire or whatever that just like spends a shitload of money.
Sure.
That's the way I see Karate Combat. It's like they don't know what they're doing. They're just going to do it until they're out of money. Like they're just going to just make whatever they want. Because in my mind, like back when I originally was looking into Karate Combat, what did they want this to be? Their mission statements, what technologies do they have, for this sport? It seemed legit. It seemed like they had some cool stuff. And in my mind, I'm like, dude, they could do so much with the immersion of like this could be Karate Combat, but you could have just Mortal Kombat in real life. Like it could separate itself from other things. Like you could just have digital backgrounds because like they own technology to do this. Like, or they rent it. I don't know what the fuck they do, but like they don't use any of that shit. And there's nothing. It's just a pit that they can't even get built. They have screens that just project crypto links on on TVs in their arena. They have Longboat sitting on the sideline. I'm sure they paid for his hat. Like I don't, they, dude. I I know they wanted to have a Halloween event. Like that's cool. But you don't get to be Dana Brown dressing up as Kratos from God of War when you don't know how to fucking run the business. Like the show sucks. I don't care how many outfits you can pull off on Halloween. It was funny when LeBron James dressed up as Prince and shit like that, but like he's good at basketball. Dana Brown. You
Well,
got like I don't know. Go
I
ahead.
mean, to give them a little bit of credit as far as how the show was, the card itself was good. I mean, so there is still quality
Okay.
in the product, like I mean that it's all of what you're saying. We've talked about on the stream before about how we really liked like a CoffeeZilla kind of person to
Hmm.
not alleging anything, but just to let us know a little bit more about the back end of it because it's very nebulous and they're I mean rightfully so. You don't need to put all of your cards on the table for the whole world to see, but I'd like a little bit more of an understanding of how Only Up works, their betting system and all that kind of stuff. Like there are just elements of Karate Combat that are unknown, and when things like this happen, it makes it a little bit more shaky ground as far as how you view the product. So that's that part of it. But like as far as the actual fights go, the event was good. Like it's what I said on the stream. I was like, imagine if we had waited this 4.5 to 5 hours and the fight sucked on top of it. It would have
Yeah.
been a nightmare. So at least that was good. It moved very quickly, of course, because they all needed to get these things cycled through as quickly as possible. And, all of that was fine. It seems like there are a lot of changes and transitions going on behind the scenes. Perhaps that's just the nature of the fight game in general for promotions that aren't as established as One or UFC. Either way, it's like you got to have the fundamentals down, like the foundation. You got to get your cards off started on time. You got to have your your set. You have to have your arena fully built out and all of that. Like these basic things, there are a lot of things that the fans will overlook and let you get away with, but like you have to have the bread and butter. You got to have the core of everything, or you don't have anything really.
Yeah, that sounds like it just sounds like a mess. But on the other end, is there anything else about Karate Combat that you'd like to add?
Not at all. Thanks for everybody who hung out on the stream. I appreciate all you.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other end, I ended up watching one championship
Yes.
that started roughly around the same time that the new Karate Combat time was supposed to start, which was 9 p.m. or
One
9.
of them, yeah.
Yeah, 9 p.m. is what one started at. And there's just a couple things to note on. The first thing is there was this female fighter, and this is all going to sound relatively insane when it comes out of my mouth, but I can promise you it's like 99% accurate. If I get something wrong, sue me. She was 23 years old. Her record was 209 and 6, okay? And now the background information that is on One Championship's website. It is not from AI. I screenshotted it, but it was on One's website. She had 100 bouts under her belt by the age of 10 or something like that. 70 of them were boys, and she was just that fucking good, like that's what the shit said. I don't know how to fucking explain it to you, and I'm starting to like not believe some of these things, and that's something that you would like go into the fight and be like, okay, she just made some shit up and they must believe her. But
Yeah.
genuinely, what, go ahead.
By the way, yeah, her name is Fetjit excuse yeah,
Pajita.
Fetjija is that how you pronounce it? Yeah.
Pajita. Just
Fajita,
go
okay.
just go do Pajita. Yeah,
Yeah,
she
so
Queen Pajita. Yeah, she's
right.
she's legit. So she's 210-6 now because she did live up to the hype and she did knock out this Polish girl. The Polish girl was not very good. Considering you have 210 wins but also 6 losses. I mean, that's if you were 210 and like 1 or 0, it's like holy shit, that's madness. But like 6 people have beat you, so I'm starting to believe that they just bring her out to just knock people out that are not very good. Because the Polish girl was not very good. But if you have 209 wins at the time, surely you should be facing the best person that ever shows up before they go on to, but she knocked her out. It was cool. It was a good time.
Yeah.
Happy for her. Crazy record, crazy story. 23 years old. This is somebody that with a story like that, you got to go to the UFC. That's something you could hear John Anik saying, like, dude, she was fucking 13. Joe Rogan too, dude, she was fucking 13 years old, whooping guys in the gym. You can clear as day hear that. So this is somebody who, as her record would suggest, she's going to be here for life. Like she's never leaving Muay Thai. Why would she? She has 200 bouts. Whatever you want to say, but she's 23 years old. Shit gets old. She could have 500 by 28. Like so let's be real. She might try to do something different. And I've seen talent. I think in one specifically, Kim Tran is somebody that I think could be in the UFC, and she actually specifically does mixed martial arts in one. But Pajita, she does Muay Thai, but she's 23 years old. Come on, you've accomplished everything. You have the most wins that I've ever seen for a woman in Muay Thai, and that's a lot. That's saying a lot. So she's a beast.
Yeah, pretty
Anything you want
insane.
to say about her?
No, not about her specifically. I mean, it is incredible. Borderline criminal. That goes into the whole element of how young they start their fighters in Thailand, but that's a subject for a different day, perhaps. No, the only other thing I wanted to mention about one was that because of all of the problems on Karate Combat, I got to catch the main event of one.
Oh,
Yeah, shout out to Mongolia getting themselves champion over there in one. Was that welterweight MMA? I believe was the main event,
oh
or
hell no!
was it
That
not?
was bantamweight, which
Bantamweight
for
MMA.
for
Sorry.
one bantamweight is 45.
Ah,
So
yeah, okay, yeah.
yes.
I knew that there were the weights were a little different, so I didn't know how they were classing all of those. But yeah, I've it's kind of half paying attention, having to switch back and forth and everything. But I did see that it was a Mongolian, so congratulations to Mongolia getting themselves a champ.
That was definitely the second thing that I wanted to talk about for this fight. When you got the Mongolian versus the Brazilian, this is what, when it comes to, I know I'm not betting on one, but when it comes to like judging the fights and who I think would win, all that things, it, there's a little different vibe when it comes to other promotions. Like you can't think the same way about the fights as you do with the UFC. This is the top level competition because I made the grave mistake of like thinking this Brazilian was as the level of like somebody in the UFC. So when I'm watching the Mongolian and I see him have the worst first round ever. Like he's like, I was thinking like this guy is just a punching bag. Like come on, like he's not doing anything good. And I think he actually had like a moment where he did something cool. But either way, second round, he started coming back a little bit. The Brazilian, the grappling was good, the striking was good, like it was all there. But in one, it's not. I'm not necessarily saying it's lower competition, but the competition is at a level where you know grit and determination can actually win fights to a level that overcomes skill. In the UFC, like there's a level of skill that I don't care how hard you fight, like you're gonna lose. Like in one, you could be very skillful and you're still going to end up losing even with the title. Like he was the champion and it was like, the Mongolian was like 36 years old or whatever. Like, I get it was like a veteran kind of thing, like, tire him out, wear him out, let him expel all of his energy, whatever you want to say. But like, as the champion at that time, like, you should know a little, like, you should be on your way to knowing more than that. And I just feel like the skill was absolutely in the Brazilian. I didn't see much like when I looked at the Mongolian, I thought to myself, this is Aaron Toe. Like this is the guy from the Contender Series and the he was in Road to the UFC. This would be a good matchup. These are just two older, shorter guys at a weight that they probably shouldn't be kind of deal, and they're just hard headed and they'll just fight through anything. Like that would be a good scrap. So that's all that I have to say about the Mongolian, I guess. But he was cool. I mean, he won. He got the submission at the end. I mean, I thought he was done. Like, but then that third round, he really did turn it around. So shout out Mongolia. They do got a champ, and that's the fact of the matter. And it's MMA. I mean, who's to say he doesn't make a contender series run? I know he's 36, but Mongolia is a very small represented region. The UFC would go for something like that. I mean, come on.
Yeah, no, I mean, it seemed good to me for the bits that I was able to keep my attention on, and I was happy for him. I was happy that there was fighting happening at all at the time. So thank you very much to One Championship for that, and make sure that you guys are out here on Friday mornings with Chase when he is doing his One Championship streams Friday mornings, because they have Friday morning fights on One, really good quality fights right there in the start of your day. So hang out with my boy for those. That's a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really good, nice, it eases you into Saturday because you get fights Friday morning that are not necessarily taking up your entire day. You can get them done in 4 hours. So if you have 2 hours of your morning, you can watch the main card and or the prelims. And I'm not gonna lie to you. They're necessarily those morning cards, main card and prelim, same. It's you're not missing much when you miss out on one. So just pick one and see if you can take 2 hours out of your day to watch some fights because Muay Thai never really disappoints.
There you go. Absolutely. So that is the happenings of recent times from outside the organization. You want to talk about UFC a little bit here?
I'm fucking ready. I have so much to say.
All right. Well,
Surprisingly, I know, guys. We've already 22 minutes down. It feels like we've talked in ages, but I'm fucking ready for this UFC card.
let's get it. This is UFC 323 Dvalishvili versus Yan 2. This took place at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. Chase, this was the last pay-per-view conceivably of all time, and they certainly let us know that considering how much glaze they were putting on ESPN, as that deal is also ending with the end of pay-per-view.
They're trying to stay in good standards because they know 7 years from now they're going to be needing a new home, and ESPN is the home of the sports network. They know what the deal is, so they got to kiss a little butt on the way out.
That's right. We shake hands, we part as friends, and who knows where the road takes us later on down the line, as this thing always seems to be. Because it's kind of crazy to think about how UFC went from Spike TV to Fox to ESPN to now to Paramount. I mean, the sport moves as all sports do, and you're exactly right. 7 years down the line could be a completely different story. But I would say that this was a pretty decent way to end pay-per-views, point blank period. I mean, before we get too deep into it, what were your impressions of this card?
This card, honestly, for the last pay per view, I can tell you reasons why it's going to be memorable. I can tell you that, but this is definitely not going to be forgotten. I'll tell you that. Last pay per
Yeah,
view was pretty fire.
for sure. I mean, definitely. I think it was a new viewer, Chairway, who had said it during the watch along that this card had a little bit of everything, and it was one of those cards. It had a little bit of everything. We had some really high, great moments. We had some less than stellar moments, and we had a whole bunch of fuckery, and we'll talk about all that too. So
100%.
all right. Well, then, without further ado, let's get into this thing going all the way down, starting off with Muhammad Naimov versus Myron Santos. Santos, one of two fighters who missed weight on this card. He missed by 1.5 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, did I not call that this guy is just not built for this class? And we'll talk about the performance here in a second, but I'll jump right into it since you want to talk about the weight miss. His post fight speech is hilarious because he gets on the mic and he's like, "Yeah, I'm coming for the belt." What are you talking about? You're going to be in 55 literally next fight. Like you're not going to stay here. You've already missed weight in tough. You've missed weight once in the UFC, and then you just missed weight again. I'm pretty sure. Like I think this was his second UFC miss, and that's absolutely crazy. Like it, and his demeanor. the way that he acts and and portrays his character on social media, he don't give a shit, bro. He knows he can get away with it at this point. Like, he's gonna learn. I think he'll Dana. Listen, I've always respected Dana for this aspect. I'm not saying it's always from weight misses, but if you try to screw with the business, or you try to mess up, if you think you're going to get away with something, he's going to find somebody that's going to prove you wrong. Like, he'll find a very good featherweight. Like, he might go against fucking David Martinez, might be a good one. And or what's Ilya 2.0 from Argentina, whatever that guy's name is, Kevin Vallejos. I'm sorry, Kevin. But
Yeah,
either
he's
way,
booked. We're going to talk about him in a little while, but yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, the weight miss is annoying, and he kind of Myron Santos is doing a lot of things that are getting annoying. I would say, he came in no touch for some reason, and also they were talking about him changing gyms mid win streak, which I was like, that has flex. I mean, hard to say exactly what the situation is. I don't want to speculate too hard, but like generally, unless there's some kind of like falling out of some sort, when a fighter who's on a win streak changes gyms, that kind of smacks a little bit of divaness, like, oh, I'm not getting what I need. I've got everything I needed out of you guys, kind of thing. Like, which, again, kind of view it how you want to view it. But like I said, Santos is starting to, the narrative is navigating in a way that I think is getting away from him in a little bit. Like, he kind of came into the organization off of Tough as like this fresh faced sort of, young guy who is like, oh, he could be like this really cool dude that you're rooting for. And now he's starting to show that maybe there's some things that are less than savory about him. But to the point about the weight miss, I just did a video recently about KSW changing their rule set to take a point away. So, I mean, these guys, what you said, oh, he knows he can get away with it. If everybody knows they can get away with it, bro, it's like this. It's like the first eye poke of the fight. If you know you can get away with it, why not do it?
yeah, and then because listen, because in Dana's mind, they're not getting away with it because I'm gonna get them back.
Right.
I know what I can set them up for. Dana has a very good eye for things. Even Hunter, Mick, Shelby, whatever you want to say, they they know fights. Whether or not one knows more than the other. I actually, we'll talk about that another time. With Contender Series, how Dana has Mick and Hunter, and he basically tells them to pick and battle. They battle their own fucking guys. Kind of deal. I love that aspect of it. But Myra Santos is somebody that he's coming off of a tough season that didn't necessarily have the greatest talent, and he is a very, again, decorated athlete. He does seem like he works hard for what he gets, but he's got this attitude that it's unfortunately going to be humbling when he finally gets what it's coming for him. Because listen, this performance, we can finally talk about it.
For
This ain't
sure.
not. I mean, listen, all the things going around the fight are more to talk about than the actual fight, and that's what I can tell you. Myra Santos is going to get his, and this is somebody who used to be, and I say used to be. Listen, Myra Santos, you just got to cut the act, brother, because 3 rounds of what I just saw, 2 rounds, and then 21 seconds of what I saw, absolute tragic. This fight was horrible. And then the fact that you finally did something in the third round and it was as easy as 21 seconds, it just shows me, like, where where's that song, where's your head at? That's what I be thinking about this dude, because I'm not gonna sit here, like, you're watching this fight. Think about how many times you've seen two women first fight of the night put on a fucking banger. And now
Sure.
you get Myra Santos, and this dude comes out here and fucking sucks, bro.
Well, yeah, it's not even just that part of it. It's also the fact that, like, in that second round, you have the first round, which was very boring. This was a very slow start to this fight. Second round, trending in that same direction. And he's got the nerve to be back slapping and emoting, like, in the clinch, like Carlos Prates. It's like, brother, you are not Prates. Go out there and win the fight after that first boring round. Like, make this fight yours. Granted, he did end up doing that in the third, but like, it's those types of things. As I was saying earlier, he's writing his own narrative here, as all fighters do, and I don't know if I'm liking what I'm seeing out of that.
Yeah, I think, when people talk about, like, a knockout is a knockout. Like, you can't compare a knockout. Listen, maybe I just go a little more in depth. Maybe you guys just have a very wide bubble to where you loop a lot of things, but a very boring 2 rounds and then a third round knockout is not the same as a first round knockout, and or a very close first 2 rounds and then a third round finish. Whatever you want to say. I mean, think think back to a performance with Vinicius Oliveira and Sopaj. It was 2 rounds, not necessarily the most fireworks. I can't tell you that it was the greatest fight of all time, but it was at least decently close. Third round was close enough, and then you get a firework finish from Vinny, who just sprints across the cage and then goes for it. It's something like that that sticks out in your mind. It's like, man, that was like it was a war in my opinion. But like again, I can't tell you anything that really happened in those first 2 rounds. Same thing here. But the fact that the finish was so easy, it looked like you could have done it in the first 30 seconds. And this is because I'm not trying to rag on Naimov, and we'll talk about somebody who's going to get more of the ragging for this later. But Naimov has this fighter instinct. Some fighters have this. When they get punched, they put their hands to their face and they fall to the ground and hold their head. And some people just have it, unfortunately. I don't know what to tell you. Like, so when Myron Santos just blasts this dude in the face and makes him look, soft because he holds his face and covers to the ground, it's like, well, why didn't you do that in the first fucking round? You could just impose your will on a fighter like this. And I'm not, again, not trying to rag on Naimov, but for somebody who's, a decorated athlete, you're on a win streak. You just took, you took your camp to another level. Where's the confidence to walk in here and just bust this dude up? You have the skills to do it,
Well,
clearly.
and he had already started it in the first round. That's another thing. I'm not going to rag too bad on Naimov, but I do have a couple of criticisms. I mean, but on Santos's side, he caught Naimov early. He had the right jab, stumbled Naimov in the first round. It was like you could have picked up on that and followed the instinct to finish. Killer instinct could have picked up at that point. And then the other direction of that, and where I will criticize Naimov, is that if you already got touched in the first round that way, like, where was the wrestling, bro? We were spending a lot of time last episode during the predictions talking about how, like, the wrestling on Naimov is not half bad. Like, where was that? Like, he just did not have any instinct to level change anywhere in this fight. Like, you're having very little success on the feet. And granted, it's not like you were getting immediately lit up on the feet either. It was a boring 2 rounds, but like at the same time, get it. If one thing is not going in the direction of you winning and finishing the fight, then try something different. Like, adjust course a little bit. He didn't try at all. It allowed the entry point for Santos. I can't really feel too bad for the guy.
I, I, I listen. The only thing that I can really think about, and this is true to life, if you guys are out there, and I know this is to my British folk out there. I know you guys have this app called Paddy Power, and it's a betting app, of course. Slight shout out. Get on there and request that you can see if Myron Santos will be at 155 in his next fight, and if not next one, keep betting it for the next couple ones, because there's no way that he's going to continue to make weight, because he clearly cannot make 145. And then once he goes to 55, especially even on short notice, I think it's even game. Pounce on it. He's gonna fucking lose. Like, this dude, he's gonna get. He's probably, getting some sort of slight of. I actually even said this in the third round. He actually looked a lot fresher. I was thinking to myself, well, he just fucking stopped cutting. No wonder he looks fucking fresher. I mean, he didn't even fucking try. Like, what are you talking about? Like, so I was thinking to myself, like, yeah, this third round knockout. I mean, but then again, you go back to the weight miss. I'm like, Naimov looked pretty tired after all the. I mean, he was doing nothing, but like the fact that he was tired it sucks. But he was tired. Myra Santos, he probably wasn't as tired because he just decided I'm done cutting weight. Like, I don't give a shit. So I don't know. He can't keep getting away with this. Once I actually think once Myron Santos, if he does miss weight and he does go to a new weight class, and then he settles in and he takes a loss, I could come around to being a fan of him again, because I think, again, the hard work, the story, even if this part of his story, the young adolescence kind of deal, it could work for him later. So I would just like to see him, have a good comeback story, because I don't think this is the narrative that's going to get him a championship.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's an interesting element with that part of it, because it's like, as I had said, coming in off of Tough, he's this like fresh faced young guy. It's almost like the beginning of like the hero's journey kind of thing, where he's the young kind of go-getter sort of kid. And now you're seeing a little bit of what maybe the spotlight is doing to him, perhaps a couple of wins under the belt. Maybe it's like it's altering the initial version of him a little bit. And I would recommend, as far as like from a fan's perspective, that you kind of return to your core a little bit, because the newer version of this guy is I don't think that it's it. And I think that it's going to be a lot of people celebrating that loss that you're inevitably going to take, because going up a weight class probably you're not going to have nearly as much success as you have here if that isn't what he ends up doing. So I think that he needs to maybe navigate a little bit more smartly. Perhaps that has something to do with why he ended up changing gyms. I don't know. Maybe somebody was saying to him, hey, you might want to conduct yourself a little bit differently, and he said, no, I think I'm going to do what I want to do and go somewhere else. But either way, that's all speculation. All I'm saying is get yourself together, because this downfall is something that may be preyed upon more so than it might have been.
When edited in a TV show, he's really likable. Live, he's not. That's
Yo,
actually a really
Hydra.
great. That's actually so fire. Like,
Yeah, for
Jesus
real.
Christ.
Editing around all of those things that we didn't see behind the scenes, all the stuff that didn't make it to air on the cutting room floor there.
Wow. Yeah, Jesus
Could be.
Christ.
Could very
Mm.
well be. I mean, that's there is possibly some truth to that, and now you're seeing the true colors, perhaps. But either way, he got the win here, so congratulations to him in this moment. We'll see what the rest looks like.
Yeah, the last thing I'll say is he may be likable when it's edited, unlikable when it's live. But if you didn't know, Thinker and Chase are very likable every Saturday. The UFC are live on our individual channels. If you guys did not know that, just throwing that out there real quick.
These are big facts. Absolutely, yes. No editing going on during those live streams as well. You get the raw, uncut of both of us.
Unfortunately, true for some aspects of my stream, but yes, uncut, unfiltered.
All right. Well, that's that one starting this thing off. Let's move on to a to something here. This was Mansour Abdul Malik versus Antonio Tricoli. This was Antonio Tricoli's birthday, Chase. What a way to celebrate. Standing guillotine number 2. Chase, how could this happen twice to this man?
Well, I'm actually you just added new perspective into this conversation. I did not know this was his birthday, but now I would like to 100% believe that he is $70,000 richer for his birthday, because how do you get standing guillotine by Mansour Abdul Malik? This is a dude who he throws his hands for a living. He does not grip people's necks. And Tricoli, you have already been standing guillotine by somebody very, very short. How do you let somebody average size get to you? I mean, average size, he is massive, of course. But like Tricoli, to you, this is, again, smaller male than you. Why do you keep putting your neck? You know what? It's not even about this. He's gone. Doesn't even matter about his performance. Very thankful for this. The funny thing about the entirety of this, we all knew Tricoli was bad. We knew he was horrible. We knew he was going to lose. We thought he was going to get knocked out. But how could he be even worse? Get submitted. I don't get it. It's like absolute cinema, like this dude, at least Cedricus Dumas, like, when he loses, it's like, all right, embarrassing, pitiful. Maybe he gets knocked out, poked in the eye, nobody cares, whatever. Submitted, whatever. Tricoli, though, I mean, to get submitted by a dude who does not submit people, I mean, it's genuinely impressive. It's not like he doesn't submit people, is the way that I should say that. You've never even seen him attempt something like this, and he just pulls it off. I mean, he has 2 submissions. I actually wanted to fact check this,
Well,
but
yeah,
still.
and also they were saying on the commentary that he does have a wrestling background. So I mean, play that in how you want to play it. That'd be like early Justin Gaethje getting a submission. You know what I mean? Like Justin Gaethje also a wrestling background, but when did you ever see that in the early days? Either way, though, to the point about the 70 grand, the at Cash Patel. Let me add one little other piece of context here, Chase, and maybe it'll. I don't know. I don't know what it'll do to your thought process here,
Okay.
but Tricoli, I found this out, is a high level poker player. He describes himself as a poker player who also fights. So he also recently just won, or not won the entirety of it, but placed like I think 5th or something like that in a poker tournament, taking home $200,000. So does that then lend itself more to the potential for this being a fix, or does it lend itself less because he just won 200 grand? Why would he need a 70 grand, dubious bump on top of that?
I think the way that I'll say this, I'm not gonna be 100% and say that I know this for fact, but I think something that I'm starting to realize about myself as I grow older is I'm decently I can understand a little bit of body language, and the fact is, Antonio Tricoli, when he loses to a standing guillotine, he does not present himself as somebody who just won $70,000. He presents himself as somebody who is a fucking idiot. He's like, "What the fuck, bro?" Like,
Oh
it's
yeah.
like he's so mad that he got caught in the same thing. Like, and I understand that he's mad, but like it's the fact that he's like mad that he didn't understand how he got. He's like he threw his mouthpiece. He's like, "What the fuck, bro?" Like, coach did not get me ready for this. It's like I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
genuinely. It was so funny to see him that mad. Go
and
for it.
and to the credit of Abdul Malik, it was a beautiful standing guillotine, though. I mean, he had the back arched, he was deep into it. I mean, like, and all the other part of it too that I wanted to mention is that I liked the setup of it because Abdul Malik got the guillotine grip before the stand up. He got it going into the stand up, when they were coming off of the ground to standing back up, and then took it into the position from the ground up, basically. And I was like, that's a really solid move if you can pull it off, which obviously if it's Antonio Tricoli, you can pull it off. So I do want to at least give the credit where credit is due there. But aside from that, get this fucking Tricoli guy out of here already. Good Lord. I mean, this is how many times do we need to? He has not had a win in the UFC, not UFC proper. Like, get this. This is, you cannot keep repeating this nonsense with this guy. I don't care that he's Mr. Dern. The only time he should be ever anywhere near a UFC broadcast is if he is in the crowd cheering on his wife.
Yeah, and that's the is does nepotism actually like count as like husband and wife, or is there a different term for this? Because we genuinely need to figure out like what the definition is for him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that it really plays too much in the in like the contracts or anything like that. But whatever the case may be with that, it's like the sibling dynamic where like there's one sibling that's always better than the other. I think that husband and wife almost has a similar thing going on, or at least in different phases, because we've had Yana Santos and Tiago. Tiago went off to go in PFL. Yana stuck around. She's done pretty well. She's kind of aging in reverse in some ways as far as how she's still winning fights. We definitely know which one the better out of the spousal couple in this regard is. There's no question about it.
Yeah, God, Tricoli, thankfully, I got to quickly see, and he's going to be one of many, now that I've started watching the sport and keeping up with it full time, he's going to be one of many people that I just don't understand how they got an opportunity. They show up, they look like shit, and they're out in 3 fights, and it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, you did the thing, didn't you? You showed up for your $15,000 and you got the hell up out of here. So it is what it is. His wife's a champion or girlfriend. I don't know if he was able to actually, tired out, whatever you want to say is, shout out Tricoli. You made a quick work of your career. I'll give you that.
You'll always have Texas Hold'em, my man.
Yeah.
The only things I had about this was that Abdul Malik in his post fight was a little bit funny. Pops, I love you. Grandma, I love you. Joe Rogan, I love you. I love you too.
Okay.
There was a nice little moment there between those guys. So Joe Rogan, Abdul Malik, a little bromance going on. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I
Um,
definitely do love the "I love you" back from the commentary. Like, those are good.
I mean, it's nice to see it finally after Luke Rockhold left DC hanging all those years
Nice.
ago. So, but yeah, that's about it, really. I mean, other than that, nice, a solid win for Abdul Malik. It did look like at one point just before he got the guillotine grip that he might have had a back of the head shot, but not called. I don't know. I'm gonna let that one slide, considering how much other referee related bullshit we're gonna talk about on this thing.
What does this mean for Mansoor? He just submitted Antonio Tricoli. Going forward, do people think that he's got some submission game that they should worry about? I mean, it wasn't on the ground. It's not like necessarily a ground game, but are people going to be thinking they can't just shoot on him? He's a striker. He's a big, powerful striker, but now they know that they can't just like dive for his legs. Like, what's the going forward? What's the deal?
That's what I mean, I think that you're exactly right. It's like, you might not always necessarily need to be 100% concerned about it, but it should certainly be a thought in the back of your mind if you think think that you're going to be able to get away with some sneaky shit on the ground. I mean, if he's able to do that again, that's why I highlighted the position from the ground up. It's like if he had the awareness to have that and then to hold it. Granted, it's against Tricoli, so it's going to be a little bit different against a more high level person, but the instincts are there. So it's like that should signal to anybody in the division that like it's something to always keep in your mind that this could be a potential thing. So I think it makes him that much more dangerous, to be perfectly honest. He's already been a pretty hot prospect. He was a ridiculous favorite in this fight, of course, cashing that check. I think it makes him that much more of a potential threat, and people are going to have to they're going to have to navigate accordingly because he's got a very solid skill set.
And so the chat is actually saying that the UFC needs to, raise Malik, very slowly, just like they're doing with the table. It's like I kind of disagree. You got to throw one of these guys to the wolves. You got to see that's what this is about. It's not about safe keeping your fighters until they get to the top. Josh Van wasn't. We didn't hold him in an incubator. He was thrown to the wolves a couple different times, like we threw him in there. I think Mansoor and Ateba are the same thing. Like we got to stop babying these guys. It's not let them rise to the top on their. It's like they need to take some bouts that are like worrisome. These are scary guys, but we need to see them face RoboCop at this point. One of them. So
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, look, this sport does not get easier the higher you go, no matter how many fights you have. I mean, I think that we all understand that there's a conventional wisdom. These guys need to mature. They need to, gain skill over time, gain experience in the octagon. But like, you have to be presented with challenges and overcome those challenges. That's what this is.
the unfortunate thing about what you guys are saying too is like it's not like these are guys getting decisions or these are guys that are losing. It's like these are guys getting the highest value of finishes. You have to reward that. It's not that you can just like, okay, he's knocking out guys, but he's only 24. We got to hope we can't let him get a ranked opponent yet. It's like if he's doing things that other people in the division aren't, I mean, he's going to climb the ranks faster than other people who are doing the same thing as the other people in the division. Mansoor and or Ateba need to start reaching ranked opponents here soon because they just finish people. I know Cody Brundage wasn't a finish; it was a fucking no contest or whatever. But bro, he literally flatlined. Whatever you want to say, like
Yeah.
this you need to feed him to the wolves. I think
Well,
it's better for him.
right, yeah, and that was going to be my point. Is it's like, look, you can continue to give these guys lower level competition, and they're just going to keep racking up finish after finish after finish. But then eventually, they're still you hit a wall with that. Eventually, you have to move them up one way or another. Doesn't it make sense to actually give them something that is a little bit more like what they're going to experience at higher levels, as opposed to feeding them, just a number of easy wins to the point that they get overinflated value. And the only people who really know the potential for their losses are the people who've been paying attention to every single fight. You know what I'm saying? I mean, these guys have to, it's trial by fire in this sport, every fight. It really
Yeah,
is.
100%.
All right. Well, I mean, aside from that, and I cannot emphasize this enough, get Tricoli out of here. Is there anything else you wanted to say about this one?
I just double down with what you're saying. This is the highest level of mixed martial arts. Get Tricoli out of there.
Has to be. It has to be. If they give this guy another fight, I will be genuinely shocked.
I
Genuinely.
genuinely do want to see him on that random TV station that plays the poker channel, though. Like, I will tell you, like, if I see him playing poker, because that be happening sometimes. Like I'm pretty sure you just be seeing random UFC people at poker events that just be happening on the TV. And Tricoli, if you end up being one of them, I'll stick around to see if you're actually good at what you're talking about. Because there's a reason you're not good at fighting. Maybe you make good money on the table.
For sure. Definitely make sure that if you're looking for him, that you look for the name on the screen because he's one of those guys that goes into the poker tournament with the hoodie and the glasses on. He's got the whole like I don't know why they do that. I guess poker face kind of thing or whatever.
It'll
But
it'll
like,
say Dern at the bottom, right?
yeah, yes, it will. Exactly. Exactly. With a ball and chain connected to it.
There you go.
All right, let's move on to this next one. What a treat this was. This was Ivo Baranchewski versus Ibo Aslan. Ivo versus Ibo. And what I said about this is it is rare, Chase, but every once in a while we get transported back to Pride. This was old school brawling. This was much like Pat Berry and Czech Congo. These dudes were winging shots, not blocking a thing, knocking each other out repeatedly. It was a joy to watch.
This one, I mean, talk about earning fandom. Like this is how you make fans out of somebody because I mean, what can you even say about Ewo here? I mean, he won. He came in here with confidence. and he quickly was shown in the first encounter that, confidence is not always that good, because he did get stuck a little bit. Ebo had his way for a good little exchange, maybe about 12 seconds. He had Ewo on the ropes, but Evo, I think is actually what they were saying. Evo, they you could see it, there was a moment, and this is what you love about fighting so much, is like you can see when the game plan goes out the window. You can see in their mind where it's like, that ain't working. And then there's two things that could happen: they could flee, or they could just decide to fight back, and Evo showcased why and listen, Vegas knows they must be in the future. Like, they literally just must be in the future, because how could they know that this dude was going to actually fight back in the way that he did? I don't know. Again, we talked about it on before. Ebo is a very threatening opponent on the feet. 14 wins, 14 first round knockouts. That is intimidating. But Evo, I mean, I tell you, this is. I have never been more of a fan of somebody like this dude. I even said it right after the fight. If this dude doesn't get performance of the night, this is fucking bullshit. This dude right here, that is a fucking performance right there, because he went in there with a game plan. He was playing it a little safe. You could see that there was something going on there. And then punches started flying, and he said, fuck it. I got to just win this fucking fight. I got to just come out here. And I actually think this is, and maybe Vegas was on something with this. This is the classic battle of chin up versus tucked chin. And Evo had himself a good tucked chin, and he was throwing some really tight hooks. And Ebo just could not fucking get his chin out of there. He just kept it high in the air, and eventually it caught him. And I'm just, this was just a crazy fucking fight. Like, I can't stress enough, guys. Evo is one of my favorite prospects right now, because that is a fucking dog, and it's not something that I could have told you before I watched him. It's not something that I would have been able to guess. I wouldn't have felt right if I would have taken him and then learned that he was some fucking animal. I wouldn't have been like, I fucking knew. That doesn't
You
even make
can't.
sense.
You
Exactly.
you can't, because and how many times have we like seen somebody that gives you that impression only to be completely starched? So it just doesn't
Yes.
make sense to, you got to go with the conventional wisdom on that specifically, I would say. But this is how you make your grand entrance. So yes, Evo, welcome to the UFC. You are right at home here, sir. Like, unlike a Tricoli who needs to get the hell out, this is what we need coming in to backfill that. I thought that this was just a funny note here throughout all of this. Like, I have the whole breakdown of all of the, the shots back and forth, and this guy gets dropped, all this, whatever. We don't need to go through all of that, but they're in the middle of this absolute knockdown drag out, and DC, basically, to his credit, I don't really want to be too mean to him, because I think he was just kind of stunned by everything he was seeing, but he just says, they're just fighting. And I was like, expert commentary, DC. Thank you for that. But he's not wrong, though, because that's really what it was. It was just like, it was a barroom brawl, but it was like, it was an intensity at the level that you need to have in this sport. Like, because the barroom brawl, like, attribution that we sometimes put on fights, that kind of goes in a number of different directions. Like, we talk about that with Drekus. Like,
Mhm.
his are more like an actual bar fight at sometimes, where it's like, it's slower, it's sluggy, but there's good enough action that it's like, it's entertaining. This was like an elevated barroom brawl. Like, this is what you should be seeing if you're going to fight in this style, rock'em sock'em robots like this. This is what you want to have at this level of the sport. And again, it harkens back to an older era of MMA that really does my heart good. I said on the watch along, I was like, this reminded me of a fight you would have seen back when the UFC had the titles, the taglines on their events, UFC 30 fucking collision course or whatever, those kinds of that era. So absolute madness in this fight. What I said also is that I don't know if this is fight of the year, but it is definitely the feel good fight of the year to me in a lot of ways.
This one, I mean, listen, there's a lot of things that fighters need to show you before you could officially label them as like contenders. Like, in your mind, this is a contender. This is or they go from prospect to contender, whatever you want to say. Evo has really, you can even go back to with the fight, and there's different things that this fight showed. But if you go back to the fight of the fight of the century with Vologden and Martinetti, they showed a lot of different things in that fight that we needed to see. They can go long in a fight. They can keep the Martinetti specifically can keep a volume over a long distance of time. But the things that they shared, they could go through a war. That's not something that you really see until they get competition that is worth it. Evo, it wasn't necessarily a 3-round war or like a bloody massacre, but you could tell from the way that he was fighting back from when the shots were landing. He was in it. He was ready for a dogfight. He was not somebody that was gonna give up and let this moment slip from him. Yeah, at 6-0, I mean that's some pretty crazy confidence. I mean, I do. It's not that when I say confidence, it's different from Ebo, because Ebo, again, 14 wins, 14 first round finishes. He came in there and he thought he was going to do some Turkish power, and he did. He dropped him initially, and I'm sure he was ready to finish this fight. But the fact of the matter is, Evo has got that dog in him, and that's something that you got to be able to see before you can label somebody a contender. So now, I got to see if he's able to fight long distance of time. He's never really seen outside of 2 minutes or whatever the fuck it is. So we're gonna have to see what's next for him. Can he, defend takedowns over a long period of time? Can he defend multiple whatever you want to say? Can he defend from a wrestler? There's a lot of different things, but he did a very good thing. He showed me there is a dog inside of him. So whenever it gets gritty, I can count on that to be there.
Yeah, and to that point, also, I want to say, I mean, there was a time recently when we were talking about Aslan where I was saying that, he might be looking at the chopping block based on what we'd seen out of the Elikana fight and, just the recent little spat that he's been on now on a 3-fight losing streak, if, you really break it down. But this is how you keep your job, is fighting like this. I mean, like, especially when you're in the situation that he specifically is in, as I just laid it out. I mean, you can be on a losing streak. Now, the Elikana fight does not help his case, but this is the bounce back, even in defeat, that will keep you around. So I've been seeing in the chat, people saying, don't get rid of him, keep Ebo around. I'm like, it's tough to say because he is on the 3-fight losing streak. But if there's anybody that I think has a good case for staying around now, it would be a fighter that goes out there and fights like that. I mean, one other extra shot could have been the decision maker in his direction. So, I got to hope that they keep him around based on that. Of course, as I had said before, the Elikana fight does kind of color my vision about it, but this is a great way to reshift the focus, recenter the narrative, give the guy one more shot. Hopefully Ebo bounces back after that and then consistently keeps that kind of at least an intensity to keep himself around, because it would suck to get cut off of a performance like this, even in defeat.
Hydra comes in here and says he has a cool nickname and is from a country with a passionate fan base. In his fight, he seemed to go back to an earlier side of his fight, all gas. The funny thing is about that comment, he said he has a cool nickname. Brother, his nickname is Rudy.
Oh, yeah, he's talking about Ebo.
Okay, a last Ottoman. Okay, decent, fine. Okay, fair.
Yeah, but yeah, I did notice that too, though. I'm glad that you mentioned that about Evo, though. Yeah, Rudy. What? I mean, like the film character Rudy.
That's the only thing that I think about. When I think of Rudy, I'm like, oh, that movie that they tried to make me watch in school that I did not care about. So
I,
whatever.
Yeah, perhaps not not the character that you want. It's like if somebody called themselves Sling Blade. It's like
Nice.
it's
Oh,
kind of a hard.
radio. There he is.
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, it's like, okay, I mean, if that's, fine, whatever. But look, I guess if you do what he did, you get to have any nickname you want,
And I'll give you one more reference because hopefully Thinker's that good of a movie buff. You could call him What's Eating Gilbert Grape. There's a good one for you.
Yeah, well, if he starts flicking his nose, you'll know.
Yeah. Anyway.
All right, good deal here, man. I mean, this was a fun one. This was really like, I think when the card started, we got a great submission out of Abdul Malik, of course, but this is where like the card really started to come into its own, I would say. So
I
good
think
time at this point.
I think genuinely I remember the lasting effect from this card as I was sitting here thinking like that Polish guy, man, that he deserves a performance bonus and he deserves some really good favoritism coming soon.
Yeah, absolutely. So hopefully good things coming out of Evo in the future here. And yes, I saw that too. His nickname is from Ice Age. Is that
Okay, Rudy from Ice Age, I guess. I don't know. Didn't see it. I know Sloth, but that's it.
Yeah, exactly. Same. So, fair enough then. Good for him. All right. Moving on to the next fight here. This was one where I had a lot of questions coming into this, a lot about Jalen Turner. This is Edson Barbosa versus Jalen Turner. Uh, I had questioned very extensively Jalen Turner's post-retirement return to the sport mindset. Obviously, those questions were answered in an emphatic way. And I want to say, before I say anything else, I am very happy for Jalen Turner. He, in the post fight, was pretty emotional, and you could see him kind of getting a little overwhelmed. I thought what he said in his post fight was something that resonated with me in a big way. And I say all of these things. I just want to be clear about this, because I had said it on the last episode of this show. I said it on the watch along, but I see a lot of myself in Jalen Turner. I have also, gotten to dark places in times. I understand how that goes. I just know that, like, when I deal with those types of things, I don't have to do it in a fist fight. You know what I'm saying? So that's where the criticism has come from. All of that being said, that is also why I am so happy for him in victory now. Like, he got himself correct. He came back a better version of himself. Granted, you can debate the merits of current day Edson Barbosa, which we certainly can do now. But all in all, just wanted to put front and center, I am very happy for Jalen Turner.
I actually think we'll talk about that post the context of this fight. I think we'll talk about is the point that I'll make here.
Sure.
A funny note, and it's kind of funny, but it's true at the same time. It's the only thing that I think about is Jalen Turner retired because the aftermath of the Bobby Green knockout. People started looking at him different. Whatever you want to say.
Hanato Moicano fight, really, too.
Things like that. Jalen Turner, was in a dark place. The funny part is because if you think about the Bobby Green, you just ruined it with the Moicano thing. But the funny part of the matter, no, yeah, you're good. The Moicano thing, or I'm sorry, the Bobby Green thing. He almost beat this man to death. And so his retirement. Think about all that. His short-lived retirement. He did a lot of thinking. So what did he do to fix his problems? Come and try to kill Barbosa. It was very good on his part. Just go ahead and beat the living hell out of him, because, and I will say this, the emotion that came out of Jalen Turner, you can tell, like, the emotion was there because he loves this shit. But it's not just that. You could tell that he loves it from the emotion. When you watch this fight, you can tell he loves this shit because this was fucking vicious. This was a fucking brutal beatdown. This was Jalen Turner. This wasn't just Jalen. He didn't go in there and fight. He was locked in from the jump. He was, they call it the flow state. I mean, I have never seen somebody just be the flow before. I mean, talk about water. I mean, Jalen Turner walked in there. Every shot was just magical. I mean, he would just blast a 1-2, catch Barbosa, blast an elbow, split Barbosa, get him to the ground, he's dropping some shots, peppering him up, let him up. And then, the body shots are really what the crazy part with this fight was. Jalen Turner was ripping the body so fucking well. It was actually really interesting. The longer shots that he was taking were the ones that were the body shots. And then he was, just blasting him really with these straight 1s and 2s, when they were a lot closer in range. And Jalen Turner is actually just phenomenal on the feet. And if this is what a 6-month retirement is going to do for him, I mean, Jesus Christ, give him the belt now at lightweight. Who's even the title holder now at lightweight? I don't even know. Is it Ilya? Come on. Like,
well, yes, no. To your point about the quality of the striking from Turner in this fight it was really tremendous. I mean, this thing all started really, it was so quick, and then they showed it on the replay, and you saw what the impact was. But that cut to the head with the elbow that he had landed, we didn't get a good shot of it initially, but man, when you saw that land, you were like, okay, this is not going to be a great time for Barbosa here. Opens him up immediately. Barbosa's leaking pretty bad off of that. So the optics just off of rip are not going to be great for Barbosa. But then all of the striking, the knee, like the combo where it's like the punches into knee combos, like those kinds of things, the kicks, the body work was really paying dividend. That's where I had in the notes, there was a time where they went to the ground, and I was like, Edson really should have kept it on the ground for longer. Like, it was unfortunate that he didn't have the instinct to just stay on the ground to try to regroup a little bit. Bro, there's no shame in leg hugging when you're getting pummeled like this. You really should have regrouped a little bit longer. But Edson gets back to the feet, and then there was a trade of body kicks. This I want to highlight. Edson kicks, I think, twice. And Jalen Turner comes back with return shots. Yeah, it's two from Edson. They both had power. Turner eats both of those and returns fire with a kick. And I was like, this is where you saw that this man, besides all of what you just saw, that's a man on a mission right there. Because not only is he putting out all of his power in his shots that were landing himself, but he's also absorbing the damage and eating it like breakfast. So this dude was on a mission. This was a man on a mission type situation here. Edson ended up in a situation where he's a short circuiting robot. Body language is looking terrible towards the end of the round, and or not even at the end of the round, in the middle of the round, really. I mean, it was only halfway through the thing, and he was already really battered. So Edson, he's a longtime veteran, and shout out to him for keeping in it as long as he could. But Jalen Turner came back with a point to prove this is Jalen Turner 2.0.
I'm not gonna sit here. There'll be a couple different ones where I'm gonna sit here and be like, "Well, I was right," and other people were wrong. This one, I feel like I felt this one was coming. I mean, Jalen Turner, again, 6-month retirement did wonders for him because he came out and did exactly what I thought he was going to do. I mean, everything that I thought he was capable of. The body shots, I'm telling you, that was the biggest surprise to the game, is he was really fluid in his striking. I mean, when it came to just mixing up the combinations, teeping, again, we know this. Jalen Turner is massive. He's long. He can do very good things. But I was very confident he was going to finish this one early, and he finished it a lot quicker than I mean, this felt like a 30-second beatdown. I mean, 2.5 minutes is pretty crazy because it felt like, I mean, Edson walked in there and left in a car crash, like instantly.
You're very right. Yeah, it's true. It's Edson Barbosa. It's like I had said on the predictions episode. Edson Barbosa has been in the organization since 2010. He's a very long time fighter at this point. That's kind of what I led with. All of the questions that I had about Turner instantly answered. So I take it completely in stride that I was 10,000% incorrect about the prediction, because this is the new version that he came in to be. Like, he all questions answered. That's all that I ever need. I will gladly be wrong about a situation like this if this is the outcome that you get out of it. So on the other side of that coin, though, Edson Barbosa, it really is time to start thinking about hanging it up. You had a very close, not great performance against Drakkar Klose. You just got insanely dominated, decimated by Jalen Turner. You've done everything that you need to do in this sport, bro. You've got some of the greatest highlights. The Terry Edom knockout will always be cemented in history. It might be time to start thinking about the next phase.
Listen, even Bloomis said this in my chat, or he texted in the Discord. He was like, that wheel kick was 10 years ago, guys. Give it a rest, please.
That's
Like,
exactly the point, dude. It's like you have the highlight already. You are going to be on every knockout highlight reel ever when it comes to the best of the UFC, because that really was an early
yes.
version of like one of the most scary looking. I mean, the way that he went down stiff as a board, like that image is burned. I think a lot of people had said. A couple people in the chat, I believe, on the watch along were saying, it was knockouts like that got them into the sport. So really, if you break it down even deeper, like Edson Barbosa has given what he needed to give to this sport. He was always going to be a legend, whether or not, it's to you personally, to the sport of mixed martial arts. Edson Barbosa will always be a legend, and as far as I'm concerned. So like, go forward with that as the understanding, and realize that, the tides are what they're going to be, man. You can't just keep having this. It's just not good. It's not good.
100%.
So, all right. But yes, shout out to Jalen Turner. I'm very, very glad that he's back. And I can't wait to see him continue to do that. That's just, going to be the next question. But I have a lot more answers now than I had before. So go forth, young son. Go make it happen in your next fight. I'm very excited for that. And I am a big supporter of him.
100%.
All right. Well, next fight up. Okay. So granted, I'm gonna preface this one as well. This is Marvin Vettori versus Bruno Ferreira. We had a very long discussion about this one last episode. The preface is Ferreira missed weight by 3 pounds. That, in my estimation, if you went back into the conversations that I was having about it, I thought that this was going to go the exact opposite direction as to what I had predicted. I was like, Ferreira missing weight. He's not a weight miss guy. Generally, at least, I don't think that I had seen him have a weight miss or knew of one from before.
It's the second time.
Oh, is it a second time? Okay, see, I had asked that, and no one gave me any clarification on it. So if it is the case, then maybe I was just misinformed about that aspect of it. But either way, what I had said, not exactly to the letter, came true. But I do think that a lot of the prediction here was correct. So, Chase, is there anything you'd like to say to your boy?
Vittori is unfortunately eh, he's just never gonna be that
He's
guy.
mid at best.
I mean, it's not even just mid. I mean, listen, I know you guys you clown and say that he does nothing and he's got pillow hands and he does nothing, but I genuinely saw doing nothing this fight. I mean, it came down to the last like what happened in my opinion was right to a T. Marvin was going to be able to outlast Bruno. Bruno's going to gas early, which he did. He gassed after the first fucking round.
What? He
Oh,
was
for sure,
he was not gassed in that third round, bro.
mate. Listen,
Gassed?
yeah, for sure. Bruno was definitely tired. Vittori was just not able to do anything because he doesn't have. It's not like people have the switch. There's just no available electricity in the building for Vittori here. He doesn't have the ability to go for a finish. The commentary's damn near yelling at him like, dude, you have Bruno on the ropes here. Like not even on the ropes because he could never get him to the ropes, but it's like you're down 2-0. You've done nothing to this point. Go, you got to do the something now. Like if it doesn't make sense how bad he was. Yeah, exactly. But Vittori didn't even try to finish the fight. It's crazy. And Anakin, you're right. Bruno still threw the harder shots. That's the unfortunate part is Vittori could have won. He could have beat the damage by volume, but he did not do any of the volume. I mean, he's a cardio machine, sure. Like, I mean, he got to the bell. He looked tired in the third, but like, use some of the fucking cardio to like you utilize skills. I don't know. It's like I
I mean,
have
he
faith
looked
in
gassed
him.
to me. You're talking about Fajeda gassing. I said that Marvin was gassed by like
No,
midway
he
through the
was. He
third. Yeah,
was. Marvin was for sure.
couldn't follow up power shots. He was, to his credit, he was trying to throw some of those power shots, but it's just he couldn't follow up any of them, and so he landed like one, but like he wouldn't have the follow up shots. Really, this thing started. All things considered, this was not a great fight. I would say. I
No,
mean,
it
like,
was pretty fucking bad.
yeah,
Yeah.
this was a pretty, again, a middling fight at best. But I said that the first round of this thing was close because Marvin wasn't throwing and Bruno was throwing too far at range. Like, they weren't trying to get into range with each other. They were really respecting each other a little bit too much. There was that one time where Marvin was trying to level change and Bruno banana peeled himself, overthrowing the kick. That was
Yeah.
funny. But so yeah, I mean, there were a couple of decent connections for Bruno that ended up sort of being the thing. But then he finally did go to the wrestling in the third, and I was like, finally, I'm surprised it took so long. But you could have negated all of this by just doing that earlier because Marvin is a sluggy power puncher with an amazing chin, but very limited technicality. He is an upper mid-level tier fighter, and that is what he is going to stay. He belongs out of the rankings and this is how you get there. So I mean, overall, I'm very satisfied with the conclusion of this, even if the fight was pretty shit.
Yeah, I mean, I could care less about listen, I could care less about the performances here. I mean, it was bad, but it doesn't really mean anything for Bruno. Like I said, with all the other names that have beaten Marvin Vittori, they've styled on him. Bruno put up a boring performance. So, like I was saying before, I mean, all the levels and the names that match up with Vittori, Bruno Fajeda's on the lower end of, a Jared Cannonier, Sean Strickland, and Israel. It's not, you can list can go, Rob Whitaker, and list could go on. The fact that he put up the worst performance out of all of those speaks to what I was alluding to is he's not one of these guys. People are gonna glaze and be like, he whooped Marvin Vittori for 3 rounds, unanimous decision. What do you want to do? Here, I mean, sure, if that's what you want to run with, but that's your money that you're gambling with. I personally will be using my brain and understand that Bruno Fajeda gave 2 rounds. The third round was fine. He did win. But it's the fact that Vittori did nothing. Hydra even said it, and I'm glad he said it this way because this is exactly what I mean. Vittori is a cardio machine, not a cardio while fighting machine, because he doesn't fight. Like he walks forward, and like every time you'll be like, oh shit, he ate that. And then it's like nothing. You continue on with the fight, and then it's like, holy shit, he did it again. Like
Yeah, I'm
I'm
telling you,
tired of it.
it's Felicia Spencer syndrome in action. I say being a tough punching bag is not the seeds of a winning fighter. It never has been. Taking a massive amount of damage is certainly impressive, and really, I mean, that's, I think, sad to say. He certainly could have been better. We were talking about this on the watch along too. That Italy, an underrepresented country in the sport of mixed martial arts, he could have been the Italian dream that he claims to be, as his nickname. But no, what his legacy is going to be in this sport is a dude who could take anything that was thrown at him and eat it. And that is certainly in and of itself an impressive thing, but is it a winning formula? Definitely not. You see it fight over fight. So yeah, this is really the logical conclusion of a Marvin Vettori. Now, to Anakin's question, does he get cut? No, he's definitely not going to get cut over this. I mean, he had been too close to the top for this type of thing to be the thing that has him cut. But what he's going to be now is he's going to essentially be a gatekeeper, I would say. I think that what you do is you start putting a whole bunch of middleweights that have the punching power against him and be like, who's going to be the guy that can actually put him down? Because that guy is going to make a name off of this guy.
Well, you just put him up against him, and he didn't do it. So, what's next for Bruno if he's supposed to be the guy that could knock everybody out, and he didn't knock out Vettori? I mean, this is the UFC. They set Bruno up to have a style on Vettori, and it wasn't. It was a performance that would be a split decision if it was anybody other than Vettori, and if it was a unanimous decision, and it would be a unanimous decision if it was anybody inside the top five. They would beat Bruno. Bruno missed weight. He looked pudgy. What are we going to do about this? What happened?
Let me pose another question then to that, and maybe it'll inform the answer here. So, if we are in kind of a continuing, I want to say that middleweight is just like in this slow phase of evolution that has been kind of working itself out, but just is continuing on. If it takes Bruno Ferreira going through a number of these guys that were in the rankings, higher up in the rankings for a little while, and just having to clear them out, you don't think he's going to be able to do that? If he went up against a Cannoneer right now, that's a no way kind of situation.
Uh, I think that might be a good. Well, they know, Jared's in the same boat as Vittoria. It's like he's older, but he's like an iron chin kind of deal.
Right.
It's like we've already tested if Bruno can get that older kind of guy out of there. It's the same thing with Jan Blachowicz. It's like we tested. We'll wait for it later, but same thing. It's like we're testing if they can get the old guy out of here. Are they really the power puncher that we believe they are? If so, they should be able to get this guy into retirement. And if they can, it's like, well, maybe we missed the mark on it. And I think Bruno, I never really thought it was world-ending power here. I mean, Dustin Stoltzfus was fine walking forward until Bruno threw everything he had into a spinning elbow. And that's just not going to cut it against everybody.
Well, so I think that you answered my question without directly answering it. But what I think ends up happening here is that Bruno Ferreira becomes the next Vettori, or not necessarily with all the same attributes, but if it all works out the way that you're saying, I mean, I'm not necessarily 100% sold that this guy can't go out there and do it against Marvin Vettori. Is a freak chin. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that is the attribute. That's what I'm saying. That's going to be his legacy. So I'm not necessarily sold that he can't do better things against other fighters higher up. But if it is how you're looking at it, where he's just kind of like a mid-level guy that's just happens to be ascending up the rankings higher, reaching a little bit too close to the sun kind of thing, then the next generation needs the same type, or doesn't need it, but will end up getting the same type of versions of these fighters that we have now, and he becomes that. So, whatever the case may be, I mean, I think that it's just good for him that he is able to ascend the rankings now. He's going to have a lot more tougher opposition going up higher, and we'll just have to see how those matches play out. But for right here, I mean, I think that if we still have questions about Fajeda, we don't have any more questions about Vettori. I think that's the ultimate point here.
Yeah, but like you said, Vittori's going to stick around. We talked about Sam Alvey earlier, but that guy had 9 losses in a row before he left the UFC. So,
that's the whole thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Vittori's not leaving. I mean, he's going to go. He's not in the rankings anymore. He'll be dropped out of the rankings. He'll pretend like he needs to fight his way back into the rankings. He won't. He'll stay right there underneath the rankings. Which, as I said, I think that is the exact right place for Marvin Vettori. He is. If my tier system that I have, he is the highest level of non-ranked fighter. like that echelon of this sport, as far as I can see. The chin makes it that way. The lack of technicality makes it that way. Combine those two together, he can be the gatekeeper to the rankings, and that's just going to be fine to me.
Um, Anakin Allen versus Bruno would be fun. I hate to break it to everybody in the chat. Yeah, Hydra. Allen subs him. I think his casting is so much better. Allen does whatever the fuck he wants to
I
Bruno. I mean,
I was
that's
going
an
to say
easy
that.
fucking fight.
I was going to say that Delete is probably the better one,
Yeah,
of the choice there, because
it's
I
a
saw that.
safer option if the UFC is truly trying to build stock into Bruno.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. I think that based on where both of them are right now, I think that that's probably the match to make, depending on how high they want to jump him up. But Roman's probably not that high anymore himself. I would think maybe 10, if
Yeah,
that,
true.
so. But anyway, so either way, all of that said, I'm very happy about this. As I said, I didn't say it on the last episode, but I'll say it here. Marvin Vettori is an anti-Semite, and I do not appreciate that. So fuck him. And I'm glad that he is out of the rankings. Bruno Ferreira, congratulations. We move on.
All right, fair.
All right, next fight up, Nazim Sadikov versus Fares Zayam. Well, Chase, we talked a little bit about this with Tricoli, but this was the worst Sadikov performance that I have personally ever seen. When you pair that with Jason Herzog refereeing this fight, is this an Cash Patel situation?
Listen, this was the first fight that we got to see Jason Herzog come back for, and you instantly realized it because you go, holy shit, Herzog's back. And this is after the statistics have released that Herzog did not, referee about at all in November. And it's hard to believe, and you don't really think about it, but that is the fact. That is what they say. He did not do an official referee bout in the UFC in the entirety of November. So he comes back, and you instantly see, oh shit, Herzog's back. Now, you can see clearly that he's like trying to be on his fucking A game. Like, he is not trying to fuck this up to start, of course. And
Amazing that he still somehow stumbles his way into it, huh?
that's what's interesting about this. That's what's genuinely interesting because he's doing a lot of stuff that's making you think like he's no bullshit today. He wants to make it look like there is no investigation possible for him. Like, he's clear cut by the books. Fares Zaim, I'm not trying to take away any performance away from him because damn, it was good. I mean, we'll talk about Sadikov here in a second, but Zaim looked really fucking good. Actually proved me wrong in a lot of regards. I mean, he really showed that, like, the skill set is. I haven't seen it in his heart yet. I haven't seen him pull that dog out of his heart yet. With Mike Davis, I mean, his knee. I mean, that was definitely dogged. True, but when this performance, this is looked like a fighter who wanted. They wanted to fight. Like, they're walking in and they're putting themselves in the position that could potentially get them hurt against a very dangerous striker, but he had the confidence to go ahead and get this one done. I mean, listen, shout out to Fares Zaim, but the finish, crazy finish because you have a lot of things going on. You have a lot of unanswered shots, and then you have a stoppage with 1 second left, and it happens to be by the referee that is being investigated by the FBI, quote unquote.
Well, that's let's talk about the finish
Yeah,
in just a second here,
yeah.
because I wanted to say, obviously I'm memeing a little bit with the Cash Patel accusations here. For as I am took control of this fight in a really
Mhm.
solid way. Sadikov, for whatever reason, really had I want to try to give him a little bit of credit on this, even though I don't think he necessarily deserves it. But like, when you are fighting an opponent that has the physical attributes of Zayam, he's super tall, he is super lean, very long. He's like the alien, the xenomorph. He's got that kind of build to him, the long limbs. It can be a situation for a smaller guy where it's like it's hard to navigate into the positions that you are best at. And Sadikov has good close range striking. Like, if he's able to get like the knockout that he got against the Bonfim, where it was like the short range question mark sort of kick, like a modified question mark side kick, that takes a certain position to be able to pull that off. You're not going to be able to pull that off against a guy with the attributes that Zayam has. So I think the game plan was not wrong in trying to tie Zayam up against the cage, trying to tire him out a little bit, wear him down so that maybe you could start striking a little bit later, because that's basically what happened here. It was a lot of clinching, and then eventually Zayam taking control of the ground game. But, so that didn't go to plan. But the idea was like, you wear him out a little bit, and then, okay, round 2, we're going to reset, we're going to strike. I gotta at least think that maybe there's some logic to that. that aside, Zaim just wasn't having any of what you thought was going to happen. Nazim Sadikov, he was going to make this his fight, and so if you want to go to the ground, I will octopus you, which he very much did. I thought the body triangle looked really solid from him, like to have that position with the long legs that you have, like good deal, my man. And then to come in that second round and have Sadikov be essentially scared to get into range still because he didn't want to go back to the ground. All of the elements were working really well for Zaim. He stayed in it. The instincts were good. Got to give him credit. Finish we'll talk about in a second.
Listen, I've seen a lot in my time already, and I've been here before, so I'm gonna go ahead and say that when it comes to somebody who 11-2, right? It's not. I haven't seen a lot of performances from Sadikov. I saw the last performance and I saw this one. But if this is what an off night, quote unquote, looks like from Sadikov, I want nothing to do with it.
Fair.
I absolutely have no business being any. Listen, I respect a lot of great fighters, and there's a lot of good fighters that I have respect for. And I'm not trying to say, and I'm not trying to start that off by saying I don't have respect for Sadikov, of course. But when it comes to the performance that you have that isn't on your best night, I mean, you didn't even show me that you were, ready to dog it out. Like, 7 fucking strikes. I mean, you're an elite level striker, is what I thought going into this. And the dude, 18-4 ain't no glorious record, but he put a pace on you, and he showed you the fight that you weren't expecting. And it's as if you had no fucking game plan past, I'm gonna whoop him on the feet, like so.
Well, this is why, I shout out to Anakin for bringing it up, but he looked completely like a different person in this fight. That's why I'm like, it's almost bizarre to me, and that's kind of where the Akash Patel sort of comes from, and maybe a little bit of a inkling in the back of my mind, only because if you go back to the Nicholas Mata fight, that was a ridiculous war. I mean, they went that was blow for blow. That there were flex of fight of the year conversations in a fight like that. Where was that guy? He was
Yeah.
not here tonight. I mean, that was a completely, as I said, this was literally the worst performance of Sadikov that I have ever seen. So, I mean, I understand the thought process from what you're coming from, but it's like there is information that informs a better version of him. But what you're saying, there is validity to it, because if this is the poorest that it gets, that's unacceptable poorness.
Yeah, I mean, I listen. I'm gonna be the one not to. I We could all talk about Cash Patel and talk about Herzog, but if I'm gonna base it off of the performance and the fighter, I mean, if this is an off night, if this is just no, no, fuck, no chance can I just go ahead and be like, this is not excusable. I mean, I get Zaim is actually a good fighter, but like you just you completely folded to the pressure. I guess all gambling scandals aside, you did nothing, and then you got whooped, and you let for Zaim showcase a lot of different skill sets on you. That's the worst thing you can do. It's not that you can get flatlined in a minute. It's not that you can get a 3-round war and a split decision. The worst thing you can do is have an opponent show that they can do anything that they want in this cage, and
Right.
it's
The
just going to
blank
build their
canvas.
confidence. Yeah,
Right. Yeah, no, absolutely. No, I agree. I agree. I mean, again, it was almost bizarre to me, like seeing Sadikov in this situation based on what we have seen out of him before. And yeah, you're right. We got a lot of great looks out of Ziam. We got a lot of really things that you sort of already knew, but now are seeing just done consistently. And of course, in this sport, consistency is key. So, all things considered, very solid performance for Ziam. And then, of course, as we have alluded to, the finish of this fight was a little bit strange, so we can go through that aspect of it. Basically, what happened here is as the clapper sounded, Ziam starts landing some heavy elbows, and to his credit, very, very nice heavy elbows. Really, he was looking to finish the fight. It's exactly what you're supposed to do up until that horn sounds, so good for him. The round ends. You said earlier that with 1 second left. No, there was no 1 second left. I made the joke on the watch along. This
true.
should have, when Bruce Buffer was announcing this thing, he should have said at 5 minutes and 2 seconds of the second round. Because it was after the horn had sounded, but after the round ends, Herzog stops the round and the fight at the same time. He waves off the fight. Now, what we've said about this, or what I had said on the watch along, is that you can stop fights between rounds. So it's not the worst situation that it possibly could have been. It's not the weirdest thing we have seen, not even the weirdest thing we saw on this card. However, it is just mind-boggling to me that Jason Herzog is the man who always has to explain his stoppages to the teams after the fight. Every fight, he's in the corner of the fighters having to say, well, this happened this way because of this and blah, blah, blah. He's got his little song and dance, this whole spiel that he has to do every time that this man is refereeing a fight now, it seems. So it's just crazy that it's him. Not the worst one ever, but just it does not do any benefit to the already the reputation amongst the streets.
Yeah, 100%.
So anyway, anything else on that?
No, shout out Faraz Zaim. I know a lot of people do not have big fandom of these French fighters, but I am decently fans of them. So.
I'd said last week, I think he's probably my favorite French fighter. It's certainly the one that I think has the potential to do the best right now. I think that he,
favorite, BSD's got to be the favorite. Man.
I mean, I could see it, but I mean, as far because I like that BSD is like the warrior instinct, go in marauder, and I certainly can understand that. I think that Zayam has a technicality to him that it speaks to me in a way. So I'm with that. I'm with both of them. France is doing great, dude. We just talked about Italy. I thought it was very like an interesting comparison. It's like both European nations, both first world nations, both nations that theoretically could be farther up in the sport. France just gets it legalized recently and now has a very nice showing. Italy needs to catch up, I suppose. But for an emerging market in the sport, shout out to France. Very happy for them.
100%. 100%.
Well, somebody else that I am very happy for is Macy Barber actually making it to her fight. This is Macy Barber versus Karini Silva. I'm glad that she made it to this fight healthy, and I'm glad that she was able to overcome all of the dirt ball bullshit that Karini Silva was doing in this fight, because you talk about some referee fuckery. Ironically, Chase, this was very ironic if you go back to the watch along. We earlier in the watch along were talking about referees. It was one of Mark Smith's earlier fights that he was reffing on this card, and we were saying, of all the current referees, Mark Smith is one of the better ones, man. He's a guy that doesn't have all these same level of controversies that you hear about with the other referees. And then he ends up having a number of weird things, including this fight, go on this card. So what'd you think of this one?
This one, I mean, I'm gonna upset you apparently, because you said this was a very good performance from Macy, which it was.
Yeah.
I could care less. She was supposed to fight Aaron. What is she fighting some fucking bum now? Like, and she's going to fucking 3 rounds with her. Like, I mean, if you're supposed to be some good fucking person, okay, cool. You whooped on Karini Silva. Yeah, well, you're supposed to fight Aaron fucking Blanchfield. Yeah, I know. Yeah, okay, you beat somebody who's not ranked, who's not good. I don't care if she had a win streak. She just lost to Vivian Arujo last fight. Okay, Macy Barber, finish her. You're supposed to be fighting top competition. You're supposed to be very, very good. You're not supposed to be getting kicked and then fucking wobbling off some fucking. Listen, we go to this was the second round or third round, whatever it was. We get an up kick from Karini Silva where Macy Barber is still on the mat. And Macy Barber, flips, she flips out like, come on, this is the second time she did this. And then she gets to her feet. And then she puts on, I'm assuming, some performative work where she stumbles around the cage.
You think so?
Mate, come on. Listen. I watch a lot of WWE, guys. I genuinely don't think that was somebody. If she was genuinely stumbling around, we stop Mark Smith.
It was a single stumble.
No, dude, she tried to milk that a little bit. Like, I don't know if she was trying to get like a DQ win or something. Like, she was trying to sell it. Like, oh my gosh, she kicked me while I was down. Like, and then just like, but like in the moment, it's like, one, you looked really goofy to the fandom because like, aren't you supposed to be some dominant fighter? Like, you get kicked like that. It's like, yeah, you of course you got to fucking kick me in the chin. You think that that's going to win? No, I'm going to get right back to where I went, which is actually funny about that position too, because the fight started back up. Karini Silva puts her hands up, and then Macy Barber just slowly takes her down again. It's like the slowest takedown you've ever seen in your life, which, again, Macy Barber, great performance, sure, but this is not this is not anybody good. Like,
all right, well, all right. Let me rebuttal some of this because up until about halfway through what you were saying, I was going to be like, chat, throw a bunch of W's in there.
They're already doing it for me, so continue.
All right. Well, fair enough. Okay. So what you said initially, You're 10,000% correct. I mean, the fact that this fight is even happening, that this fight had to happen, is ridiculous. Whether or not, it's what we said last week, whether or not Macy was, if it was out of her control, within her control, either way, it does not look good in the grand scheme of things that she did not make it to that fight night of, main event canceled. This is always going to be hanging over her. And this fight, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, of course you're supposed to win this fight. Go out there and finish it. You're cooking on all fronts. As far as the foul goes, I mean, I think I don't know. Maybe I'm a softie. Maybe I'm a mark over here.
It
I
was
it
the
didn't.
second time, dude. She tried it
Well,
already in the beginning.
let me break it down a little bit. So I have this cordoned off here. Silva gets warned about the up kicks to a downed opponent in the first round. From what it looked like, the up kick didn't actually fully land, and Mark Smith will say that to her later on. So if we're really going backwards a little bit and taking a step back, I can kind of give Mark a little hair of a benefit of the doubt on that. But that's the start off point for all of this. Silva lands the up kick or the kick to the downed opponent, goes heel to cheek on Macy in the second round. Smith tells her it was a glancing blow. He tells her that. And so I'm like, bro, you didn't even watch the replay or anything. I mean, like that you like how you, it's just as he saw it, I guess. So Macy walks her way to the corner. Let me finish. The Nevada State Athletic Commission Executive Director, Jeff Mullins, tells Smith it was not a glancing blow. This is the man with the replay. Smith does not go to look at the replay thereafter, does not take the point, does not return Silva to the ground. So if you're saying that Macy is milking this thing, whatever, that's a separate issue, and that can be assessed as such. I'm not a fan of that, of course, if that is the case. However, regardless of all of that, I think that there was a mishandling in this situation, just in the fact that Mark Smith seemed to have all the information that he thought he needed without having any of it.
I think because the situation was pretty funny. Yes, she gets kicked, and then I think it was two different conversations happening. I think Mark Smith was responding to one part of it. So Macy Barber, she's like, that's the second time she did that. And he's like, no, the first time was a glancing blow. Don't do that. I think that's what he was trying to go for there. But it came out as no, it was a glancing blow, you know? And she's like, and we're all like, glancing blow on the second one. Like, come on, look, we're looking at the replay. And I'm pretty sure I even heard him say, like, the first one was a glancing blow. The
Right.
second one, something like that. So
Yeah, well, and that's, I think, to the point of like why I could give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt when it comes to not taking the point. But still, I mean, like, if that is what it was, fine. Like, I'll give it that. But like, go watch the replay. Go. I mean, like, like that, because my whole thing with point deductions when it comes to something like that is it fight altering? Again, take out the potential acting performance if that's what you think it is. The fact that it landed where it landed could have been fight altering, and that is the definition of when a point should be deducted. So I am of the mindset that even if it was the first time, if it is a fight altering infraction, then it should, because, like, think about it if in terms of eye pokes. If it was an eye poke to the point of literally blinding a person, doesn't matter if it's the first one or the second one. No, it should be at least a point deduction at that point. And we talk about certain people, we'll leave that to the side. Anyway, point is, you get what I'm saying, though. It's like it's about the severity of it in the moment and how it affects the overall fight dynamic. That, I think, is why it should have been a deduction.
Macy falls in this category, and I'm going to talk about, she falls in the category of fighter that I'm going to talk about for a second, because, and there's two different aspects to what I'm going to say. There's a fighter out there, and this is the fighter that I really like, who, when a foul happens, they don't really give a they care. Obviously we take our allotted time, if it's an eye poke, it's a dick kick, whatever, but they don't complain about it. They in their mind, it is time to whoop their fucking ass and finish this fight. Then there's also a fighter who's up 2 rounds to zip, or maybe it's 1-1, whatever Chad is believing here. And then they have to cry and complain about every fucking illegal strike because they have to try to get some sort of one up to make sure that they're going to win this fight, because they have no idea that they're going to finish the fight. Yuri Prohaska is somebody that comes to mind. Every time you talk about it, when it comes to just being a fucking Chad warrior spirit, I mean, the dude will get eye poked 7 fucking times. And Shout out to him. He's a fucking Chad. He's gonna go on and fight through it, you know, and he's done it before. I know Seven is egregious for this, but like Macy Barber in this situation, being up 2-0 in my opinion, and you're looking for the ref still to just like give you the fucking fight. It's like, how about you go fucking win it, girl? How
Is
about
there
you go do it? I
Is
don't
there
know.
but is there nothing to be said for fighters that just want a fair fight, period, though? This is what gets lost in your
It's
thinking about
fighting.
this, though. Yeah,
It's fighting though. It's
I
never gonna be fair. There's always
it
that
is
like that's the point of
it's a
competition.
bro, it's a perfect you're negating your own point there. In every other sport that you take points away, you take fouls, or you take so you can keep it fair.
But
This is a
no, but
professional
every
sporting competition.
No, but there's where you're wrong. There are a rule set for every sport, but every sport always has the players that know how to bend the rules set for their advantage. That is
Oh
part
my
of the
god.
competition. That is part of it.
So inherent cheating is just you
It's
gotta
not cheating if you don't get if you don't get caught and there's no penalty
ah,
to it.
this
I'm being
guy.
serious. I'm
It
being
ain't
serious.
cheating. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying over here.
That is a genuine thing that some players play by, and
Oh my
if you're
god.
not acknowledging that, if you wanna, you can grunt and moan about it, but it's a fact of the matter. If you don't take that into account, if you don't understand that that's how some players play, Karine Silva did so many dirty things and got away with it, and all she gets is a unanimous decision loss. Potentially could have won if she would have won that third round, and all she had to do was just not get caught doing it one more time. You know what I mean? Like, the fact is these players exist. I'm not the one in the sport doing it. I'm just telling you that that is a fact. Players exist like that, and I happen to like them because those are people that win those fights sometimes. So
All right. Well, whatever the case may be, I take a different viewpoint of all of that. Yeah, I kind of go with the CTE viewpoint there, saying cheating should be punished. Like have a fairer sport, then those people don't have that advantage. Yes, there are always going to be people who try to bend the rules and skate around, but you can at least make the sport as fair as possible and officiate it as fair as possible, so that that cheaters never prosper, as the old saying goes.
I definitely agree with this take right here from CTE. You've only signed up for what's in the rules. That's what you've consented for. Yes, but here's the thing. When and I say when because this is going to be a thing. The UFC has already confirmed that they are not only looking for AI to do judging, sort of. They're looking for the AI to do other things for the company. And what I think potentially you could start to get into is everybody is going to be replaced. Everything that you could think of that is meaningful to the sport is going to be replaced by AI. If the camera was able to have some sort of AI that could pick up on every illegal movement or illegal strike and it stopped the fight and took a point from everybody, it would ruin the sport. Human objection is what actually brings a lot of entertainment to what we have here. And if you guys want, black and white, you want the in this context, you want the AI to know what is right, what is wrong, you would never have entertaining sport. You would have
Yeah,
them
but
all stopped in the first round.
we're not asking for that. We're asking for the human beings to officiate and administer the sport in a more fair way. That's
Un-
all that it is. Is that Karine Silva pulls these dirtball moves that she gets punished for it, and it shouldn't be that you're looking at Macy Barber saying, oh, because she's protesting and wanting the fight to be fair, that she's somehow a lesser fighter for it. Macy Barber in this fight was actually really looking good. I mean, like aside from all of this shenanigans here, she was the one landing the powerful shots. I mean, like there was a time at the end of the first round after Silva had her on the ground for a good amount of time. She breaks out of that. She's landing some heavy ground and pound. She's got a good power in her hands. So my point is that if it's not a fair fight to begin with, you don't get an athlete who's able to showcase those skills. You get a cheater who's able to cheat their way to victory, and it's a bullshit deal for the person who actually is the rightful winner.
Maybe I'm just going to be siding with the referees here, but there are referees at children's events who are doing it for the love of the game. And you can't, there are people who are mad at that. The parents will be mad at them. It's not like you're expecting everybody to be perfect. We're at the top level of mixed martial arts. We have the best referees in the game, and you still think that they could be doing something different than
But
what
not
they.
not applicable to this situation, though. What I was saying, I said about the replay, brother. This dude is sitting here with the ability to rewatch the incident. He's got his executive director telling him that it's not a glancing blow. Like, just do the right thing. I'm not saying that you have to be perfect. I'm saying that if you have, like, in the moment, of course things happen. I'm the first person to give the referees the benefit of the doubt when it comes to that. I make entire videos about saying how tough of a job it is. But now we have a replay system in place. Have protocols in place that allow for fairness. That's all that I'm asking for. I know that there's always going to be a sliding scale with it. This sport is very variable heavy. This is the most unpredictable sport that there is. And it's also the most subjective sport that there is. So there's always going to be variation. Just make that confines better. You make the sport better overall, I say. And then you don't get a potential Carini Silva victory, which would have been bullshit here.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, I know it would have been bullshit, and I wouldn't have disagreed with you there. But I would have actually laughed and said, Macy Barber, that's exactly what you fucking get. That's what you fucking get for not coming out here and actually putting on a performance that's meaningful. I
Oh my
mean,
God, she did though.
mate, it's against somebody that's 15 ranks lower than who she was supposed to be fighting. You know,
Those are two
like,
separate points, I would say.
but like, everybody's like, oh, she can only fight the people that are in front of her. It's like, she didn't fucking fight
No, but that's why I was saying you were cooking early. I'm with you on that. I'm not
it,
fighting that at
no,
all.
it's not two separate points. That's all that I'm trying to get here is, I mean, she can do whatever the fuck she wants to lower ranked people. If she goes up to the next rank and pulls out every time, then she gets a lower ranked opponent. I can't glaze a win streak if it's somebody that's keeps getting if we keep moving the goalpost here. If she's on a 6 fight win streak, 4 fight win streak, then she gets a step up in competition. She doesn't end up fighting that person. The fight gets canceled. Then she steps down in competition. She wins again. 5 fight win streak, my ass. What the fuck you get a canceled bout for? Why aren't you fighting that person? So if Macy Barber actually gets a step up in competition for somebody that is not a random Brazilian named Silva, like, you can't even make this up right now. Like,
Yeah, for real.
so
Yeah, she got generic NPC Silva.
it's just crazy to me. Like, she had her moment, and I understand that did not come, but I'm not going to sit here and glaze this performance because one, she didn't fucking finish her. Two, she didn't fucking put on no masterclass.
No, I wouldn't go
Three,
that far.
three, she almost fucking lost according to other people. Like,
I wouldn't go that far either.
well,
All right, fair enough then.
according to you, she didn't get the point taken, so we potentially could have got a robbery. Like, that's how dominantly you weren't. Like, I don't know.
I'll give you that. I will give you that. I'm fine with all of what you're saying on that part, but you know how I'm always going to default to fairness, and I don't care what fight it is. This is an extenuating circumstance. All of what you're saying there. I want
Talk
fair
about no,
competition.
no, we want fairness and equality, dude. Call a spade a spade. The chat is saying it right now. Most boring fight on the card right here, right now. Like, I
I
don't
mean,
know,
all of the
dude.
bullshit made it exciting to me. Not exciting, but it made it interesting at least. Made it
Okay,
fascinating. I mean,
fair.
and then the fact that Carini Silva, just to cap off all of the dirtball stuff, that she nearly got away with the fence grab at the very end too. A lot
Mhm.
of people not talking about that one. So two potential fouls that three really, if you want to say that there might have been some connection on the first up kick. So I'm saying that Carini Silva is a bit of a dirtball. Macy looks good when she's healthy against a random Silva, and Mark Smith botched this one a little bit. A little bit. This is again not the worst botch, but still I would say somewhat of a botch. And that's really all I got to say about this one.
Yeah, this thankfully it sucks, but
Actually, I'll say one last thing. I am starting a petition to never let Joe Rogan talk about the dead Archer submission ever again. I don't know if you caught this on the commentary, but Joe Rogan, there's the dead Archer, which is basically a triangle with both arms through, and Joe Rogan constantly talks about this like people are actually trying to go for this submission. I don't even know if it's actually real. I think that he might have made it up himself in his own mind, but either way, he talks about this every time that people are in guard in a position even close to a triangle. This has to stop. We need to start this petition. Somebody get on petition.org for this for me.
100%.
All right. Well, after all of that Macy Barber nonsense here, another one. This is very similar to the Evo extravaganza. This is Terrence McKinney versus Chris Duncan, and I was very happy to be correct about Chris Duncan being able to weather the Terrence McKinney storm here. This was Evo versus Ebo plus actual technique, which I was like, man, that's a really entertaining fight. So this one really came through in a good way. I enjoyed this fight very much.
So I'm gonna listen, this is the context for this fight as well. I'm just gonna add on to it. So Hydra with the cook right here. Brazilian fighter is a dirtball. Barber is boring and unlikable. In other shocking news, Terrence McKinney got finished in the first round. So what can you say? I mean, you knew it was coming. This dude, I I believe it now. I used to be of the assumption that you got to bet decision because one of these days it's coming. It's not. It's never going to. And this is another classic example, and I think this is where Vegas starts to cook. This is tucked chin versus up in the air. Terrence McKinney walks in with no regard. He has a very open stance. He's actually like he's like up on his tippy toes almost. So it's like when he gets hit, it's like he's not even close to having a base under him, and it shows because Chris is able to just land some very good shots in this. But he comes
He's
out
got like a
here.
modified Muay Thai kind of thing going on, you know?
Yeah, it's fucking weird, but like. Shout out to him. It gives very quick flurries that he's able to just go ahead and land.
No shit.
And so he had a good flurry. He landed some good shots on Chris, but Chris, he from what his record would show you, he is a submission specialist. And I do think back to him admitting, he's more of a brawler, and credit to him. He knows his game. I mean, he does know jujitsu and he does know how to get submissions, but fair play to him. He does like to brawl, and that's exactly what this fight was. Terrence McKinney got off early with some quick, fiery shots. Chris Duncan, he doesn't have this style of take shots in return. He has more of a retreat, and then let me hold on for a second. Let me collect my bearings. I'll shoot a couple takedowns, and then we'll get back to the feet, and then he'll really he does more of a like he unloads more of a real heavy shots instead of like firing back really quick. He'll just like blast a big old hook or a big straight, and credit to him. I mean, Terrence McKinney, he ate a couple shots, but by the time Chris was ready to load up and land some, he was falling. We got him knocked down, and this is where people want to talk about the fight stoppage with this fight and some other fights later on in the card that we'll talk about, as Chris Duncan was on Terrence McKinney's back, landing these peppering shots that were never going to inflict damage on Terrence McKinney because, one, they were going up under his armpit. So it's like you're getting stopped from this position. Most of them were trying to like reach through and get him on the chin. It's like,
At times. I mean, there were more
yes,
than that though, but yes.
yes, but like for the most part, the ones that I'm seeing, like that's the best we're getting. It's just like a little. Terrence McKinney's not going unconscious. People are like crying that he needs to. Why didn't the fight get finished? These are unanswered shots. But in my opinion, from the ref's point of view, I mean, he's not going unconscious. We've seen Terrence McKinney go unconscious before. In my opinion, when it comes to this, and we'll talk about with Brandon Moreno later, I don't prefer the fact that some fighters get a little longer because they've been known to take more. That's a stupid rule or a stupid, exception that they can make depending on who the fuck they like or not.
Right. Yeah, it can't be
So
case by case like that.
right. So in this case, just because Terrence McKinney has, been in these type of fights and he's fine, whatever, I don't think that should be the reason. My reason is because I don't think these were damage inflicting shots and he's going to be okay tomorrow because of those shots particularly. But the fight continued on a little further and not too much further. Chris eventually worked towards a submission and got the Darce choke or anaconda, excuse me. But I don't think it should have been stopped when it should have. I mean, maybe whoever the ref was, it was Herzog again, wasn't it?
No, it was Goddard this time.
Maybe he had the submission bet on it. I don't know though.
Yeah,
But
no,
let
so
me
I
see what
mean,
you got to say.
yeah, well, so I mean, to that point, all things leading up to it, you're exactly right. I mean, this went according to plan with a little, with the hiccups that I expected. I thought that Chris Duncan, you're saying that he's more of a submission guy, or that's what the record would say. I mean, I think that he has proven, especially since the Rombechki fight. I mean, he is proving the brawler nature of him to be very much true, and a tough guy who can weather these kinds of a storm. What I said about Terrence McKinney on the last episode, on the watch along, all leading up to this fight. When you are a kill or be killed fighter, that inherently means you can be killed. And we had seen Terrence McKinney get finished before. So I thought Chris Duncan was going to be able to weather the storm better, get the better of him. Ultimately did that, happy with all of that. When it comes to the finish, it depends on how you count them. But because Duncan was punching through Terrence's hand at times, he was punching under, the arm at times as well. So accounting for all of that, I counted 24 cleanly connected, unanswered shots to the side of the head. So that, you know, factor that in however you want to factor it in, because to your point, even though they were flush shots, they were not dry. He didn't face plant. He didn't, he was still with it enough. But like, if it's 24 unanswered shots, like where is the line, I guess? And that's going to be a referee by referee kind of thing. Goddard let Terrence's head get flattened on one side, clapping at him for action. I'm like, you're not getting what you're asking for, Mark. Like, what's the next step here? What's the next logical step? Either way, Darce ends up happening, Anaconda, whichever it was. Good move on Duncan's part, I would say. But yeah, as far as the actual stoppage and that element of it, I went back and counted because I believe it was CTE who asked for the exact number. It might be a little bit off depending on how you calculate them, but I counted 24.
I don't know if anybody in the chat can corroborate this story, but did you hear DC in the moment that this was happening?
Which specific part?
Where Chris Duncan was landing those shots to Terrence McKinney.
And he was saying that it's over. I mean, he was saying it was done.
He was saying, "Look at Terrence McKinney. His eyes are squinting. Oh my God, he's out of it. His eyes are squinting."
Oh, he was saying that before. He was saying that after the elbow dropped him. I mean, that was, because the whole sequence started off of an elbow, and he was saying, yeah, he's been gone since the elbow. You could have stopped this at any time. Now that might have been a little bit early, but
my whole point is, I just find the entirety of the situation. His eyes are squinting. His eyes are squinting. He's out of it. It's like, we just squint eyes now, and DC knows that you're not in a fight no more. I don't know. That was just a weird context for me.
This is the same man that earlier in the card said they're just fighting.
We have another point that he says something interesting later.
Sure.
But we'll get into it.
But yeah, so I mean, the choke was nice, and I mean, I think it was, again, a good fight IQ. Really, if one thing's not working, go straight to the other thing, and that's exactly what Duncan did. Duncan, to the point of him being a finisher with his submissions, it's like, well-rounded. I mean, he can brawl, he can submit. You got everything that you need. I mean, I think that you should be looking at Chris Duncan as a pretty formidable threat in all areas now.
The one thing that I will agree with you there, but I think the next thing that I'll talk about is his post-fight speech. And this is where a lot of fighters don't know how to read the room, and they would get on the mic and be like, because I thought this was very funny from Chris Duncan. He gets on the mic, and the last thing he says is, "I got a quick story to tell for you." It's like, oh God, what is he doing? And then he actually doesn't tell a quick story. He's like, I'll do it on Joe Rogan's podcast. I'd love to be. I'm like, he actually did a plug well. Like, he actually didn't, with Mario Pinto, "My English is not great. I want to say something. Everybody out there appreciate," it's like shit like that. But Chris Duncan actually, he made me intrigued to hear the story. I've heard it before, of course, but like, he did a very good job promoting it's something that he could up and then have an opportunity to go do. That's a really good thing. Shout out to him for that. I actually like that.
I agree. Actually, yeah, I didn't even look at it that way, but you're absolutely correct. Yeah, talk about dropping the hook the exact right way that you should. Congratulations on good media training in that regard. And yeah, if you're not aware of his story, we talked about it a little on the watch along, but his story is rather crazy. I also heard, he had told it on a podcast at one point, a different podcast. But a person whose life experiences, very traumatic ones, possibly one of the most traumatic things that could happen to a person. It informs who he is as a fighter now, as a human being now. And I think all things considered, he seems like a pretty good guy. I like Chris Duncan as a person. What I had said on the watch along too is that when after the Rombechki fight, when he was talking about how much he loved that fight, he was like, I'm in here. I love this. He's all bloodied. He's bruised. That fight was a war. He's talking about the love of that. I was like, that is the heart that like separates certain fighters into a different stratosphere. Like, there are fighters who go in there and they're technical fighters, and they can strike really well, and they do all of the things that you need to do to win fights. But like, you can tell the people that like embrace the pain and the people who repel the pain and flee from the pain. He's a dude who embraces the pain. Obviously, the life experiences kind of inform that to an extent as well. I give it up to Chris Duncan. I tip my hat to this guy.
100%. Yeah, no, I'm definitely a big fan of Chris Duncan. Shout out in the Discord, Tosh, he's a big fan of Chris Duncan, so I often want to reluctantly not be a fan of Chris Duncan just to throw it in his face. But Chris Duncan truly is somebody that you can root for and not feel ashamed about it. Like, that dude's he's a Chad. I'll give you that.
Yeah, shout out to little Tosh. Is he a training student somewhere in the purview of Chris Duncan? Am I right?
And in a way, in some way, somehow, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe Maybe you give a little bit more support then. But I mean, Chris Duncan has been proving that regardless of any other element, he's I would say deserving of it. And I was a little skeptical myself, after the Bellagioki submission, which seemed slightly fluky at the time. I was like, is this guy really legit? Legit? He's proven that he's legit. I'm certainly looking forward to his next fight.
100%.
Well, next up, another person that I'm looking forward to seeing fight again certainly isn't Grant Dawson, but it is Manuel Torres. Grant Dawson versus Manuel Torres here. If I was a person who thought that maybe the Bobby Green knockout was a little bit of a fluke, just you catch somebody at the right spot on the button, you can go out, anybody can get caught, right? This happens with Grant Dawson. It would seem that any questions that I had about the styrofoam nature of Grant Dawson's chin have been swiftly answered by the power of Manuel Torres. What'd you think?
I mean, listen, what happened is what happened. We can talk about it in a second, but the main thing that I take away from this shitty performance from Grant Dawson, okay, you look at this picture right here of him, right? You can clearly tell he's got abs. I watched him fight. Where are his abs? Why are you not at 45? And listen, I know you're getting knocked out at 55, but my thing is, you're clearly not for it. Like if you want to be made for mixed martial arts, you want to have a career in mixed martial arts, now is the time to have your questions, because you've been knocked out by a dude who's 35 years old with 5 knockouts on his pro MMA record. That's probably accurate with Bobby Green. I don't know. Manuel Torres is a good striker and actually finishes people, but the fact that he finishes you with, I mean, I don't want to say nothing, but dude, I mean that's 1/10 of what Ilya could do for you. Like I just feel bad because he did this. Some people do their PR run and they try to be funny, or they try to throw their opponent off because they think people are actually caring about them. Who's thinking about Grant Dawson and what he's doing? He came out here and he's like, no, I'm going to wrestle him. I know he's a dangerous opponent. I'm going to wrestle him. He stood with him and got dropped by nothing. So
Well, not only did he so I mean, this really, if you I always rewatch all of these fights before the podcast to make sure that I've got everything I want to talk about. This is going back and rewatching this fight was actually very interesting, because this was possibly some of the most telegraphed, if you watch this fight from the beginning to the end as to how all of this played out, you could see the seeds of what was coming from almost a mile away, because Dawson was overthrowing his shots in a way that, I mean, you talk about looping shots, you want to talk about winging shots. Grant Dawson was putting his head directly downward, swinging his arm up and over his head like he was throwing a javelin. I mean, like, these shots were so telegraphed and so just exactly as described, just these looping shots, and it was consistently this way. So really what it was, credit to Manuel Torres here. Torres waits for the third overthrown overhand by Dawson, times the counters, doesn't get the initial one. He kind of glances off the side of the head, but it was the follow-ups. And really, like I said, if you go back and play out the tape, you can kind of see it coming, because we talked on the last episode about that long distance 1-2 that Torres throws consistently. What this was the glancing shot did not land, but he was in the exact right position to get those shots. It was not exactly the setup like we've seen it before, but the overthrown nature of Dawson's shots paired with what he was doing put him in the exact right position. Play the thing out from start to finish. You can see exactly this coming from a mile away. So shout out to Torres for navigating this thing effectively.
I honestly thought I was like exaggerating with 5 TKOs or whatever for Bobby Green. Like, surely it can't be that little. 3 is ridiculous, Beeb. No fucking way. And one of them is Mr. Grant Dawson here. So
Sure.
it sucks for Manuel Torres, because going forward, this is a very this is a you're not going to get credit for this. Nobody cares that you knocked out Grant Dawson in the first
No, I
round.
mean, fair enough, though. But what he will get credit for is 16 first-round knockouts in general. I mean, this guy is racking them up now. A lot of them, regional, whatever. But I'm just saying, like, he doesn't need Grant Dawson to build a name off of. He's already got a nice little streak going for himself there.
I'll tell you why he doesn't need Grant Dawson is because he has a submission win over Chris Duncan. and that means
Facts.
something
Yes,
because
sir.
we know for fact Chris Duncan has some of the best jujitsu that we have in the promotion right now. As a, what?
I mean, I would go a little far with that. Best
Bro,
jujitsu.
he's got 4 submissions, 3 being gillies. I mean, it's
I mean, he
statistically,
can. Yeah, well, he can jump a gilly nice. I mean,
Walter Walker can jump a heel hook nice. I mean, but is he not the best submission artist we have at heavyweight? I mean,
all right. I mean, I think it may be a little hyperbolic, but anyway, keep going. I'm sorry.
but
I didn't mean to
so,
cut it off.
no, you're fine. But Manuel Torres being able to have, we have the knowledge that he submitted somebody that we know can get submissions against high level competition.
True.
That is good, and that was a while ago in his career. This is a guy who has 16 first round knockouts or whatever it is. And he just has jits in his back pocket, like randomly, like can just take the back of Chris Duncan and just make him tap. I mean, that says something to me. Knocking out Grant Dawson, it's just, if he didn't do that, it was going to be a problem. That's the way that I look at that because this is somebody again knocked out by a guy with 3 professional knockouts on his record, 2 at the time.
Yeah, and I also do want to acknowledge, it kind of piggybacking off of your point earlier. I didn't mention this in the breakdown that I did, but also if you again playing the tape out, the takedown defense was there for Torres the entire round. Really good distance management for him, like clicking on all fronts because Dawson, like you said, he telegraphs the game plan is so clearly listed out that I mean, like it should be written on his forehead. I'm going to try to take you down. Manuel Torres, very wise to it, a guy who obviously actually understood the assignment as far as like what what is going to be coming at me. Watched the tape, as they say, always hoping that fighters do something like that. He did it. So it's like if you negate the things that your opponent is going to do well and then capitalize on the openings, I think that really in a kind of a microcosm sort of way, this is a very, very solid win for Torres. Again, not Grant Dawson is that's going to be what it's going to be as far as who he is. But if you go through all of the points as to what got him to this finish, I think that's what I take away from it. Because Manuel Torres, up until this point, he would have been like, yeah, this dude's tough. He's got a lot of knockouts. What does this do in the big picture of everything? Like, like what do I take away from this guy aside from a record that is, potentially a lot outside the UFC, and I'm starting to see more of now. These are the type of things that when you go through and like break them down point by point, that's what starts making me like, okay, I need to remember Manuel Torres' name. I need to have him in that class that's not just another guy with a decent record coming in.
And I want everybody out there who's a gambling person or anybody who takes anything into account that don't give Grant Dawson any leeway the next time he fights. Because granted, it's going to be 8 months from now because he's not active at all. He just got finished again. He's going to be coming back probably in the summertime. And do not give him any fucking leeway. Don't sit here and say, oh, well, but Manuel Torres is a good striker. I mean, it's fine. Don't fucking sit here and act like he doesn't have the most chinnable chin in existence right now. I mean, I can't tell you the last time I've seen a shot like this drop somebody. It was Robbie Lawler's retirement, which I honestly believed was 70K down on Nico fucking Price, whatever that dude's name is, the hybrid. Like
Yes.
genuinely, I mean, this shot here is something that as a fighter, I mean, you have to just eat that for breakfast. Like it's as
It's
if he's
crazy.
never trained it. I don't
That's what I'm
know.
saying. It's crazy to me that Grant Dawson is 23-3, 23-3-1, whatever, and hasn't experienced that type of thing before. I mean, like, the record is deceiving with Grant Dawson, but I think it's a lot of him getting his way. He's another one of those guys that, like, if you allow the game plan to go as is, that's why I had to highlight the takedown defense for Torres, because had Torres not had the takedown defense, this could have been another one of those situations. But, just be aware that unless Grant Dawson is facing a wrestler who's going to be a long, plotty fight, he is touchable, and that chin is compromised.
And then Anakin here, Dawson being 11-2 in the UFC is impressive at his level. And I love you add that last part there at his level because he's just fucking not that good. Like it's a record that would warrant somebody for like being very, very good. And he's not Bobby Green, bro. Bobby fucking we should have seen it. We all should have known. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, and I talk about the levels, the tiers, the echelons of this sport. Grant Dawson certainly proving where he belongs on the pecking order with that. You know what I
100%.
mean? So, all right. Well, good deal for Torres, though. Looking forward to another one. Hopefully, he keeps the knockouts coming because they are certainly fun.
100%.
All right, moving on to main card here. This was one that a lot of conversation surrounding as well. This is Jan Blachowicz versus Bogdan Gushkov, of course. Jan Blachowicz, what did I say about Jan Blachowicz going into this? Jan doesn't necessarily lose fights. He just doesn't win them right now. And you got to make it definitive. This is the issue here. Now, there's a lot of variables to this one, of course. So what did you think about all of this as far as the drop and everything else?
My experience with this fight live is frantically trying to figure out some place to watch this.
Ah,
And this was a very hard. Uh, this was very hard. This was not the easiest task.
I hit the
And
Discord, brother.
yeah, I know, right? So, and then Jan Blachowicz came in here against Bogdan Gushkov and put on a performance that, I mean, did not look abnormal. I mean, this is Jan Blachowicz. I mean, this is exactly the performance that I expected out of him. He's going to be slow. He's going to be plodding forward. He's going to be able to just take shots. Now, I've often been told that Jan Blachowicz lost a 10-8 round to Ankalaev. And now I truly just don't want to accept that. But people will also tell me that Jan Blachowicz lost a 10-8 round to Bogdan Gushkov. So I don't know what to say about this. Jan Blachowicz has like 4 split decisions in his last 6, and the other 2 are draws. Like, I don't even know what to make of this dude's career anymore.
One,
Generally speaking, I don't even. I mean, I don't know.
one,
Go ahead.
3, and 2 now, if you
Yeah.
can believe this. So yeah, I mean, okay. So based on having gone through this entire thing, I will say, starting off, this is something that Joe Rogan even acknowledged it. Joe Rogan said the quiet part out loud on commentary, which I was actually a little surprised by. But John Anik listed off a factoid that was rather wild. John Anik said that Jan's shoulder, the shoulder that had to have the double surgery, I believe the right shoulder he was saying, it was so compromised and continues to be such a problem for him that he doesn't lift weights anymore.
Yes, I remember that. During camp is what they said.
Uh,
Doesn't
well,
lift weights during camp, which
okay. I
does
mean, if
that make a difference? I mean,
Uh, I mean, I think that what Joe Rogan said was exactly correct. He's like, I wonder how the betting line just swang based on you saying that. I was like, I could understand it swinging off of a statement like that, camp or not. I mean, bro, it's like, yeah, if you're not doing it during camp, that's fine. If you're doing it outside of camp, maybe. But like, just the fact that there is that level of compromise still going into a high level fight, I would think that there's a reason for concern, a cause for concern. So whatever there, but this fight from Jan's side, slow. He starts nicely enough. Low kicks were there for him, but still slow. He got there were minor stunner shots. Both of them had on in the first round, but very, very minor. Nothing that would be like a real definitive stamp, which is the consistent note that I have for Jan. He does not stamp these rounds. He doesn't win the rounds definitively. So when it's like every time we're having to sit here and be like, well, what about that? What about that shot? What about that shot? It's like, where is the power that just makes it a no-brainer?
mhm.
So that ends up happening in the first round. He gets dropped in the second, of course, held down and elbowed for almost 4 minutes in that round. If it wasn't for a few solid connections at the very start of the round and maybe to a lesser extent the heel hook attempt that Gushkov laughed at, which was pretty funny, it might have been a 10-8, but I think because of those early shots that a 10-8 would be a little extreme in my opinion, but some people are saying 10-8. 2 of the judges said 10-8. So again, why Jan, if you just made these fights more definitive, then this is not the conversation. But this is literally going back exactly to what I said on the last episode on the predictions. Was it's just this is the miasma. This is the paradigm that Jan lives in at this point, and to try to deny that because of what he could be is just foolish. I mean, I don't know. Don't want to be rude in that regard. It's not foolish. It's short sighted. You have to acknowledge the boots on the ground with it. So anyway, Guskov gassed in the third. Kind of breathing heavy. He gets dropped late in the fight. You could maybe factor that in a little bit more. 2 judges with those 10-8s, majority draw. I thought that Guskov won the first in the moment, which I think is crazy to a lot of people. But this is what I'm saying. It all goes back to the same point. Jan doesn't necessarily lose, but he doesn't win.
I think this just goes back to the points that I was making about Bruno Fajeda and Marvin Vettori. This was supposed to be the UFC's proof that they have a good prospect on their hands. He's supposed to finish Jan Blachowicz at 40, whatever years old. He's supposed to put him in the dirt. This is a guy on a 5-fight knockout streak, whatever it is, 5-fight finish streak. Well, not no more. So now what are you going to bill him as? Just Anthony Smith clone again? I mean, that's what you did before, and before he could get finishes, and then he got finished by Uzdemir, and then now he goes and finishes Ryan Spann, and then all these people that are kind of, almost got finished by Billy Elicano. We will not forget this. So when it comes down to it, I still truly believe that he's a little undersized. He definitely got tired in this fight. He definitely looked like he was a little gassed, a little earlier than he should be. Hands down, like always, which is going to be the detriment of him when he starts to gas and the leg kicks work early. Jan had the key to the right thing, but his age, I mean, what can I say? I mean, that's I've said this before. Anytime somebody loses and they're at that certain age group, the only thing you can hang your hat on, it's the age. There's not really, you can't really say anything else. It's not like that or this. It's Jan's too old now. At any other time, he would have got that done probably.
I mean, there are fighters who can defy that, but I do think that there is an element of truth to it, especially fighting at light heavyweight. The speed, not that Jan has ever been the fastest guy in the world, of course he hasn't, but the speed is noticeably gone. Again, noticeably compared to what was not already great. So like that really does not bode well for him. You're definitely correct about the assessment of Guskov. This is a fight that you really should have won if you were going to be ascending into the next phase or next, element of your progression upwards. He did not accomplish that. Really, this becomes a non-starter for both guys, and I mean, to an extent, as a Jan fan, I'm almost happy that it was a draw because at least it's not a loss. But at the same time, 1, 3, and 2, everybody. I mean, it can't be more clear than that as to where Jan has landed at this point. He's got to start thinking about what the next steps in his life is looking like. Cause this is just, it sucks because they said on the broadcast, he still talks about how much he loves it. And you hear that story time and time again from guys exactly in that position, guys who are, on the later end, but they're hanging on to what was. You got to know when to let go.
You're happy that it was a draw rather than a loss. My only thought when I hear that is like, well, even if it was a loss, it clearly doesn't matter. He hasn't changed a bit. Like
Right.
he doesn't give a shit. He could lose split decision and it doesn't get his mind like, oh, I gotta make it more decisive. He loses by draw to the literal champ, and then like, whatever, not the champ at the time, but the champ later on, and it's
Right.
like, I don't know. Maybe he just thought. I really don't know.
I just don't think I think he can't. I just don't I think that physically he's not able to anymore. That's why I was talking about the speed. I mean, these are physical attributes. It's not about the will to win. I mean, maybe to an extent, if you go out there and try to like put a whole lot up front, really just hammer on some power shots and then just throw, go the heavyweight route where it's just like slug as much as you can until you gas out and then just let the chips fall as they may. Maybe there's potential for a little bit of a course adjustment in that regard, but like he's never been that type of a fighter. So to think that would be the adjustment and that actually pays off, I don't think he even thinks that would be the way to do it. So if he's not going to do something like that, you're just going to get the set of attributes that you got out of the guy. And I think it's just acknowledging reality at this point.
100%.
So unfortunate deal for our guy, Jan Blachowicz. Of course, we all love Polish power. And and shout out to Anakin saying with the Jimmy Crute comparison. I think I made that on the watch along as well. How there are people who have multiple draws. Draws are like rather rare in the big picture if you really think about it. Like, it's very few and far between that we have draws. So for people to have multiple draws, it's kind of informs how you should look at him as well. And wish Jan the best because I do have a lot of affection for him.
100%.
Well, speaking of people who are on the way out, we know Henry Cejudo is now. Henry Cejudo versus Peyton Talbot. I mean, we've talked about a bunch of these. There were a lot of really great fights on this card, but if there was supposed to be a fight of the night, I mean, I really think that this probably should have been it. This is a lot of heart shown out of Henry in his retirement fight. Shout out to him. I mean, I've had plenty of opinions that were less than favorable about him and probably still will if he's going to be in the public eye in a commentary capacity online. But as far as fighting goes, he did show a tremendous amount of heart in this fight against an overwhelming amount of opposition from Peyton Talbot. If you had any questions about Peyton Talbot's evolution as a fighter, they have absolutely been answered as far as I'm concerned here.
Have they?
Oh, Are you kidding me? Did you watch the same fight I watched?
Well, I did watch the same fight, but did you watch the same fight that happened 2 fights ago for Peyton Talbot?
He's at a level, he's at a stage of his career where that's exactly what you do. You get a loss to learn from the loss. So I was saying last week that he is no longer a newcomer. You take the loss, you learn from the there are fighters where it's like if you're 10 fights in, 20 fights in, whatever, yeah, you can't teach the old dog new tricks at this point. Him, he's just getting started. So yeah, absolutely. I saw that fight. I saw him learn from that fight, and I saw him beat a former champion, a former 2 division champion, a triple champion if you count an Olympic medal.
I see the similar things that I saw. Imagine if Patty had lost to Jared Gordon by that split decision or whatever it happened to be. You know, it- that would be the Ronnie Barcelos thing to Peyton Talbot. I mean, it would always be the thing that people still look back to that Jared Gordon loss and they're like, well, Patty, Jared Gordon beat Patty or whatever you want to say. It's like forever the time being, it's like some mediocre guy has a win over somebody that is getting these favorable matchups. I mean, Henry Cejudo has been on the shelf just for them to find some prospect that they're ready to rocket ship up there. And it's sad that Peyton Talbot has to be the one because he's already taken a loss against somebody who's fucking mediocre. Henry Cejudo is 30, whatever, 40 years old or whatever it is. Thankfully, Peyton was able to beat him. I mean, Patty, again, Patty's the same way. His average age for opponents is like 39 years old. Okay, he should be beating these dudes and sending them on their way. Peyton Talbot, you had somebody who was the same age, less credentialed, less experience, whatever you want to say, and he worked you over for 3 rounds. Don't act like you're. I'm tired of everybody, and you're gonna make me mad. Not gonna lie, like. Oh, that was too fast. No, no, no. That's way in the past. This is somebody who's learned from. He did everything he needed to do in that fight because he's able to learn from it now. No, what? That is an old man, Ronnie Barcelos. And he's still winning. Where's our rematch? So
I mean, Hani Barcelos on a 4-fight win streak coming in and being a good point here. Just how good is Hani Barcelos coming in from Anakin? Appreciate you on
then
that.
where's our rematch if you think Peyton Talbot is so much more leveled up than
I
2
could still,
fights
it could
ago?
still happen. I mean, but he's ascending now and had just taken out a former champ. Not only taken out a former champ, but dominated. I mean, this was a dominant performance
See,
here, brother.
it doesn't matter if it's Henry Cejudo at age whatever it is.
Now it doesn't matter. Last week it was, oh, Henry's the former champ. Henry can get this job done. Now it doesn't matter.
I don't think I put stock in Henry Cejudo. I'm pretty sure I was on Talbot's train, but I still don't see because the UFC is praying to God that Harney Barcelos is gonna he loses at some point, so they don't have to rematch this. And even if they did, it'll be Harney Barcelos at a washed point, I'm sure. But I've already seen what I needed to see. Somebody who just is dedicated to the game plan can beat Peyton Talbot. And the fact that we're just gonna quickly overlook that just because he beat somebody with more credentialed wrestling than Harney Barcelos is just ridiculous because it's mixed martial arts. It's not fucking Olympic wrestling. I know Henry Cejudo is a 2-time champ, flyweight and bantamweight, but this is at a time that's not now. And he's undersized. He's clearly overweight. He doesn't take it serious. Like I said, he's a podcaster by day. What you said about Tricoli. He's a poker player that just fights. Henry Cejudo is a podcaster that just fights now.
I mean, this all sounds like a lot of haterism coming out of you. This sounds like haterade for real. I mean, it like even if you take out all of the stakes, I mean, just as a fight itself, Peyton Talbot was crushing this fight from the
He's on a
beginning.
2-fight win streak. Is all that I'm really
Fair enough,
worried about.
fine, okay. Well, then I mean, maybe look, I take that.
Unanimous decision fight win streak, actually. So it's not even like he's finishing these dudes anymore.
I mean, he almost did. He did the first time that Henry had been dropped since DJ. So I mean, at least you can at least put some stock in that. I mean, look, I get what you're saying. I'm not entirely discounting what you're saying on some of this too. Younger guys, different dynamics when it comes to his opponents. There's a lot of different versions as to what could end up happening going forward. But here in this fight, what I saw was a lot of really good striking that was very effective, very accurate, very powerful. A lot of power being put on his shots from the beginning of this thing. Had Henry rocked, took Henry down. That was when he was emoting. I thought that was pretty funny. But like anywhere that Henry, a 2-division champion, wanted to go with this fight, he had an answer for all of it. If you're saying that we can't take that into the future, I mean, I'll at least give a little bit of a benefit of the doubt to that argument. But for this, at least, I think that there were a lot of questions answered as to what you could expect from Peyton Talbot, bringing what he's going to at least try to bring to the table. Can he always get it off? Maybe not. I mean, that's gonna be a case by case basis, like it always is. But that's every fight, and that's every fighter.
Yeah, I see this one aging really well for me. Like, I think Peyton Talbot, I mean, people are gonna overrate what he was able to do to Henry. This is a dude who doesn't fucking train consistently, and again, he's a podcaster. I
What
mean,
did what did Peyton do to you, brother?
I mean, listen, he doesn't have to do anything to me. I mean, I call a spade a spade. I like Peyton Talbot. I said he was gonna win, but mate, if I don't know.
But so you're basing this just off of Henry being washed, being retirement, all that, then?
No, it's based off of the narrative that people are trying to create about Peyton now. Mate, he just fucking lost. You want to act like 2 fights ago is 7 fights? I know Josh Van lost 5 fights ago. He got knocked out. That's a lot of time. He was active. He was 5 fights ago. Whatever you want to say, it is in the span of a year. That's a lot of different things that he was able to accomplish. Peyton Talbot fought two times in the last year, and just last year in 2024 he was maybe it was even the beginning of this year, 2020,
His
whatever it was.
first loss. I mean, again,
Again, but the point is, it's not about the loss itself. It's about who it was. It's an opponent that's old and outdated that they are trying to get out of the promotion. They give their young, hot-shotted, their finisher. This dude coming off 2 straight finishes in the organization. Remember that he finished Cameron Simon, Yanni Gamoras, and he's supposed to finish Honey Barcelos, get him out of there. He's old. And what happens? 30-27's him. Like, listen, what did we talk about? There was somebody we just talked about the other week that I was trying to give props to just because he made it a decent fight. No, a spade is a spade. You get dominated 30-27 by somebody who's not that good. And when you be like, oh, Barcelos is good.
he's
Barcelos
on
is
a
very
four-fight win streak.
Mate, 4 fight win streak is cool and all, but he's not Marab. He's not Pieter. He's not Sugar Sean. He's not Song Yadong. He's not any of these people that you can go down the list and name that are good in the division. That's my point. Like, he's a nobody to the rankings and what we're talking about. Peyton Talbot got smoked by a nobody. He had to go get his whole namesake back and win against Felipe Lima, and then he had to come out here and actually, Henry Cejudo. This is somebody he trained with, by the way. Like, it's not even like they had to like go out here and like do some extensive game planning. They've trained with each other before. He knows exactly what, like, they just had a good old fucking happy fun time in here. And that's another thing that pisses me off about it is Henry Cejudo gets in here and after he's like, I gave him my all, Dana. What you thinking?
Oh well,
50K?
yeah, that
50K for that? Yeah.
we can talk about that.
Go
That's
ahead
a
and beg again. Fucking Henry Cejudo, beg for your 50K one more fucking time before you get out. That's all that I'm saying.
Yeah, I was kind of amazed that they gave him the video package, but no, I mean, I think that chat making some good points. Barcelos looking good. Shout out to the Mank. Ricky Simone beat Marab and he lost to Barcelos. I mean, these are all the MMA math is not always correct, but I think like Peyton Talbot is still early in his evolution. This is like think about it in these terms. I'm not saying that these are apples to apples. I certainly don't think that they're going to be, but we saw Islam Makhachev get knocked out at one point. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like if 3 fights from now, I hope that we come back to this conversation, and if Peyton Talbot is on a nice win streak thereafter, then your thinking finally evolves. I'll give you a little bit of leeway that it's still early enough that you can have these thoughts, but like I think that what you're seeing is the exact right progression. The guy is 11-1. The one is to a guy who is better than you're making him out to be, even if you think he's a middling guy, and he might be a high middling guy. I'm not saying that he's definitely necessarily going to be a ranked dude at any point, or that he's going to go on to bigger things, but like he's better than a can. He's better than some random jobber. He's a dude who's got a lot of skills, and he showed them in that fight. So Peyton, evolving, learning, growing, all of those things. 11-1 comes and starts mounting a little bit more of a streak. I want to hear it out of you that he's turned you around somewhere in the future if it happens.
It's just crazy to me. You guys are sitting here, Ronnie Barcelos, 4 fight win streak. He was on a 2 fight win streak, and they gave him a killer who was supposed to knock him out. Like, and he beats him, and now you guys are glazed like 3 fight win streak. He's good. He beat Peyton Talbot. It's like, well, Peyton Talbot was supposed to smoke him. Like, why are we soon to forget that he's not the prospect that we once were? Like, are you guys? Oh, okay, he dropped Henry Cejudo. He's the first one to drop out. He's supposed to be the first one to finish Henry Cejudo. Like, he's supposed to be a hot prospect, not supposed to just become a decision merchant. Like, I've said this before. There are people who get decisions early and they start finishing later. Ilya Taporia is one of those people. There's people who get finishes early and then they start getting decisions later because they're not really that good. I'm not trying to make it seem like Peyton Talbot is the fucking god here. I know everybody wants to believe that he lost to Hani Barcelos, who's fucking Thanos. That's just not the fucking case. It's
How many
just
times
not.
has Henry been knocked out?
I know it's zero. Actually, he got finished by Demetrius Johnson, but
Yeah, so I mean, okay,
but
so he
the
turned his face into hamburger. I mean, I think you're cherry picking information to make this narrative, my friend.
I genuinely am just not.
You're
Listen,
not
you
sold. I
guys.
get it. Look, you don't have to be sold. I'm just saying that if 3 fights from now we have Peyton Talbot continuing to rack up wins and it starts to look more and more like what it's seeming like now, then eventually you're going to have to come around whether you like it or not.
So Barcelos' last KO loss was Umar. What does that say anything? I mean, does that say anything to anybody? If a fucking wrestler comes out here and knocks out Barcelos
Yeah,
and
I'd say that's not really.
they put him up against Peyton Talbot, and I'm the crazy one for saying he's supposed to knock him out, and you're like, well, actually, if the last time he was knocked out was Umar Nurmagomedov, okay,
I said that the MMA math does not math, and I'm not even a big fan of MMA math to justify anything. I'm going strictly off of what I saw in this fight. I said that at the beginning. This fight, he turned Henry's face into mush. I mean, like that.
anybody in the division would do that at this point. Are
But
you not understanding that?
I mean, fair enough, but it has to happen. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not trying to put so much stock into it as like it being the end all be all. What I'm saying is that you take a loss in this sport. You take a loss to a guy like a Hani Barcelos in this sport when you're Peyton Talbot. Like that happens. We've got plenty of fighters with more losses than that. How many losses does Charles Oliveira have, and he's up at the top? I mean, come on, dude. Like these are just the things that happen in this sport as you grow. He's a younger guy. He's just coming into his own. He's probably not even fully there yet. So I'm just giving the kid the runway that he deserves on this. This was a great performance. Granted, Henry, I made that same point last episode. Henry is on the way out. I mean, he's literally out now. He's retired now. But like, it happened how it should have happened. He's a tough enough guy that not finishing him does not sway my opinion of it. I think that this is a good win. We'll see how it plays out going forward.
I listen, it can play out as whatever way it does in the future. All that I'm saying is the promotion has they know the matchmaking that they want. They're not sitting here because they know Peyton Talbot is going to put on a 3-round masterclass. No. This dude is touted as a finisher, and that's how he was. He was not after Hani Barcelos wrestle fucked him. So now you guys are okay with this. You're like, yeah, 3-round decision is cool. He did his thing. He made his face look like mush. How about he flatlines him? I know it's Henry Cejudo. He's
All right.
40 fucking years old, guys. I don't want to see it, Chad. He's an old man. Muslim Salikov. Blah, 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 blah. We can do this all day. I can name so many old people that have never been finished, and then they just do. Like Henry Cejudo could have been that exact same scenario. I don't care how tough he is. You shut the lights off, they don't get up. Peyton Talbot apparently didn't have that, and they want to say Marab didn't do it. Mate, that's a fucking wrestler. That's a fucking wrestler. I don't know.
Well, then okay, fair enough. But then I don't ever want to hear any more talk of Ian Gary's dominance. Then you know what I'm saying? Put it across the board because I'll grant all of what you're saying here. You want your potential champs to be these dominant world-ending finishers. We know this sport is not always that way. But then I don't want to hear about the technical prowess of Ian Gary and all of the greatness that he has when he basically is what Peyton Talbot would eventually be if the trajectory continues that way.
And so Anakin's proving my point here. Jan is 42. He doesn't get KO'd. The point was to put him up against a KO artist. Same with Olberg. Olberg comes off a KO. Put him up against Jan, where he's going to knock out somebody who doesn't get knocked out. That's how you build the legacy. Oh my God, he finished Henry Cejudo, who had never been finished. Oh my God, he finished Jan Blachowicz, who has never been finished. Oh my God, he finished Marvin Vettori, who has never been finished. 3 different times on this card, and I'm the one who's like, Peyton Talbot is supposed to be the exact same scenario as all those people. You put him up against a dude who hasn't been in the cage in 3 fucking years. He's going to retire. He's told you this. Finish him. Don't fucking you went to war with Henry Cejudo at age 42, and I'm supposed to fucking pat this dude on the ass. I mean, not me. That's all that I'm saying. For right now, not me.
All right, fair enough. I mean,
and I like Henry Cejudo, and I like Peyton Talbot, but I'm just, listen,
I value a dominant win. And I mean, I think that maybe that's the difference here is that like I do put some stock in the fact that this was a domination. Henry had a couple of moments in the second round. That's really as far as that
Isn't
went.
that terrible to say? For Peyton Talbot's case, it was a dominant win, but Henry Cejudo had some good
No,
moments. It's
that's
like,
what makes
dude,
a good fight. That's what makes a competitive fight. That's what makes potentially a fight of the night is that type of dynamic. So yeah, I mean, I again, obviously we're looking at this thing a little bit differently. Whatever I mean, we will see how the future plays out. But again, I don't want to be hearing any kind of praise on Ian Gary, and I'm going to remember this going forward the next time that that Ian Gary's name pops up as, oh man, look what he did.
but Ian Gary's never been dominated by some old man. The only person he's lost to was a close split decision against the boogeyman, and he arguably beat him and almost submitted him. Like, that's nothing to what Peyton Talbot did here. Peyton Talbot does a meme move every time he gets a fucking takedown because it's an Olympic wrestler, and everybody fucking goes crazy. DC, I love this kid. This kid right here. Also, the funny thing about DC, this fucking fight here, he does this move where he goes, "I just got a text right now," and says nothing else. Yep. I saw
Yeah,
it in the chat earlier. Hydra quoted
yeah,
to
that
it.
was
Yeah, that
funny.
was really
I saw
goofy.
it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, other surrounding elements of this fight definitely were a little goofy. You had mentioned Henry Cejudo bending the knee. Henry Cejudo's old little catchphrase was bend the knee. Henry Cejudo doing that very well in front of Dana White, begging for the 50K, which apparently Dana said that he would give to him. Just on a whim. Hey, yeah, I'll give you 50K. Get the hell out of here. So that was what it was. I think that it was good that he did kiss the ring though, so that he got that video package, which he did end up getting. So we were debating whether or not Henry was going to actually get one because of his standing with the organization. Congratulations that he actually got one. I do think it's very well deserved. Obviously, he should have gotten one, but with how things played out with the organization, it was a little bit in question. Either
It,
way.
it- yeah, I was gonna say it does look like they put in just as much time as they did on the one for the Karate Hottie. So shout out to them. I mean, they did a good work, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. Well, either way, I think that Henry, he definitely showed so he showed heart in this. He stayed the course, and shout out to him for all of what he accomplished in this sport. If this is his retirement, which it very well should be and probably will be, he all of the accolades speak for themselves. The championships, whether they, the Henry of now. I was talking about that. The Henry of 2019 versus the Henry of now. The Henry of now does not take away anything from what he accomplished in this sport and in his fighting combat career in general. So shout out to Henry for a good career, and that's about it then.
Yeah, here's what I'll say is Sugar Sean O'Malley would beat Peyton Talbot, and then I also think Patrick Mix would even make a 27-28 split decision against Peyton Talbot.
Oh my
I I,
fucking
I
god, dude.
genuinely think that is possible. Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna chat, timestamp it, chat, clip it, chat,
Mm.
clip it, just clip it.
Mm-mm-mm.
All right, we'll come back to this because that absolute
Anakin, people lose. It's
ridiculous
part of the
statement.
sport. It's people lose. It's part of the sport. People lose when great people lose. They lose to the best. They lose to the best of the best. They don't lose to people that are mid-level, mid-tier. Great fighters don't lose until it is time for them to call it. And we'll talk about here in a little bit. But
I
there's
mean, I can
people.
name probably like 17 fighters at the top of their divisions currently who all have losses to
It,
exactly the Hani Barceloses of the world.
it's not the same, man. It's just not the same.
Charles Oliveira is not the same. A guy who got kicked out of the organization at one point had
Charles
to.
Oliveira earned his over the time. If Peyton Talbot gets fucking
He's got 12 fights.
if no, because he's not finishing people anymore. Charles Oliveira has the most finishes in the UFC. You know why he has that? Because he's a fucking dog. He doesn't go into fights and get
Give
unanimous
the
three
kid
round decisions.
time. I
He's
mean,
a
geez,
marauder.
you're
Don't fucking compare this dude to Charles Oliveira.
I'm
That's a
not.
fucking finisher,
You're
bro.
you're 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 making it out like this guy has been around for a million years and that it's just a middling swirl here, dude. He's six
He ain't
fights in his
active enough to be around for that long. That's all that I'm saying here too.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens with Peyton Talbot going forward. I mean, I think that
Patrick
Peyton.
Mix, please make the fucking
I
call, dude.
now I really want that fight. I really want that fight very badly now because that is a slanderous statement from you, Chase. So like I said, clip it, chat.
Sean. Oh my god. All right. All
Make
right.
sure that I want a timestamp on that right there.
Mm.
That's going to be a replayed clip on this podcast.
I just-
All right. Well, either way, let's keep it moving here. Brandon Moreno versus Tatsuro Taira. This was a unfortunate situation, I guess, to a lot of people. We were having some discussion during the watch along about the stoppage on this one. Tatsuro Taira looked really good in this fight. I think we had talked in the Discord that two judges gave Taira the first round. I know. I see you, brother. This you brought this on yourself, brother. The chat going for it. I
Yeah,
understand it, bro.
funny enough, this the judges. God damn. Okay, so this fight, yeah, the first round, we had an entirety. We had full 5 minutes of Tatsuro in a triangle by Brandon Moreno. How we got to this position, I actually can't even remember how we got there. It was just honestly just something happened. We stood for a second, and then we got a triangle choke attempt for Brandon Moreno and Tatsuro. Listen, me and Mank were talking about this in the Discord call. It's like Tatsuro, and trust me, you would know that I've been praising Japanese grappling for a really long time now. Tatsuro has some of the highest level grappling that you could have, because this is a position where a lot of people start to panic. But Tatsuro clearly was fine, and you could tell after about 30 seconds there was no danger, because one, he was trying to, initiate some action there. He's punching from a position that's very awkward for him. But also, it had gone to a certain point where it's like, well, if he hasn't gone out yet, he's not going out. And Brandon Moreno's not doing anything to switch the position or, to make it different. He's just stalling and holding him there, which was unfortunate because we lost an entirety of the first round here. And that doesn't say much, because the second round wasn't much more of anything else. Tatsuro it is just that fucking good. I mean, I don't really know what else to say. I mean, he the first round could have easily been him panicking and tapping early or getting himself caught in something stupid. He didn't. He weathered the storm. Second round, he gets to this position where he's starting to flatten Brandon Moreno out. He's landing some shots. And unfortunately, the ref steps in early. Now, what I will say to this is, it wasn't the worst call. It was definitely a bad call. But then people want to go on this whole rant where, oh, it's Brandon Moreno, you're supposed to give him more time. A fighter like that. Stop, stop. That's horrible. That's the worst argument to make, because who gives a shit? Like, he's not somebody. He's not fucking God out there. You don't just whatever. He was getting flattened out, and Tatsuro had the dominant position, and he was landing strikes. Now, it could have went a little longer. Again, when you go back to the Terrence McKinney thing, these weren't world-ending shots. Moreno was still conscious. He was still moving. My point is I think maybe the judges, and when it comes to if people are special and getting special treatment, I think also what is more likely in my mind, sorry, I'm going on a little bit of a tangent, the flyweight aspect compared to maybe a heavyweight. If you take in the divisional aspects here, I think it's potentially possible that Brandon Moreno 2 seconds later could have squirmed his way out of that position. Now, if
Yeah.
that was a heavyweight, on the other hand, yeah, he's probably stuck there, flattened out. I mean, there's no chance. But flyweights, bantamweights, maybe even sometimes good featherweights. I mean, these bottom positions, I mean, they're not always going to be like, they can get out of them a lot easier than we believe them to be. Now, Tatsuro is very good, and yeah, he probably could have kept him there for another 5 seconds and pounded his head in. But an additional two just to see what was possible. I mean, listen, flyweights is always fucking magical. Brandon Moreno could have taken Tatsuro's back at that position, for all that I know, if he would have given him an extra 3 seconds.
Well, that's
Like,
the thing. So it's to the point of the stoppage. I'll go through the whole thing with the triangle in a second, but
mhm,
specifically with the stoppage, this was another one where I counted the unanswered shots, because I think it was CTE who was asking about them in the Discord. I counted 8 unanswered shots on this one. Moreno certainly not out. This definitely was early, but the body language wasn't great. So I will again give a little bit of leeway, because, and this is the key point of it, there was one time, if you watch the replay, where Moreno did go face flat. Now, that could have been him just adjusting his body. There's a number of different reasons why he certainly didn't go out. Like, what it looks like when somebody goes face flat and they're out, even if it's only a flash knockout kind of situation. Like, this was not that, but there was one point that you can isolate. You can freeze frame where he is face down, he's taking shots. So, benefit of the doubt, I'll give a little bit of leeway there. Certainly not the worst stoppage we've ever seen, but definitely an early one, which is unfortunate. When it comes to the triangle aspect of things, I think that that's where I have a little bit more of a problem here when it comes to the judging, at least. I mean, it doesn't matter. Obviously, the fight was finished, so
mhm,
it wouldn't, but had this not been finished, um, the triangle submission position like is just that. It is, even if he's not succeeding in the submission attempt, he's still attempting a submission regardless. When you have somebody locked up that way, it's like, think about having a Kimura where it's almost there. Like, you know that like all it takes, like to your point, you were saying, oh, well, he wasn't adjusting, he wasn't there. There's a little bit of merit to that. I think that was more on Tyra's side, which I was very amazed that he was able to maneuver his body in a way where the triangle wasn't cinching him to actually complete the submission. So really, I give him a lot of credit, but that does not take away from the fact that Moreno was trying it. So when Mark Smith is sitting there saying work to finish, I was like, you got to be kidding me right now, bro. He is in a what appeared to be a dead to rights triangle, even though Tyra did not allow it to be one. So crazier than that, apparently those two judges giving the round to Tyra, I'm like, they're like you said, I don't remember how we got there. There was nothing besides that. Like, there was a lot of circling. I mean, they were playing it cautious. It was the beginning of the fight by that point. So that was just a little bit strange. The stoppage was strange. I think we were kind of robbed of what could have been a better fight due to a lot of the elements of this, not just by the referee, but also by just where this fight navigated to. That's kind of what we had said. It depends on where this fight navigates. I was a little surprised that Moreno ended up being the aggressor in a submission sense, but it is what it is. I don't know how to I don't know how to gauge any of that. That's just where the fight went. So it is, like I said, at the end of the day, what can you say about it? Like, I think that it should be ran back. But like, you can't really, you know what I mean? Not right now. Tyra's, probably going to get the next title shot, especially based on what we're going to talk about in the next fight. So it sucks. I think that this is one of those situations where we get robbed in general of what could have been in this fight. And that's just what we're going to have to be okay with.
Here's my take. I think history was set. I think the things were set right here, because Tatsuro was unfortunately somebody who is, and this is going to sound a little interesting off the bat, but his wins, or he's a little plagued here. His win over Alex Perez, he gets the back and then he topples him over, and the dude hurts his leg and then taps or whatever. Good offering from Tatsuro. Obviously, he went for the move and finished him, whatever you want to say. But it's not necessarily something that it wasn't like I'm trying to think of the way he didn't like go in here and like knock him out or whatever. It wasn't like a clean finish like that. Same thing with Brandon Moreno. He finishes him TKO, but it's obviously people are going to speculate. What if it wasn't stopped? This and that. Obviously, like we just did. And then when you get to the Brandon Royval fight, it was 2-2 going into the fifth, and the fifth round ultimately came down to one sequence at the end. What happens if that would have went the other way somehow? If Tatsuro could have taken that fight in any other regard, in my opinion, that was a very back and forth fight. So Tatsuro, these last couple stretch of fights, they haven't really, like, he's looked very good, and I'm very optimistic for his future, but I feel bad because they not necessarily haven't been the cleanest victories, and or obviously the split decision, that was a loss, but and that being his first loss, of course. So I can see somebody who's not a fan of Tatsuro, using these as like, oh, well, he didn't actually finish Alex Perez. Like, he just got hurt. Oh, he didn't actually finish Brandon Moreno. That was an early stoppage. Oh, he lost to Brandon Royval, he just lost to Josh Van. Whatever you want to say. I can see these being targeted factors, but man, am I confident that none of that matters. This is a really good fucking fighter. Tatsuro Taira, I'm telling you guys, this is, and what I was saying, this is history being set straight, with Royval winning. Ultimately, Tyra, he goes into this matchup, and it sucks that before this happened, it sucked that we had to look forward to this, because, man, Tatsuro deserves to be fighting, not Moreno, because this is a hard matchup. He could lose, he could have lost on Saturday very easily. Moreno's a very good fighter. But now we're set straight. Tatsuro's back in the title picture. Royval is under him. Everything kind of worked out, I think, and I'm very happy for that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. I agree in the broad sense with what you're saying. I mean, like, it sucks that it had to happen this way, because I think that I think Chairway was in here earlier, and he was kind of saying on the watch along that, like, we were like, if the dynamics of this fight were different, like, this could have been, the way we were talking it up, we were like, this has potential to be fight of the night. I mean, this is like, these guys could have really thrown down and shown us something that, would have been amazing. This is like high level flyweights. That's where you get the most excitement nowadays. So, like, it's unfortunate set of circumstances that led us here, but I'm not mad at it. I mean, I'm not mad at the outcome, I should say. I mean,
Mhm.
like, Tyra is that guy. I mean, like, he is, and
Yes.
also another guy, 25 years old with what he's been doing. I mean, like, this is the next wave of flyweight. And now, based on what we are going to talk about in the co-main event, of course, we're seeing the next wave coming at you rather quickly. As I've said in the past, MMA is a sport that moves both slowly and fast at the same time. This is a great example of that on this card. So, you know, Moreno, I'm always going to ride with the guy. He is better than this fight would have made it seem. Like, if this was the only Moreno fight that you'd ever seen, you would certainly not get a full impression of what he is capable of, what he already has done in his career. So, as I said, unfortunate elements to this fight, but in the broad scheme of things, I'm not mad at the overall shakeup dynamic and all of that.
And I know people are gonna in the comments. I'm listen. I'm not trying to harp, but Tatsuro is doing exactly what I mean. I mean, Brandon Moreno is not somebody that I would say is old, but he's somebody who has never been finished, and to everybody's regard as a very good fighter. Tatsuro goes up against him, finishes him. It may be to some people's not to some people's standard, whatever you want to say, but Peyton Talbot could learn a few things. This is what you do when you're put up against somebody who's never been finished. You go for it. You actually, uh, uh, what is this? Compartmentalize these things.
Sure.
So
So next fight, Peyton Talbot, get Mark Smith as your referee and just pound the side of your opponent's head until you get an early stoppage.
see, and it's funny that you say it that way because in this day and age, mate, all you have to do is get Mark Smith, Mark Goddard, Mike Beltran. You could literally name all of them, and they're
Well,
all
and
going to screw us over. So if that's what he needs, sure.
and this
If
is what
that's
I'm
what he
saying
needs.
about why I argue for fairness, and this is to your point about why Moreno does not deserve special treatment over anybody else as far as these stoppages go. Fairness, we like a little bit of fairness in this sport, so
True.
kind of going back to the same point there too.
So
But
listen
either
out there,
way,
commissions. The next time Dan Hooker's face looks like a fucking car crash, I don't care if the ref doesn't think that he needs to be stopped. Listen, you better call it the same way that you call the women's prelims fights. I'm sick of it. That's all that I'm saying.
fair. Yeah, no, dude, consistency is all that I've been asking for. And this is something that needs to come down from the ABC, the Association of Boxing Commissions and Combat Sports.
Mhm.
These are the commission above commission, so to speak, needs to have top down oversight and management of these things, but different story for a different time. So then, based on all of this, Chase, if you were to meet Tatsuro Taira, would you say, I'm very happy, thank you?
I would tell him that I really appreciate all of these songs that he walks out to because they're just so happy and joyful and yeah.
Power to the people.
Yeah, see, I know I made that joke, the MTV song, the
Yeah, we are the world.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. So he always walks out to something. It's goofy, but it's also like maybe he is just that positive. Maybe he's just like that. That
He's got a great personality,
yeah,
and it takes a certain type of personality when you don't speak English to still have it come through. So, to that point though, there was a great moment. I don't know if you caught this one, but there was a very great moment when Tyra says in English that he wants the title shot. He calls just this screaming thing. I want the title shot, and he has the translator next to him, and Rogan still shifts the mic to the translator to translate that. And the translator was just like, yeah, English.
yeah.
So that was pretty funny. But yeah, and the last thing that I had for it was John Anik with a very peculiar bar saying, "You see the man body on display tonight." Just something to
We had
think
a
about.
we had a lot of bars dropped here on this glorious Saturday. The last pay-per-view, they got them all out. I
I
wonder what that text from DC was saying,
that's the last line of Lost in Translation. We'll never know.
Yeah, you ever see, when like Buzz Aldrin, when he contacts back from the moon and there's some of the snippets that are not all there, that's
Right.
what we get.
These unanswered questions. Well, we certainly got an answered question in the co-main event here. Myanmar, do you have a champion? The answer is yes. This is Alexandre Pantoja versus Joshua Van. I mean, if you want to take a victory lap, Chase, go ahead. Joshua Van certainly did, and a lot of people had a lot of opinions about that. So curious what your thoughts are on that, and of course, all of everything else.
I mean, I just got to be straight up with it. I mean, Josh Van is the fucking champ. I mean, I know people don't want to accept it. He did not, go 5 rounds with Pantoja like everybody was expecting. Whatever you want to say. but anything is possible that can happen in the cage. And they know that. They, stepping into the cage, anything's possible. Whatever has to be done for the ref to stop you from fighting, that is what you are there to do. Once the ref does that, the outcome, that the outcome is what it is. You're only there to perform in the cage from the ref says go to the ref says stop. You can't do anything more than that. If you do, it's unprofessional, and it's immoral, whatever you want to say. There's a lot of different reasons that you shouldn't do the things that people are mad, like whatever you want to say. Josh Van did exactly what he needed to do. He defended a kick and he pushed Pantoja to the mat. Pantoja hurt his arm in the doing. There would you be? I know people are mad about the celebration,
Right.
mate. He's 24 years old. He just be obviously, again, you're in there. Once the ref says stop, if you didn't go to the judges and you're the one who made the ref stop it, of course, like in your mind, I just won the fucking belt. Like I'm the fucking champ. Like I understand it was an injury, but like there's too many things going on. There's too many certain ways. He wants his moment, he has the belt. He wants the picture of him sitting on top of the cage, like I just won the belt. Like that's me right there. He's gonna hang it up in his house. Everybody is mad that at 24 years old, Josh Van was excited that he is the flyweight champion because he went in to a title fight knowing the potential that he could lose is very, very high. And he had no doubt in his mind that he could go in there and win. And he had the confidence to go in there and tunnel vision, set on the belt. And not everybody would listen. You don't think people there's plenty of people even in this fucking division that wouldn't even step to fight other people. We have not Makai, well, Makayev. Makayev's a different story. We have Manel Cap, and Kaya Kara France. These dudes have been trying to fight for 2 years now. Now one of them retires and now the other one's calling them out again. I don't care anymore. You guys already didn't want to fight. Josh Van is different. Josh Van will actually get in the ring with the people that matter. And that's why he ended up in the situation that he did. And people want to, talk about destiny. I mean, this is truly what you saw right here. You saw 5-fight win streak or whatever lead to a title shot. And you saw one instance in 26 seconds, Josh Van win by TKO because he defended the kick as best as he could. And listen, it is no different than Dustin Poirier checking a kick on Conor McGregor, Anderson Silva getting his leg broke on Chris Weidman, Chris Weidman getting his leg broke on whoever the fuck that guy was. It's no different. These are all defensive techniques where the opponent is injured in the process. That is the point of the sport. Josh Van is the rightful champion. He did what he was supposed to do. So
Yeah, I mean, for once tonight, I can actually across the board agree with you on that. I think that you hit every point really solidly. Josh Van has no control over how Pantoja's body is going to react to anything in the fight. It could have been any movement. It could have been Tom Aspinall with Curtis Blades. I mean, obviously different circumstances, but the same basic concept is, I mean, it's not any doing on it's not up to them how the body is going to react. It's their job to be in the fight. And the bigger point to me, everybody's talking about the injury, of course, and rightly so. If you look at the very beginning of the fight, Josh Van went straight in there and tussled with
yeah,
Pantoja. They do-si-doed there for a second. They were locked up for a minute there. They were engaging. Josh Van didn't. He wasn't running from anything. He went face first into that fire. What's going to happen in the fight is going to happen in the fight. I mean, these are the elements of this sport. So for anybody who has anything to say about that, I think Josh Van himself said it best. Fuck him. This is my belt. This is my time. He's now the second youngest UFC champion of all time, the first Asian-born fighter to win a UFC title. I mean, these are major accolades that he deserves.
male Asian born.
Okay, fair enough. Sure. Either way, these are accolades that he deserves to be to be happy about. These are accolades that he now holds forever. That the elements of that cannot be lost on this young man, and he had to do everything correctly to get himself to the position in the first place, to be in that shot, to be in that fight. So I think that everything happened exactly as it should have happened. I mean, not as it should have with the injury, of course, but all things on Josh Van's side, I didn't see any problem with any of this, from how he handled it to to everything that happened. All of the circumstances here were, I think, exactly as they should have been under the circumstances. Now, I will say that I do think that the situation is unfortunate for everybody. I think it's unfortunate, obviously, for Pantoja. He's going to be out for a little while. I did an entire video. We talked about this earlier on the channel about some of the circumstances surrounding that. Seems to be a dislocation. Hopefully that'll be healed up a little bit quicker. Might not need surgery, maybe, but still could. A lot of uncertainty with that just at this very moment. But unfortunate for Pantoja, unfortunate for Van, because the conversation surrounding it is going to be what it's going to be, and obviously unfortunate for the fans as well. We wanted a better fight. So all things being equal, I get the feelings about this. It's certainly a letdown after a really great card leading up to it. You wanted more out of that, but to try to dogpile on Josh Van for being happy about it, I think is really kind of shitty. And also think about the fact that, like, Josh Van could have pounced on him when he was waving that thing off. Pantoja's I did a breakdown frame by frame of how that all went down. Pantoja's looking up at him. He's waving at him. No, no, no. Herb Dean wasn't there saying no, no, no. Josh Van could have belted him right there. Could have belted him in the broken arm if he really. I mean, like, there's a lot of ways to be a dick in that situation. He wasn't that. So the kid jumping on the cage, give him his moment. Like, I think everything was fine.
Okay, and now listen, because I'm good at what I do, I'm obviously going to go ahead and call a spade because the chat clearly didn't want to call me out on it, and I figured they would because there was a clear, and I wouldn't say it was a flaw, but obviously there is some hypocritical comments that I could be making, or that I was evading, of course. Joshua Van is the same person that got knocked out by Charles Johnson just a couple fights ago, and a couple was, a handful, of course.
Yeah, and also
But
not a finisher.
right, and of course, the same things that I was getting mad at Peyton Talbot for, but you wanna know the difference? Josh Van put his head down, went into fights, took fights, won fights, and again, and when I say Josh Van got his title fight earned, not given, and that is truly what I mean, because he went in there and fought nobodies and earned his name into the rankings. Peyton Talbot, now he's somebody because he beat Henry Cejudo, but when he was fighting nobodies, he's losing. Again, I can go on for days about how these are different, but Josh Van earned his title shot, went in and did everything he needed to do, made sure he stepped in the cage healthy, and on that day, he was the healthier guy, and that's
The
really all that matters,
The only difference, though, is that this would be like you saying the same thing about Josh Van after the win that he got after the knockout from
No,
Johnson.
but that was an early stoppage against Charles Johnson. I stand on that.
Well, fair enough, but my point is that he loses the fight, then he comes back and gets a win. This would be like you saying that same thing at that time about him
Yeah,
when
but
it comes to Peyton Talbot.
no, because I would be saying that, like, if Josh Van lost a fight and then the next fight he gets a decently touted person, okay, and then the next fight he gets somebody that's like legacy building, like, when you think of names in the UFC, Henry Cejudo is a two-time champ. Why would Peyton Talbot be getting that unless he had some special circumstances around his name? Any other person does not get to fight somebody that builds their resume like that because they're nobodies. But two fights after you lose, you get somebody that is a two-time UFC Hall of Fame, whatever you want to say. It's like Josh Van didn't get that luxury. He gets to fight Edgar Chairez in the Sphere. Sure, that's cool, but he earned his position there because he's he's somebody that you pay to go see. That's why he's on these cards. Peyton Talbot, sure, you could say the same thing because he's on the same card, but he was given this position against Henry Cejudo. That's why I think this is different. He didn't earn a fight against Henry Cejudo because he literally just you don't earn a fight against a UFC Hall of Famer after you just lost 2 fights ago, unless they're like super fucking washed, which Henry is, but like,
So you
I don't
put
know.
no stock in the Felipe Lima win?
It was a decent win. It was a decent one.
So, I mean, look, I'm not going to relitigate the whole Peyton Talbot argument there. Feel how you want to feel about that aspect of it. When it came to Josh Van here, I mean, I think that, like, look at these kind of things a little bit differently, I guess, in general. Like, you fight the fights that you're put into, you win the fights. That's what needs to happen. I mean, I think that Josh Van did everything correctly there. I think Peyton Talbot still has the ability to continue to go down the exact same path, and the conversation is a little premature about with Peyton Talbot that you're putting forward. But again, I don't want to go back down and rehash it all. Either way, when it came to this, I think that it's a very unceremonious way for the Pantoja reign to end. So I'm very curious as to how this is going to play out as far as he is concerned when he comes back healthy. To Joshua Van's credit, he did say that he wanted to run it back, and I said that should absolutely happen. I think that they're definitely going to have him defend before that, so that's going to be the big decision maker there. But I really do think that one way or another, we probably should get that fight at some point, the fight that we were, taken away from here.
The worst part about this, and this is truly what I believe, and I've been saying this from the beginning, it is the biggest shame of this situation. It's not that Pantoja got hurt. That's a horrible thing that happened because I love Pantoja. The biggest thing that happened, and that's the unfortunate part, is that Josh Van didn't get a real fight to earn his belt, and he deserved that. Out of all the fights that Josh Van has had, the amount of times that he went in there and put his life on the line to go ahead and put on a banger performance for us, for him to win the belt, for him to be the first champion from Myanmar, he deserved to have a banger, and he deserved to win it like straight up like a man. And the fact that he didn't, and it ended up this way, it does suck because now people are going to always hold that over him. He never beat Pantoja. He never won the belt off of him legitly.
Right.
Until we see a rematch, we will never know. But I think truly the biggest fault here is that we did not get to see Josh Van earn his belt the way that I know he wanted to. I know for a fact he wanted to go whoop Pantoja's ass and earn that belt because that's what he does. He's the fearless man. He'll fight anybody that you give him, and he showed that he'll go in there and fight. And like you said, the beginning of this fight, they truly went after it for a second. I mean, it was worrisome. I'll tell you that. And the fact that it ended the way it did, it sucks because Josh, for him to win the belt, he deserved to go through some epic shit because that's exactly what he's built for. So I'm excited to see what's next for him. 24 years old and a champion. I knew it.
Shout out to him. Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree with you on all fronts on that. And I mean, again, sucks the circumstances, but Myanmar, you have a champion. I do want to address this though.
Yeah.
Hydra saying that the special circumstances are, the potential sexuality of Peyton Talbot. You think that the most conservative organization on the planet, the organization where the president is direct friends and on a regular speaking terms with the current administration, is giving preferential treatment to an atypical sexuality? I think you're insanely off base with this. If you think that is the reason that there would be any preferential treatment to Peyton Talbot. So, I mean, I don't know if you wanted to respond to that, but that's my feeling on that. I think what I will say is that the organization, to their credit, does not care about those types of things. That it would not be something that they would be trying to influence one way or the other in their decision-making process. I think that they see him as a young person with a buzz around them, and whether it comes off of that or not, then that's maybe a little bit more debatable. But to think that is the actual reason that there would be any kind of push, I think is very much off base.
Yeah, I can agree with you there.
All right, fair enough. Okay, well, then that takes us to the main event of this thing. This is Merab Dvalishvili versus Petr Yan. In a roundabout way, I think that we actually called this somewhat correct, even though we did not pick the correct winner, because what we had said was this was going to be Merab doing Merab things and Petr, having a little bit of a slow start. But the difference is that what you had said actually came true. You said maybe Petr Yan has been drilling takedown defense since their first fight, and to his credit, stuffing almost damn near every one of them. I mean, maybe they gave him 2 takedowns for Merab out of 29. I also have a note about the way that the stats were kept in this fight, but in the broad picture, the broad strokes of this thing, Petr Yan going in there and negating everything that Merab does. When Merab was trying to do Merab things, Petr Yan had an answer for every single one of those things and a slam on the head to boot.
I'll say a couple different things. One, me personally, I thought Merab was up 3-0. I thought the first 3 rounds, if not the first 2 for sure, went to Merab. The third one, I can understand that I was being a little biased. And then even when they went to the coach's corner, I'm like, damn, even coach thinks we're up 3-0. Okay, cool. Marab's cool. The
3.
other
You gave him that third too.
I in the moment I gave him 3, but
Wow.
I can understand bias on that third round. First 2 though, now that I've seen the judges corroborate that, I'll take that.
Mhm.
But what I will say to this is I'm not too upset. Again, I'm not the biggest Marab fan. Peter Young, we had a whole discussion about him. I'm not. I think his personality is very good. He's a very good fighter. When it comes to a lot of things that are said about him, I'm not necessarily on board with them. About him being a very exciting fighter, this was a very exciting fight, but I don't think this is what we get every single time we have Marab. I'm sorry, Peter Yan. The one thing that I will note is that Tiger Muay Thai, Shevchenko's gym out in Thailand, featuring Peter Yan and Fazeev and some other fighters. They they've figured out how to beat wrestlers. I mean that's just what it is. I mean I am not too upset that the people that I've lost to Tiger Muay Thai are Marab and Wei Li, because these are genuinely two of the greatest athletes that you've seen in this sport and in this era and of any. So the fact that Tiger Muay Thai was able to formulate plans that are going to go ahead and beat these styles, I I don't think it's forever. That's what I will say. I will say that I think Marab will come back, and they're going to get a trilogy, of course, and I think Marab will come back and win this one. And Tiger Muay Thai is a team not like the Fighting Nerds, for example, because those, you understand, you have a group core that they know what they're doing. With Tiger Muay Thai, I always associate that's Shevchenko's gym. Obviously, they're going to be good. They train with Shevchenko. Shevchenko's good. They train with Shevchenko, but we never really see that rub off onto the other people. She has her own thing. Peter's got his own thing. Faziv's got his own thing. But I feel like this year we kind of saw that they did have the similar thing. You know, Chev and Pieter here, I feel like they really just dismantled their opponents when it came to the game that they had. And it worked. And this one was a lot closer than what Chev and Wei Li had, but that should just tell you how good Marab is. I mean, Marab, I probably was injured or something. I'm not going to be the one to say it, but from the discussion that he immediately went to go have with Dana and Hunter after the fight, that's normally like a please give me an opportunity. Like I was fucked up.
He
Like
was he was saying norovirus, which seems to be the go-to for a lot of people. Now, whether
that was a fake page, I'm pretty sure. The one that said that.
oh, okay. I thought he himself had said that, but all right, fair enough if that is a fake out. But either way, you're right. I mean, the optics, a bruised, battered, bloody, bridge of the nose just bashed open. I mean, the damage was all over Marab after this thing. If all being considered, whether it's the gym, whether it's the fighter himself, Piotr Yan, just at making the necessary adjustments, maybe it's what we had said about the hand injury. You had said, and commentary said as well, that if you go back and rewatch the first fight, him not using that right hand is very apparent. Whatever the elements are that made this what this fight was, this was a complete dismantling of a game plan with a more effective game plan. And I think that was really, to Piotr Jan's credit, it was a very patient performance. It was one that took into consideration all of the tools of the trade that Marab employs. Marab even had that drop takedown that he got twice on Sean O'Malley in this fight, if you recall, which was one of the most impressive things that Marab does to me, that, he drops between the legs and then gets the takedown off of that. He did it to Piotr Jan here. Piotr Jan had an answer for that as well. And every time he would let Marab, it was a quicksand performance is what I would call it. He let him attempt all the takedowns he wanted. He let him, have his little striking moments. And throughout all of that, he thwarts everything and just touches him up consistently. This was just a really, really powerful performance by Piotr Jan, specific to Marab. And that's what I think really stands out the most. Before I let you go, let me say one other thing. To Hydra's point about, whoever counts the significant strikes really needs to reevaluate their career path. I did have a note about this that I'd said. Marab had unofficially 5 takedown attempts in the first 4 minutes of this fight and 9 takedowns 45 seconds into the second round. Numbers lie in this sport. Just saying.
Well, and see, this is where I was going to get into it because, I would be called crazy if I ever said, when I say Marab beat Sugar Sean 5-0. Like Corey and Umar 5-0. Like these are people who didn't even win a single round. I get told that I'm making stuff up, and when I get to this one, I will be the one to defend a 5-0 4-1 from Marab here. I mean, every round the striking was close. If not, Marab was out striking Peter. I mean, it pops up on a little ticker on the bottom of the screen. So
Numbers.
whatever numbers fine, but that's what I'm being told as the audience member. Marab is winning the striking. Marab is also attempting more takedowns. Peter's stuffing them, sure. Marab is still getting more control time. He's actually throwing in sub attempts. I think if you give 5-0 or 4-1, I think you're overvaluing a nose break in the first round. Like I because he's gonna bleed for the rest of the fight. I mean, but like you can't give every round a damage score to Peter Yan. Like, if that's the case, then Tom Aspinall was going to lose every single round. Like that's the it's a flawed way to think. So if every round, if okay, you got a busted nose, and then the next round he's cut on the forehead, then the next one he's cut on the, anything like that. The body shots were something that I could say were adding up for Peter to win these rounds, but I just no the nose break itself is probably not, and even I think it was round 3 or whatever, when Peter landed a body shot right at the end or whatever. It's like, okay, so
That's the
he
one that he cried out in pain on.
right, but like my point is like, so everything was close, up until the Marab was winning up until the end, but then one body shot that let the round end. Like, I mean, it hurt him, but like, did it? I mean, it went to the next round. It didn't drop him. It's not necessarily anything that you could tally on the scorecard there. It hurt him, but
Oh,
does
I mean,
yelping make a knockdown point or,
that's what I'm saying though. I think that overall, like I agree with you that if it was just the nose break, the bleeding off the nose, that wouldn't be in and of itself something you can carry into other rounds, round over round. But I mean, I think that Piotr Jan was doing consistently enough, and the impact of the shots. That's what I'm saying. These numbers lie. I mean, like, yeah, volume striking. I actually looked into the criteria for a significant strike, and significant strikes are basically as almost as varied as you would expect them to be, as far as like
it's anything but a jab, isn't it?
no, I mean, jab can be a significant strike. Absolutely. No, it's anything that is deemed to be of damaging impact. That's really so. I mean, so pepper shots are significant strikes at times. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like when you see these fights where that's like 300 significant strikes, and it's them on the ground, and it's just somebody hitting the side of somebody in the side of the belly, significant strikes. You know what I'm saying? Like it's my point is that you look at what the actual reality of the fight is, and that needs to be more of what you are informed by than ever by the numbers. But that being said, Marab did have his moments, so I can understand. Like what I had said in the overall summation of this is that I am one of the people that did say 4-1 Jan. I did say that there is certainly room for an argument 3-2. And
Mm.
I'd say you have to be a little generous perhaps at times, because every time that Marab had enough to potentially have a solid win of the round, Jan would do enough to make it a little bit questionable. But then you could also make a similar argument for Marab in some other areas as well. So, this is a closer fight than like the knockdown drag out element of it would seem to be. But like, what are we talking about when it comes to the big moments of the fight? Marab getting dropped on his head, Marab getting his nose broken, Marab getting his liver hit to the point where he cries out. I mean, like, you judge off of what you're being shown. The optics, again, the sport is so much optics. The optics of this fight were all pure Jan. You got to admit that.
Yeah, no, this was a pretty good fight. I actually really liked this main event. I mean, for me going into the co-main event saying this is my main event, and for what happened in that, this was definitely, I obviously wanted Marab to win this one because I figured, he won the first one. Obviously, he's going to do the same thing. But I will give major credit for Pieter and Tiger Muay Thai for coming out here with a game plan that can actually work. I mean, and listen, Marab, again, when he went over to Dana and Hunter hit him with the we'll talk later. Like, it seemed to me like how do I get back in this? Like, because I took this and I told you that I was compromised, but I'll still go on with it as long as you make sure I get my, whatever you want to say. I think that's possibly what happened. And then a rematch is given. I mean, if Sugar Sean O'Malley gets a fucking rematch after one title defense.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
I mean, come on, bro. You have to. If they deny that, that would be an absolute slap in the face to everything that Marab accomplished in such a short amount of time. That was going to be my next question to you: is how do you factor in the quick turnaround and the activity of Marab in all of this? Do you think that that has any play on any of this,
no, I just think he's going to be our 2025 Fighter of the Year. That's about what I would
even with
say.
the loss?
Well, even with the loss, I mean, it was close enough. I mean, he did 3 other fights in this year, whatever it is.
Yeah,
So
yeah, no, absolutely. And I said it on the watch along. I love a good story. I admittedly was sad. I wanted to believe Marab. We had one of our best performing ever reels is me basically saying, is Marab the goat of bantamweight or is he becoming one of the goats of the sport? Maybe I sold myself a little bit of a bill of goods on that, and I am the first to admit that. I was kind of buying into the idea of the dominance that you would see out of Marab being a little bit more than what we would end up getting in this fight, and I'm very glad that it's Piotr Jan who was able to navigate this in the way that he did to be the person to dethrone Marab if it was going to have to happen. That said, like I said, I understand people who are a little bit sad about this loss based on what could have been as far as like legacy goes, but I don't necessarily think that Marab's legacy is done being created. So let's see if they end up doing the rematch. Either way, shout out to Piotr Jan. I'm as like I had said, the guy who has watched every one of his fights. I am I was glad to see this version of him show up, and I even said he to his credit, even got a stunner shot in the first round. He didn't even fully drop a round this time. I was like, man, you want to talk about adjustments? Thank you, Piotr Jan.
I think the funniest thing that I think I like Peter Yan, the personality behind him. The fighter's cool. Like I said, he's a good fighter. The outside the cage fighter is very funny. That Peter Yan doesn't trust the UFC. And I really appreciate that from him because that is it's a little human behind him. So I don't know if you saw this clip. Peter's got his belt and he gets off the podium of his little post fight little thing, and somebody comes up to him. They're like, "Hey, we're gonna give you this belt. We're gonna take that one. We're gonna give you this new one." And he's like, "You're not getting this belt, buddy." And they're like, "No, no, Hunter sent us." He's like, I'm not giving it." They're like, "Okay, we're gonna tell Hunter. You said no." He's like, "All right," and then he walks off with the real belt.
My
Yeah.
man, hey, anybody who is distrusting of the organization is somebody who I think is probably on the right track. He does have to be careful with that though, because that can definitely bite back, and
Yeah.
probably already has in some ways. I mean, the post career after the Sean O'Malley loss, there might have been a little bit in there, it's in certain little pieces if you really trace it back. But either way, can't deny the champ now, can you?
100%.
So, all right. Well, all of that being said, that was UFC 323, Dvalishvili versus Jan 2. Chase, after talking it through, what are your final thoughts on this thing?
This was a really good pay-per-view to end the pay-per-view era. Wow, I'll never forget it truly because on the last pay-per-view of all time, I got to witness Josh Van become the first Myanmar-born champion. I mean, that's gonna live with in infamy because I've told you guys since day one, Josh Van is special. And the fact that it came to fruition that, this is one of those just destiny moments. Like you can't really just you can't write it any better.
Yeah, chat. Just so you know that at some point down the road, when the channel is like fully monetized and we start bringing some cash in, we're going to be setting up a specific fund to send Chase over to Myanmar to have a visit, so that he can be amongst his people, because there is nobody that rides for that country outside of people from Myanmar like Chase Parton. So
Hell yeah. I
appreciate
appreciate
that.
it. Yeah.
Absolutely. So that's yeah. I mean, just my final thoughts. Yeah, I thought this was great. I'm gonna have to get used to saying numbered event now, which is gonna be an adjustment. But for the pay-per-view era, for the ESPN era, minus the card that we're gonna just talk about next, I was very satisfied with this. Obviously, some weird things, things you didn't want to happen, things not happening exactly to plan, whatever. I said it on the watch along. I'll say it again. When the sport, when I hate it, I still love it, and when I love it, it's the best thing in the world. So this card really was right in line with all of that.
Yeah, this was very, very fun.
Yeah.
Appreciate everybody who was participating,
Yeah.
except Antonio Tricoli.
Good lord, yes. But even based on what I just said, you even need a guy like that sometimes, just so that you can say, "Get this guy the fuck out of here,"
Fair.
So, all right. Well, I mean, we've been talking this thing through, but you want to take a look at Royval and Kape here?
We will do this.
All right, let's do it. Next up, this weekend, UFC Fight Night, Royval versus Kape. This is the last event of the year, people, and then we go into MMA winter. We've got 6 long weeks without fights, but your boys will still be here, just so you know. Either way, this one coming up this weekend, Brendan Royval, Manel Kape. What are you thinking about this thing?
I don't know who's gonna win this one. This is actually one of the harder when I envision like the two of them matching up and what would happen. This is one of the harder ones, truly, because Royval is somebody that I know for fact. He's got that dog in him. He's not somebody who gets bitched around in the cage. If it's somebody who's got the skill like Pantoja or Josh Van, yeah, I mean it happens. You can't win them all. But when it comes to grit and determination, you're never going to just dog Brandon Royval out. Like he's gonna fight. He's gonna show you that he's there to compete, and he always has been. He's been the number one contender for the longest time for a reason. And Josh Van leapfrogging him don't mean nothing. I mean that's the current champ right now. Like Brandon Royval should come out here and win this fight because this is again when you talk about earned, not given. Manel Kape is one of these dudes. He'll fight and he'll get a fight and he'll cancel. He'll pull out. He'll get injured. He'll get another fight. He'll cancel. He'll get a fight. He'll fight somebody and poke him in the eye. Whatever you want to say. There's too many things to this situation for Manel. Brandon Royval is unfortunately one of these fighters who will get eye poked and not complain about it. Like the people that I root for. But that would probably be the downfall to his fighting career
Well,
right here.
that was going to be my big question: is how much dirtball bullshit is Manel
A
Kape going to
lot.
pull in this fight? And always the $1 million question with this guy. I mean, really, it's very unfortunate to think that he's gotten as far as he has gotten, being as dirty as he can be at times. I mean, the Asuma Mabayev fight proved everything you needed to know about Manel Kape,
And Bruno Silva.
and Bruno Silva and Muhammad Makayev to an extent as well. I mean, there was plenty with Manel Kape, and none of it's good. That being said, he is a pretty skilled fighter in addition to being a dirtball, so it's going to be a tough fight for Royval. But what you said about Royval is true. I mean, this guy is as tough as they come. He really is, like, in his own way, kind of a final boss. Even if
Mhm.
he kind of reminds me of like a mini Max Holloway, not in style, but in the sense of like being that guy that just, it's like he's always constantly banging at the top of at the top door and just can't break through. But in and of himself is the guy that, like, no one, everybody wants to try to best him because he is that good. He's just not that good. It's
Mhm.
like the next level. So it's a tough situation for him to be in general. But when it comes to being in this fight, I think it plays into his hands. I mean, he's super well rounded, all over the place. Every skill that you could possibly imagine, he's got something for it. And he's tough as nails. So I mean, I think that really it bodes well for him. Manel, he's crafty is more of what I would say, as opposed to being like as gritty. But
Mhm.
there is a set of dynamics that come with that can be problematic for some fighters. I don't think Royval is one of those fighters that's going to let those types of elements play too heavy into this fight.
Yeah, I like Royval here. I'm gonna take him, and I'm gonna be very confident about it.
Not same here. And I mean, we are agreeing on this one, but as you know, we are streaming to individual channels. You can like the channel of the person who you think has the better opinions about this or anything tonight, since we've been having all kinds of discussions going on.
True, 100%.
All right. Well, we both took Royval, but what about the co-main here, Giga Chikadze versus Kevin Vallejos? You want to talk about a guy getting a little bit of a hot shot over here? I mean, now granted, Giga Chikadze is someone who has let me down in a lot of ways, so this is maybe not as big of a hot shot as it may seem. But Giga is a dude who has like a lot of experience against high level guys. Kevin Vallejos is really a relative newcomer to the organization, getting a pretty big call up, I would say here.
Yeah, this is gonna be his moment where he's supposed to knock out the guy that has never really been finished all that much. I mean, maybe he has, but like this is the fight where I can tell you, no, he's never been knocked out. This is the fight that styles make matchups, and it's not always the fighting style. It's has a person who's never been knocked out goes up against a guy who almost always knocks people out. It's the same thing with Danny Silva. He was supposed to test his chin. Now he didn't really. I mean, Danny Silva lost, but it was a decently good 3-round fight. This one right here, I can see a finish coming. I would really hope if Kevin Vallejos is everything that he's talked about being, he's on Twitter a lot. He's got a lot of confidence. It's not necessarily ill-placed confidence. It does seem sincere, like he tries to understand that he's one of the better, people, prospects, whatever you want to say, and he's having confidence to match what his character that's coming up. It's not necessarily seeming that he's like overly cocky. It's just like I'm the best. I'm one of the better people coming up. Let me fight the better people that are in the competition. Let me figure out and let me show you that I am. Whatever you want to say. So Giga is a good performance or a good person to have a performance against. But the thing is, these last two fights of Giga have been the same thing. He has one good round, he'll win, and then the next two rounds he loses. And the fight before last, where it was Arnold Allen versus Giga, he won that first round, and I honestly thought that he was able to win that second round and skate by a decision. Unfortunately, the judges thought differently, which probably was better for Giga, because then you're supposed to learn, like, okay, I can't do that again. Well, you have the next fight, you win one round against David Onama, and then you lose the next two. So you're kind of going downhill here. And if Kevin Vallejos finishes you, I mean, that's going to be the nail in the coffin right there for your rankings run. So I don't know. I know I've said it before, and I wasn't right about the last card saying for Antonio Tricoli round two to start. Giga might have a good first round, keep the range, and then the second round he's a lot slower, and then Kevin Vallejos is maybe able to catch him.
Yeah, I mean, really, the advice for Vallejos is protect your body. I mean, the Giga kick, I think, is a little bit of a myth at this point. I don't think that he had it a couple of times early on, but yeah, I think it got figured out pretty quickly. He does have a fast kick to the body. I mean, that was what he was trying to bill himself as, and as I said, he's a person that I actually had some faith in with that exact tactic as the focal point of it. Um, having seen fight over fight that it's not all that. Kevin Vallejos, don't fall into the trap. I mean, that's all you have to do. Know that it's coming, know that it's a potential thing that could happen. Keep an arm guarded down and make sure that you're not taking shots to the body. Get your shots up top. I mean, yeah, round two to start, I could see it. But Vallejos, I do think, based on everything that we've seen out of Giga, there is no 2.0 Giga like he wants everybody to believe. We've seen the same basic structure of his fights and the same basic output in his fights. Like, he is sadly a middling fighter, and that's really where he's going to cap off. So yeah, this could be a nice jump off point, like you said about the trajectory of the careers. Like, it is I said it is a decently big jump up just because he has fought good guys, but at the same time he is on the backslide. So they kind of are meeting at a nice little middle point there. So Vallejos, go out here and get a good win. If you do finish, that would be a nice feather in the cap. But either way, I think a good solid showing is going to be enough to just keep your train going. And if they are intentionally trying to hotshot you a little bit, then go out and be a hotshot.
100%.
True. All right. Next up, Cesar Almeida versus Cezary Olashechuk, the brother Olashechuk, who looked very, very good on the Contender Series, going up against Cesar Almeida, who, I mean, not bad guy, decent, I would say.
I've been asking for a while, where is Cesar Almeida? Where is he? Why has he not been competing? What has been the deal? Well, if you remember, his last performance was against what the fuck is that dude's name? Abdul something.
Abdul Razak Al Hassan.
There you go. And if you remember in that performance, he won by knockout, but not before Abdul had a decent flurry on him, which was concerning, because it's like, oh my God, oh my God. And then he returns one big shot and it knocks out the dude. And it's like, oh shit. Like, I thought he was going to be the one to get. So anyway, the point that I'm making is he's 7-1 still. Holy shit. This dude is, I mean, and he's 37 years old. He's very good. He's very technical. But again, you're old, you're ring rust, you haven't been competing in this current state of the judges of the MMA scoring, UFC scoring, whatever you want to say. You're just going to be out of the loop. And Cesare, I mean, if Rachmanov, if Abdul, what's his face, was able to get a decent flurry on you, a young, decently hungry guy might be able to also do that. And if you're banking on just being able to take the shot and return fire, not always are you going to be able to take that shot, especially as you get older, coming off of like a year plus layoff, like for no absolute reason, by the way. Like, I mean, and you're still not decently experienced enough in MMA. Like, I don't know. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, this is another one that has the trappings of what we always say about contender series guys coming in. Oleszejczuk, obviously the brother of Mikhail Oleszejczuk, does not play any real factor into this. Coming off the contender series, having a really nice performance on there.
Actually,
Also,
it does play a factor because we know the other Olajaychuk is not very good. So maybe this is the good brother, you
that's
know?
kind of what I was leading up to. Is that he looked great on the contender series in his fight. The siblings rule does apply here. I think we saw enough in that fight because it was not one of these ones that was a crazy flash, if I'm not mistaken, was it?
I think
Oh,
it
it
was
was maybe okay. Maybe I'm misremembering then.
36 seconds.
Oh, then all right. Then yeah, maybe I guess I am misremembering. All right, well, fair enough then. Then okay, then I guess more to the original point. Then, I Cesar Almeida, he's got knockout power, but I do think that some of the points that you made do kind of ring true. I've never really been like completely sold knocking out Abdul Razak Al Hassan. I mean, that's a dude who like
He
kind
had
of
never been knocked out, or maybe he had at that point. I feel like
was
that's
that
a
before or
lie.
after the Cody Brundage fight? I think that
That was
was
after.
afterwards, right? So yeah, I mean that was a weird one that all went down. I don't. This is a tough one based on all of these circumstances. I mean, I guess then I have to land back on the contender series rule.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of thinking that maybe Almeida takes it, but this is Cesari's chance to go out here and break the rules. We just saw Evo do it, so maybe he does it too.
He wants to fight Shara Bullet, so Cesar Almeida's just one more step of the way there, buddy. So let's get it.
All right. So who you going with?
I'm going with Cesari. I like that name actually, by the way.
Cesar, yeah, I do too. All right. Well, I'm going to go with Cesar Almeida on this. Just off of experience. Even though yeah, I get it. I understand, bro. I understand. I get all what you're saying, but it's just the dynamics. I got to go with the tried and true rule here.
So I told you last week that the UFC does this on purpose. You have Evo versus Ebo. Now you have Cesar versus Cesari. All
Right.
right. You just can't make it up, you know?
I know. Well, yeah, it's true. They're definitely pulling a fast one with these names sometimes, and yeah, I think that there is a little bit of truth to it. But that being said, again, a little bit more experience in the big show. Plus, especially, I mean, a guy 16-3, you'd think that would equal up to a whole lot of experience. But where was that, and why is that, and why was he just on the contender series if that's what he has? You know what I mean? Like, there's too many
Mhm.
question marks still. I'm falling back on the dude who's already been in the octagon.
All right.
All right, your boy Melchizael Costa is going up against Morgan Charrier. Morgan Charrier, who let me down in his last fight. Melchizael Costa, a guy who I've never been super sold on, but you've been pretty high on. So what are you thinking here?
I think he's going to have a little confidence that he was able to just have a very good striking affair against Julian Erosa. I also think Morgan Shire, however the fuck you say it, I can never get that one. I think Morgan will have decent success on the feet. The only thing is Melly has been finished by Steve Garcia on the feet. I don't think Morgan possesses the same amount of power as Steve Garcia, but he does pack a decent punch, and he does have a good amount of volume with his striking, and he's kind of an all around guy. But the thing is Melly Costa has decent enough striking. It looked very good in his last bout, along with some good confidence. So we'll see where that carries into this fight. But what you should know, and you should all know, he's a submission guy. He's a grapple guy. When it gets to the mat, he is able to make magic happen. So I think it really depends if Morgan is gonna be confident in his skill set on the ground versus Melly's skill set on the feet. We'll see who has the game plan to get the fight where they want it to be. I'm gonna go ahead and take Melly though, because listen, this is another guy, and you should be note of this, because the odds for this card still aren't out. Like none of them are out. I don't know why it's like that, but Vegas dangles free money in front of you sometimes. They pick certain fighters that they just don't believe in, but they just, quote unquote, they don't believe in, but they secretly do. Like that's why they give you the free money. Meli Costa is like a dog in like all of his fights, and he just somehow wins. I mean, it's good money, and even if he isn't a dog, it's like a close to the line favorite where they're like, maybe he won't win, but then he literally, then their opponent puts their head in his guillotine, like shit like that. Like, so Melly Costa, I think if you see his line come out at a really juicy number, just fucking take it because this dude is good. I mean, finish is likely, is what I'm gonna go ahead and say.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, the only issue that I have is like that level of praise because I've never, like I said, I've never been really sold on the fullness of the skill set. I think that there have been a lot of wins that have come out of thin air. It seems like at times. I mean, that jump
Mhm,
gilly that he actually accomplished against Touchy Feely was, just I was like stunned by that even being a possibility with the amount of experience that Feely has. But so it's not necessarily that like I don't think that he can get wins. He certainly can. I think that some of them are a little flukier than others. However, on the other side, you see a reoccurring theme with me sometimes is that when I get let down by fighters, I tend to remember it. Morgan Charrier for the longest time before his most recent spat, even though he did have a couple of like noteworthy losses, I always kind of saw something in him, like just the way, because he's like one of those dudes that he really will gun at times. I mean, like he'll go
mhm,
out there and he'll throw hands. I mean, this dude
yeah,
will power punch. Um, so I was like, all it takes is a little bit more molding. He's got a good amount of experience. I mean, what 33 fights just off of that. I mean, like he's obviously like been around, but like now still seeing losses happen at this stage of the game in this level of the sport that he's at. I mean, this is still real mid level. This is like dead center of the mid as far as where he's fighting right now. It does not bode well as far as like continued on. Do I think he can win this fight? I do think that there is potential for it. But based on just like the nature of the dynamics between these two guys, like what we've seen out of each of them, I think Costa is more likely to
mm.
get the win. I think that there's just like the X factor is stronger on his side, having been let down on the other side. That would be why I'm leaning where I'm leaning.
The last thing that I'll say of why you need to be taking Melly Costa on the long run is the exact same reason that you saw Josh Van become champion. Destiny awaits. Vitiligo is something that a lot of people suffer from, not just in America, but all across the entire world. And this dude is standing up for a cause, and he wants to be the first, champion that is with the disorder vitiligo. And I think it's really important to people that they can have something to look up to. If a young kid with vitiligo is looking up to anything that they can be in the world, they see Melly Costa out there as the UFC champion, and they think I could be him as well as Michael Jackson. Whatever you want to say,
I mean,
but
if that big heavyweight that they put up against Josh Hokett wasn't going to do it, then this
it's
guy has to hold the torch.
so I'm kind of joking, but I'm not at the same time. It's like things certainly make ways of happening, and the UFC knows how to capitalize on certain markets and things that they could see as potential big opportunities. If Melly Costa can build up a name close enough to getting to an opportunity, I mean, first champ with vitiligo sounds really good for the UFC,
Yeah, but they also kind of had that same thing with Curtis Blades being the first champion with a
with a
stutter. And
stutter.
yeah, so I mean, I'm saying, and as a person who struggles with it occasionally myself, I want where's my representation, Chase?
Well, Ryan Loder was supposed to be my dyslexic king, but you saw how that worked out
This
for
is
him.
what I'm talking about. So, maybe not exactly the narrative, but it'd be nice. Hey, why not? I'd certainly be supportive of that if it was the case.
100%.
All right, moving on down the line. Kennedy and Cheziku versus, oh my God, versus Marcus Buchecha. Good Lord. Oh man, Kennedy is about to catch a mean body over here.
Thankfully, we're not off the horse yet because we know Walter Walker's just, he's just whatever right now. Whatever you want to say, he's just him. So I'm going to take Kennedy. I'm not going to be upset that he got subbed by Walter Walker, even though he got made look pitiful. I mean, like screaming, like,
Well, okay, two things with this.
yeah.
Number one, the heel hook setup by Walter Walker is unique. At least the one that he got off of in this fight. That's the number one. I mean, yes, you should know that it's coming now, and now everybody does know that it's coming, but it takes a couple of them to have everybody realize what they already should have known. So I can't fault Kennedy for that. Second of all, heel hook submissions are some of the most like deadly that there are because once they're locked in, it's an immediate, like, if you don't tap immediately, like you can have like permanent damage to your knee and everything. I mean, like it throws everything out of whack in a very, very quick fashion. So I can't fault him for that either. Like, yeah, of course he was crying out in pain. It's a terrible, horrible submission. So all of those things considered, Buchecha, we saw what we saw out of Buchecha, bro. I mean, come on, Budai making this dude look like an amateur. not able to do any of the high level BJJ that he comes into this sport with, into this new sport. People want to equate things. This is the same that we say about MMA fighters going into boxing. These are adjacent sports, but they are not the same sport. And to be a BJJ world-class athlete, which he certainly is. I mean, you go through this guy Buchecha's record. I mean, he's got every championship in BJJ that you could ever imagine times 3. Congratulations to him. If you cannot strike as a heavyweight, you are going to fail. I don't care if, where you think that this fight is going to navigate. You can take it to the ground if you want to. You'll get punched on the ground too. So, I mean, I just don't see much for Buchecha going forward unless he tightens his striking up. Maybe he did that. Maybe he suddenly learned striking, but in this amount of turnaround versus Kennedy and Nzechukwu, who is a really good heavyweight prospect, even with the Walter Walker loss. Come on, bro.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that as well. It's like July 26th, that was a decent amount of time ago. Maybe they took this amount of time because RDR had done fought, he fought on this was the card that he fought on and headlined, and then he fought Brendan Allen, quick turnaround.
Sure.
So Buchecha's been out for a decent amount of time. You would hope, if you're taking time off, that's because you're working on something or doing whatever. But at this point, you're not working on anything that's going to matter. I mean,
Brother, he's taking time off to learn the
it,
sport.
yeah, I mean, genuinely, I mean, it's just not going to fucking matter, bro. I mean, from what we saw, I mean, we see Contender Series guys, Josh Van, he's been wrestling for 6 months before he started in the UFC. Buchecha, I don't care how long you've been doing your shit, you're just not gonna you're not catching on, bro. I mean, it just ain't happening. And then you're going up against somebody who's a very skilled striker. I mean, no, it's just not it.
You know who had a lot of BJJ accolades and the name to go with it? Crone Gracie.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
And now he's out here saying that he'll stop pulling guard if it means he'll have a fucking contract in the UFC. So he's see how that goes for him.
Yeah, he also thinks the world is flat, so he can go. I think that'll be proved quicker than him getting another UFC shot.
Good deal. Nice.
All right, on the prelims of this thing, Amanda Lemos headlining the prelims versus Jillian Robertson. I actually like this fight a lot. I think that this is a good, solid fight for where both of them are in their careers. Jillian Robertson, one of the highest submission rates in women's MMA versus Amanda Lemos, a pretty credentialed striker, even though she's had a pretty bad run of it lately. What are you thinking?
The crazy thing is that I just realized is that Jillian Roberts entered the UFC with a record of 5-2, and
So,
she's been here since 2017. So when you say highest submission rating, that is accurate. She has a lot of submissions because she's been here for a really long time. Yeah.
hell yeah. Yeah.
So
She
what
is
I will
16-8. So, I mean, there's something to that.
but what I will say is I think this is Jillian Roberts is somebody that is decently touted. Like, I mean, by now, she's respected in her game. Like, this is a woman's, she's not no can per se. Like, she's a decent vet. And Amanda Lemos in the same boat. But I think this is the exact performance that Jillian Roberts can get where she finishes Lemos. And I think it doesn't add up like, oh, well, Wei Lee didn't finish Lemos. So why would Jillian Roberts? Well, different time, Jillian Roberts, different skill set. I know it's not as good as Wei Lee, and she's not going to do what Wei Lee did, but I think Lemos, she has this ability to just get caught in positions where she'll look like she's squirming out of being in top, she's on the bottom and she's top mounted. She'll look like she's squirming really, really hard, but she won't ever go anywhere. Like, so I think Jillian might just have her way with Amanda Lemos, and I do decently like Lemos, but 38 years old. She looked good in her last fight, but actually, you know what? I know a lot of people are not going to take Lemos here. I'm going to take Lemos.
All right. Hey, I mean, crazier things. I mean, she is due for a victory if she's going to stick around. That's, I think, the biggest question to me is if, is it time for her to hang it up, or is she wanting to keep on down the line? Jillian Robertson, I mean, I've seen a lot of great things out of her. I've seen questionable things out of her at times. I think that she's another one of those fighters who like it took a little time to like mature into the fighter that they have become, which I do think she is at that point now. So I'll go with conventional wisdom on this one, and go with Jillian Robertson, but I'm not opposed to the Amanda Lemos pick because I do think that she catches her with a couple good hands, overwhelms her with some striking. Jillian Robertson not really known for her striking,
she's coming off a TKO, but I think it was like
Yeah,
ground and pound. But
that's what I'm saying. It's like all right.
the funny that you like the other you like the other side of the equation, but you're picking Jillian because I'm picking Amanda Lemos, but I do really like Jillian in this one. I think that adds up.
That's why I like the fight, honestly. I mean, I think that both of them have elements. I mean, again, Amanda Lemos with a pretty credentialed set of opponents. She's seen a lot in this sport. Jillian Robertson has proven a lot in this sport, even with a middling record, so to speak. So, I think there are attributes on both sides that kind of bode well for them, but could also be the Achilles heel. So, either way, I will ask of this from you though, Chase. If Jillian Robertson wins this fight, you got to start saying the ON at the end of her name. All right, Robert's son.
That is hilarious that yeah,
I'm just razzing you.
no, that's funny. I never really noticed that. Jillian Roberts' son. Yes. My apologies to Mr. Robertson. I apologize.
Which is actually funny because that's Vitz King's favorite fighter right there, and he does the same thing. So I'm like, bro, if she's your
Yeah,
favorite fighter, you might want to say her
that
name right.
that is so funny. I swear to God, it's been Roberts, bro. This is some Mandela effect, but no, hilarious.
Legit. I think it is for a lot of people, but either way, so yeah, I'll take Robertson, you take Lemos, and we'll see who gets that one.
Hell yeah.
All right, Joe Anderson Brito versus Melsek Bagdasaryan back again. I mean, Joe Anderson Brito, another one of these guys that seemed like he was on a rocket ship for a little while, and then really like took kind of a weird sort of nosedive that I wasn't expecting out of him. And Melsek Bagdasaryan, a dude who just seems to be the sacrificial lamb at times. Like,
I just think it's funny because and not you you particularly, but people out there are quick to forget because they used to say that this guy was going to beat Sean Silva.
Melsek.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was supposed to be a lot of things, and I never really understood it. Like, just
Yeah, but here's the thing.
never really proved it, I guess.
Here's the thing. Joe Anderson Brito does close to nothing in his fights. Uh and 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 maybe Melsick is actually a lot better than I'm giving him credit for because I know Jean Silva is decent. He's not as good as people once thought he was. I mean, obviously, I made the good call to jump ship to go to Diego, but Melsick maybe potentially could win this fight here. I'm not saying I love the pick here, but I do not want to pick Joe Anderson Brito again. I've done it and it's been stupid. It's been so stupid.
You've
Like
been burned on it. Exactly. See, this is what happens when fighters let you down, and that's why I led off with that. Where Brito was for he really was like on a pretty like high trajectory at one point. It was like,
he
oh,
was
this
a
guy
win over
might.
Diego Lopez.
This is what I'm saying exactly. So I mean, this is like at a time it was like this guy really could be the next big thing, and then all of a sudden it really just took a very like wide left turn and just hasn't been the same. So for that, I mean, I think this is good matchmaking with that as the like understanding, but I gotta go with Joe Anderson Brito on this, man, based on what we've seen out of Melsik just being again a sacrificial lamb, a dude who they throw in there and just gets completely mauled. Like, like granted it's John Silva at his most John Silva in the most recent one, but that's not even, I mean, like he was coming off of losses before that. Am I wrong?
No. One. Well, I mean,
He only had like 3 in the organization.
Josh Q Loba, whatever that dude's name is, the Australian guy.
Yes, Josh Kulabau. Yeah, he lost him.
Yes.
Oh, then yeah, come on, bro. No, definitely. Yeah, I gotta go with Joe Anderson Brito. Most definitely, dude.
I hate to say that I would like to pick Brito too, but I felt really fucking dumb taking this dude before. Like he makes me feel stupid the way he fights.
And that is the unfortunate aspect of it, is that like this is what happens when the rocket ship loses the fuel. You know what I mean? Like it does make you feel it's like, bro, this should have been a slam dunk. What are you doing to me? That same way that I felt about Nazim Sadikov on the card that we just talked about. I'm like, God, egg on my face, you looking the worst I have ever seen. But I mean, if you're taking levels to this thing and saying like a guy who was like on the up plummets, but then he plummets down to a guy who's already been in the chasm, so to speak, at the bottom of the ocean. I still got to believe that there's a little bit more juice left in that, in that melon there than what we're getting out of it.
Yes, 100%.
I will go with Brito on that. But you sticking with Melsick?
I'm gonna take Melsick.
All right, all right. Well, God, I hope I would go and get a Melsick Bogdasarian and have a career resurgence right now, brother. Like
Please.
this is your time. You're 8-3. This could be a whole new world for you.
Yes.
All right. Well, answer's clear on this one for me. Always, Mr. Neil Magny going up against Yaroslav Amosov. I believe coming off of the Contender Series, right?
No.
Who knows? Is he a new dude?
Oh, you're gonna love this dude's backstory. He is from Bellator.
Oh, yes, he's that guy. Yes, I did know about that. Yeah, I heard about it when it happened, when they finally did sign him. Well, that makes things a lot more interesting now, doesn't it? Yeah, yeah,
Holy
yeah, yeah, yeah.
crap. Wow. So this is funny. So Eric Silva, if anybody out there knows who this is, the guy who I watched live against Matt Brown in Cincinnati, Ohio, this
Legend.
guy has a win over him back in 2019 in Bellator. So, oh my gosh. We have another Cavalcante. I wonder. No, this is not a Portuguese person. Interesting. No, not Panama. That's Jocelyn. Either way, 28-1. I mean, you gotta think that this is somebody worthwhile. But I want you to say your piece real quick because I have a surprise. It's not for this guy, but it is a surprise now. So go ahead, speak your piece real quick.
All right, sure. Well, Neil Magny is a guy who will constantly be counted out and be dogged on, and everybody's going to always say, "Oh, he's not that guy," and this and that, and they'll talk about his losses. His losses are to the people that go on to be amazing fighters in this organization. He is the gatekeeper for a reason. This guy is prime for the gate getting shut directly into his face coming in off of Bellator. I remembered that there was something about this when it got announced that he was coming over. He probably had. I mean, Chase can confirm or deny, but I think that he was a Bellator champion, perhaps either that or a very highly credited Bellator
Yes.
fighter. Yeah, Bellator champion. We've seen Bellator champions come in plenty of times at this point. I've said firmly on this show in the past, and I'm sticking with it now. I am not going to be fooled again by these Bellator guys coming in. And against Neil Magny, the guy who you can never count out as much as some of y'all motherfuckers want to, never going to happen from Thinker St. James. Neil Magny all day long.
So I clearly have to go with my boy here because this is just a fate, really. So this, just a little context. Take you back a couple weeks ago. Nav in the Discord, shout out my boy. He asked if I was going to get any flags for Black Friday, and I thought to myself, "Wow, that is a good idea. I'm going to get them eventually. Let's go ahead and see what is on sale." And none of them were. There was one flag that was on sale. I don't know why, but I'll give you a hint. It was the Ukraine.
Hey, shout out to Ukraine. I did notice that he is representing Ukraine. I mean, a country that I certainly have a lot of respect for and support for. That being said, Neil Magny's got that old US of A. He's got the stars and stripes next to his name, and he's got a lineage that I respect tremendously. I think that I might be the president of the Neil Magny fan club, and it might be a club of one, but I take it with a badge of pride and honor. Neil Magny all day long.
100%. I'm taking our Ukrainian fella.
All right. I mean, let him be let him be the one Bellator guy that bucks the trend. I'm fine
Listen,
with that.
I didn't want to. Ukrainian fighters have been representing very, very well lately. Not just in MMA, in boxing. We have a couple different champs,
I
Usyk
mean,
and the
the
other one.
most dominant champs of all time, Usyk. I'd say possibly one of the best boxers ever to exist.
So and Danil Doncheko is another one that is
Certainly is.
from Tough.
Yep.
There's a lot of good talent in the Ukraine, even in this region itself. So I think it's possible that we see somebody that are like, where did this dude come from? He's 28-1, and we've never heard of him, but he's Bellator, so it's probably a reason that he hasn't been over here. So that's just the way that I'll look at it,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Well, take
But
your
I'm gonna
guy
take
and
Magny, not taking him.
yeah, I mean, and that's exactly that's exactly the mindset that has you all shaking your heads when Neil Magny loses a fight via submission and still ends up winning the fight. So
100%.
go with my man Neil all day long. Huge fan. All right, moving on though. Sean Sharif versus Steven Asplund. Finally, we're getting concrete in the big show. Sean Sharif, if you recall, is the dude who was going to make his debut at some point and did not, I want to say,
No, he
or
fought Justin Tafa or
oh,
Junior, whichever one. Junior Tafa, excuse me.
and he did not win.
He did not win.
Right. All right. Well, because yeah, he was supposed to come in versus someone and then didn't, and I think he took that fight on short notice, I believe. That being said, we saw concrete. He's a personality. He's a dude who wants to go out there and jiggle his big old man titties around and get his victories and feed his family. I mean, how can you deny him? Except for the fact that he is coming off of the Contender Series. Except also, Sheriff is he didn't win in the UFC, so he's in the same boat as far as I'm concerned.
I like Asplin. I think the craziest thing about this is that his significant strikes landed per minute 41.25. What in the world is happening here?
Based on the one fight on the Contender Series,
But it's
probably,
not
no?
even based off of that because he knocked that dude out in it was like the first encounter.
Then that's like, if not off the one fight, I mean more so like all like his fights are probably him getting a single shot and then just raining shots down, like.
Possibly,
But
possibly.
either way, I mean, the guy is he's got the elements that I want to support, and considering that Sharif is another dude who he doesn't have a record in the organization, this is another Contender Series fight as far as I'm concerned. What's up?
So Steven Asplin has a submission loss. Okay,
Uh-huh.
I want you to take the wildest guess of a prospect. You saw him recently,
Oh Jesus, recent prospect,
recent heavyweight prospect, submission loss.
Hokit.
Nope, but you
Okay.
saw him strike a couple weeks ago. His name is Denzel Freeman.
Oh, that dude, that's not good. Denzel Freeman was terrible.
Oh, wow. Submission loss, rear naked choke in LFA just last year in September.
Well, how oh god, last year in September, I was gonna say, like, how different could it have been if Freeman not in the big show? Maybe Freeman comes back and first time
Um,
jitters, big lights kind of situation. Maybe he's better than we were giving him credit for. He did have a fun dance after he won.
Dude, oh golly. Yeah, so this is I mean, yeah, that is the fact of the matter. I mean, what can you say about that? I
What
don't
I
know.
can say is that does Sean Sheriff have any submission wins?
He has like 4 wins total. I'm gonna go ahead and say no, but I will check really quick for you.
Yeah, give us the update because I mean, if Sheriff has like 2 submission wins, then maybe there's something to be worried about. But
0 submission wins, 0
yeah,
submission losses. Yeah.
as I said, brother, this is just a Contender Series part 2 for Steven Asplund right now.
True.
I mean, this guy came in, lost to a Tafa brother. He doesn't have a win in the organization. This is not a veteran being fed to a newcomer. These are two guys that this is the heavyweight experiment continuing to be an experiment. Like heavyweight is in this period where they're trying desperately to bring talent into it, so they don't want to have them go up. They learned from the Jonathan Janice bump up. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That it's like let these guys actually just get some wins against anybody to see if they even belong anywhere, and then we'll figure it out from there. So this, I think, is just another proving grounds fight. Steven Asplund is my choice. I got to ride with my man Concrete.
Yeah, and if he wins, I mean, unfortunately, the case of the matter is we will have to see a rematch with him and Denzel Freeman.
We're also going to have to see him shaking his
His
extra
titties.
skin around, dude. I'm not looking forward to any of that, but I do like the personality and I like his backstory with all of that. Go out and get another knockout and be fun on the mic. As what I remember saying about him is that we both in our separate ways and in our economic situations in life, we've known people like this guy, and that's what I think why I connect with him in a way. It's like
Yeah,
he reminds me of people that I've interacted with in life, so I'm with it.
100%.
All right, next up is Melissa Croden coming off of her nice win versus Luana Santos, the dog diddler. What are we thinking here?
Um, I mean, Luana Santos, she is somebody who does not fight very often for somebody who is, decent, of course. And she clearly is not, she just doesn't understand the assignment. I see her posting fucking selfies all the time on Instagram showing off her new fucking tattoos. What $50,000 bonuses are you getting to get these fucking tattoos, Miss Luana Santos? What?
She's a thirst trap.
I mean, but like the point is like she's not taking this shit serious enough. Melissa Croden showed up in Canada. Actually, was she in Canada? She showed up in Canada and she was ready to fucking ball. And then that's the fact of the matter. And she was massive for bantamweight. She actually looked like somebody who could compete at bantamweight when it comes to championship level. You have Kayla Harrison, Amanda Nunes. Luana Santos does not fit in there. Melissa Croden fits in there. So
Yeah,
that's all
no,
what I'm saying about it.
I'm with the I'm with the assessment. Luana Santos is one that I always thought was a mid-tier fighter to begin with, even before her dog escapades. As I said, I mean, like basically to your point, she's young, she's uh, self-involved to put it politely. Melissa Croden comes out to fight.
Yeah.
That's really the fact of the matter. If you recall the Croden fight, I mean, it wasn't an easy fight for her at times. I mean, she had to go out there and win the fight. Like it wasn't one,
Yes.
cakewalk by any stretch of the imagination. She made that fight her fight. So, scare Croden, get the job done. She made a fan out of me that night. So really, I'm certainly not a fan of Luana Santos, regardless in cage or out, I guess you could say. Got to ride with my Canadian queen over here.
If you actually remember with Croden in that fight too, she actually, she had a interesting first round. It wasn't the best. Then the immediate right when that 2.5 minute mark hit in round two, she snapped into it and she just took over those last 2 rounds. So
True.
shout out to her. I mean, she really impressed me with that last performance.
I agree. And I think she actually took some color in that fight as well. I think that she got bloodied up, if I'm not mistaken, and still fought right through. I mean, you gauge it a little differently with some of the women, especially at the stage that she's at. I mean, if it's some women start getting touched up that way, you don't know how they're going to react to it. She
Mhm.
fought right through like it was nothing. So good deal. I like it. I think she's a tough chick. I'm with it.
Scare Croden. Nice.
That's right. Gotta love it. Next up is Alan Fry Jr. versus Guillermo Pat. Who the fuck are these guys?
Guillermo Pat, what is this? Like, oh my gosh. All right. So Brazilian.
Two undefeated guys, 6-0 and 5-0.
I
Neither with pictures for our audio only listeners.
Well, for Guillermo, the thing that you need to know is he faced two dudes in the same he faced the same dude twice, April 16th of 2023, and he retired him, he quit on the stool or whatever you want, TKO retirement.
Mhm.
He fought I'm sorry, I thought this was the same dude. They just all have the same similar names. Never mind, it's a different person. The dude sucks. He hasn't fought anybody good. Just Alan Fry, let's take a look real quick. 27 years old. He fought Joe Frazier. No, Justin Frazier, just kidding.
Smoking
Um,
Joe.
yeah,
So
neither
this
of
is
these dudes fought anybody that we know. So, and
yeah,
it's heavyweights.
yeah. Well, again, this is the heavyweight experiment just continuing. This is a contender series fight, basically. So,
Yeah,
uh, spin the wheel. Pick. I don't know who are you picking.
you got a coin or
Exactly. Yeah. Really, it's literally that. So I mean, which name do you like better? I mean, I don't know.
Guillermo?
Yeah, there you go. You take Guillermo, I'll take the American and Alan Fry Jr. And
Nice.
we'll see. I mean, who knows? One of these guys could be the next great heavyweight. We'll see.
This potentially could be Don Fry's grandson, for all you know. Like,
Oh, I didn't even think about that. But what if there is a connect? What if you actually just cooked in the hardest way? That would be
I
crazy.
know, I know. Well, I saw. Well, I mean, you would think
That
Fry
so
Jr. wouldn't be Don Fry, so but maybe Alan. Alan, and then
three down is yeah. The timeline doesn't necessarily add up for that at 27 years old. I don't think. But either way, I mean,
nephew.
exactly some relation. I mean, I think we probably would have heard about that. But either
No,
way, who
you say that, but you never hear about that. Dude, Ricky Simone and Vince Morales are cousins. You tell me you knew that. Like,
True. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, definitely. I don't think the people even knew that Frank Mir's daughter Bella was fighting for the longest time until she started getting wins. So, either way, like I said, take your pick out there. But
they're telling me that Cesare dude has a brother. It's crazy. I never knew.
small world in this sport.
Yeah.
All right, and starting this thing off, your ladies' potential battle over here: Jamie Lynn Horth versus Teresa Bleda. Bleda, I know
Oh
the
my
name. I
god.
know I've seen her fight. Jamie Lynn Horth, of course, the Canadian, who is decent, but I think you've been a little bit more sold on her than I have. She's tough. I remember her getting a victory after getting married. She said she needed the bonus. She ended up getting that, or the win money, I should say. It, what's Bleda's story? I forget.
Okay. Bleda's story is not too extensive. She has 3 fights in the organization, 1 being Contender Series, so 2 technically.
Uh-huh.
One of them being a Natalia Silva KO loss in the 3rd round, or
Yikes.
TKO, whatever it ended up being.
Sure.
But then she has a unanimous decision win over Gabriela Fernandez, who a lot of people will say is a sleeper as of right now.
Certainly became that after the Tong Wang victory.
The thing that I will say about this fight is she's 7-1, and she's from a low market region, Chechnya. What was it? Just Czech Republic. And so she clearly must be decent because Jamie Lynn Horth. Now, Jamie Lynn Horth is somebody who you may not remember as of right now, but if you go back to maybe just a year ago, she pulled like a really quick turnaround for like 3 fights that she ended up winning. And then she had a 4th one that I think she lost. But if you actually remember, she's very, very good. Like, she is a good striker, and going against somebody who you don't even know and has lost to strikers before, I think Jamie Lynn has the possibility to go ahead and dog her out. I know she's a little older, 35 years old, but she, from what I've seen, the skill set should command intimidation from an opponent. And if she's able to just implement her game plan, it should be an easy walk in the park. But one thing I will know is Teresa Bleda is somebody who also dons the nickname Rhonda. Now, what do you think this means for her?
Well, I think that we've seen history prove that to be very unwise, but that has not necessarily always. The history can be bucked, and that's kind of on the Horth side. That's kind of what I was getting at. I know that you're a little bit higher on her than I am. I do acknowledge though that she does have some pretty decent striking, and based on how you just laid this out, I do think that she probably will take the victory here. Yeah, I mean, these at this level of the sport, like with these early fights, what we have always said, hey, it's gonna. Hopefully, we hope for a female war. They often will give us female wars to start these cards off on fight nights. Let this be one of those, and let the chips fall as they may. But based on everything that we know of each, I would say that Horth is probably your better choice.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. Well, that all being said, of course, you know that for the last card of the year that we will be right here with you guys watching along on our individual watch alongs. Of course, you can find me at youtube.com/@Yama Show. And Chase, I know you can tell them where they can find you.
They can find me on youtube.com/@CPSmalls. And that, of course, is every Friday morning that there is one, every Saturday that there is UFC, every Monday, of course, on this show with my great co host, Thinker St. James. And then, of course, we're going to have some movie reviews coming out in this extended period of a break that we have. So after we review next week's card, just be on the lookout that we're going to tell you guys about this new movie and that we're going to be watching. So, everybody, you're awesome. Go ahead.
Absolutely, most definitely that. To Chase's point, for some of the new viewers of the channel, we do a series called Last Week's Fight is this show. We do a series called MMA on Film, where we review MMA related media content, films and television shows and the like. So if you have a film that you are interested in us reviewing that we have not already done, we've done Warrior and KO with Cyril Gahn in it. We've done a number of pretty good
And the
projects so far.
cage.
And The Cage, the entire Cage television series on Netflix. So let us know what you guys are interested in seeing us review, and we will consider that. We are still thinking about what we want to do, so you got a good chance of possibly swaying our opinions on that. Content is always coming out, though, even through the MMA winter that we are going into. New video is out on the channel right now. Today it came out, so check that out. Of course, live for the watch along on Saturday. Other promotions have been starting to get mixed in there as well, like Karate Combat we talked about, hoping to do some more of those. So always keep your eyes on, make sure your notifications are turned on, and you'll be seeing some stuff coming out all throughout the MMA winter that we're going into.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, with all of that said, thanks again to everybody who's been rocking with us for this one. This was a long one, so we really appreciate you guys being here. Nice active chat for this one as well. Thank you all very much for the support. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your week, and as always, fight on.